Hello from Hollywood. This is George Fisher speaking to you from the stage of the world-famous Grauman Chinese Theater in Hollywood, where the presentation of the 17th Annual Academy Award is already underway. The Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, presents this Oscar parade from Hollywood for the next hour. This is Hollywood's greatest night, the moment when the motion picture industry honors its own members for their achievements in 1944. And tonight, for the first time in the history of the Academy Awards, scenes from the nominated pictures are being shown along with scenes of the film stars, the roles that won them the nomination for the highest honor that the film industry can bestow. Motion picture commentator Buddy Twist will explain the scenes which are not easily identified over the air. Now, it is my privilege to present to you the president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the noted film producer, Walter Wayne. Mr. Wayne.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the award in the first half of the program are now gathered backstage waiting to receive them. For this ceremony of the actual presentation, I have the honor of calling upon Bob Hope.
Thank you very much.
Bob, before you give out the award,
Yes, Sir Walter.
I have a presentation of my own to make. For your long and distinguished services as a member of the Academy of Arts and Sciences of our industry, I have been delegated by the Board of Governors to make you a life member.
Oh,
Bob?
that's real. Well, are you kidding? Well, how about this? Thank you very much, Walter. A life member, huh? Every year they give me a consolation prize, isn't it? No, but that's really wonderful. That's swell. Life membership. Now I know how Roosevelt feels. It's a nice thought, even if you don't live that long. You know it. Anyway, I want to tell you, I'm very thrilled to be here once again, ladies and gentlemen. See what excuse they give me this time. This is Bob, Academy Award Hope. You know, hope, what you all had when you came here tonight. But isn't this a great gathering tonight of stars, producers, and directors? It's really wonderful. I'm not going to introduce any celebrities. You all know who you are. But it's a great, great crowd, and Gypsy Rose Lee is quite impressed by the crowd. She told me there were more celebrities here tonight than she could stick a shake at. We're holding the affair at Grauman's Chinese here in Hollywood. I never knew until tonight this was a theater. For years I thought it was where 𝒆𝒍'𝒔 had his laundry done. And it's informal dress here tonight. In fact, they only have to send Crosby home twice. Finally got shoes on him. Yes, sir, and there's one lovely star here wearing a beautiful dress with no back and no shoulder straps. I couldn't figure it out either. But this is quite an occasion. I don't know if everybody's nervous or not, but there'll be a short intermission while the ushers sweep the fingernails out of the aisle. And it's very easy to look around the audience and pick out who the contenders are. They're the ones that look like they're listening for their draft numbers. It's a great night, one of our really nervous nights here in Hollywood, and of course there was the usual scream of frame-up politics, but nobody paid any attention to me. Price and Waterhouse are the firm which tabulates the votes for these awards, and I can vouch for their honesty and integrity. Back this morning. Price and Waterhouse. I made a slip there. The California Chamber of Commerce asked me to refer to them as Price and Sunporch. I'm very sorry. And we've had a little labor trouble. It's right there. I said it. We had a this week, and it was quite a sight watching men walk out of Warner's and galloping out of Republic. I understand when John L. Lewis heard about it, he arched his eyebrows and 4 pickets and an ultimatum fell off. That gag had fallen out of my mouth before. Well, it was a wonderful sight watching all the studio heads looking out of their windows at the pickets and singing, "Don't Fence Me In." And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll present the Oscars. Will Basil Rathbone kindly step forward and lead the sneering? For the benefit of the air audience, earlier this evening, some of the winners were already announced, and I'd like to present the awards in these classifications. For one real short subject, the winner is Who's Who in Animal Land, Paramount, Jerry Fairbanks. Give us the Fairbanks right here.
Hello, folks. Awful glad to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbanks. Just take your stuff, and there you are. Congratulations. For 2 real short subjects, the winner, I Won't Play Warner Brothers, Gordon Hollingshead, right here. You've been here before, yes? Yes, sir. There you are. Thank you. For short subject cartoons, Crosby's getting our award in this classification. He's turned out plenty of short subjects. Item. The winner is Mouse Trouble, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Frederick Quimby. Frederick Quimby. Come on, Frederick. How are you? Glad to see you. For Mouse Trouble, huh? For I wonder why he took a good look at me. For scientific or technical achievements to Stephen Dunn and Wallace Wolff. Stephen Dunn and Wallace Wolff. You did it together, huh, fellas? For best achievements in film editing. That's wonderful, a film editor. That's a guy who takes a tree grows in Brooklyn and prunes it down to a dead bush in Pomona. A statuette to Barbara McLean for Wilson. They're just coming on here, just taking these Oscars and saying thank you. For best achievements in sound recording. And right here, somebody should say a nice word for the guy who did the job for Sinatra. Imagine that. I mean it. Doing a recording of a voice when you can't even see the body. Isn't that wonderful? Statuette to E.H. Hansen for Wilson. Mr. Hansen. Thank you, Mr. Hansen. For best achievements in special effects, the winner, Arnold Gillespie, will accept for 30 seconds over Tokyo. That's good. Keep right up with the Blue Network, you know. Very kind. Fine, Mr. Gillespie. Fine. You can make a fortune here tonight selling silver polish, you know. For best scoring of a musical picture to Morris Stoloff and Carmen Dragon for Cover Girl. Right here. Thank you. Thank you, Sean Lee. For best music... Where are we now? I'm lost. For best music score of a dramatic or comedy picture to Max Steiner for Since You Went Away. Max Steiner. Max Steiner standing. Thank you very much. For best achievements in art direction on black and white film to Cedric Gibbons and William Ferrari for Gaslight. Right here. Thank you. Very happy to have you.
How about Ferrari?
Ferrari? Well, what is this fella doing here? Just a second. Don't leave with that loot before we start. What, you got it? Are you standing in for Ferrari?
No, for Willis.
Huh?
For Willis.
For Willis, huh? Oh, yes. Well, where's Ferrari here?
He's not here. I'll take it.
Well, wait a minute. Just a... Wouldn't it be wonderful if there was one left over? sure that's all right? Leave your address at the door. You may need Jerry Giesler before the night's over. A certificate of merit for the interior decorators of the production receiving the award for art direction. Imagine that, giving a certificate to the interior decorators. What a sneaky way to break up a picket line tonight. The award goes to Edwin Willis. What happened? Got a sandwich board on already. For best achievements in art direction on color films, a statuette to W.B. Enon for Wilson. Like what? Mr. Little, too? Really? There you are. Wait. Oh, I see. That's a certificate of merit for the interior. Another interior decorator? Where's he? Outside? Huh? Okay. You've confused me, old boy. For distinctive achievement in documentary production short subject. For distinctive achievement in documentary production short subject. You think that's something later? Adverbs. And the winner, with the Marines at Tarawa, accepted by General Julian C. Smith of the U.S. Marine Corps. On behalf of the gallant men who gave their lives to make this picture possible, I thank you. Fine, General. Thank you very much, General. That's the man who was there, helped make that film, by the way. For distinctive achievement in documentary production features, there's another one. Isn't that beautiful, huh? For distinctive achievement in documentary production features. If we could get a boy and girl in there, we could sell it to Warner Brothers. The winner, the Fighting Lady. Mr. de Rosemont will accept for 20th Century Fox. The Fighting Lady. Congratulations.
Thank you very much on behalf of everyone connected with the production of The Fighting Lady. It was a proud privilege to make this film from the marvelously exciting material provided by the Navy. I know that I speak for all hands concerned when I propose that this award properly should be presented to the Navy itself. The Honorable Artemus L. Gates, Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Air, and Admiral DeWitt Clinton Ramsey, the Chief of the Bureau of Aeronautics, are on the West Coast inspecting naval installations and are here tonight as a guest of the Academy. I suggest that they come up on the stage and accept the award for the United States Navy.
Admiral Ramsey and I thank you, Mr. de Rosemont. The Navy is appreciative of this recognition of the achievements of the greatest naval air force in the world and is grateful to you and 20th Century Fox for a brilliant production of which our whole service is proud. Before this distinguished audience, I would like to pay my personal tribute to the actors of The Fighting Lady, her officers and men, the pilots and air crewmen whose courageous contributions to our war efforts will be an everlasting inspiration to the generations of Americans to come. Admiral Ramsey, as the Chief of the Bureau of Aeronautics, I give this plaque into your charge.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I can only add that the work of everyone who had a part in bringing The Fighting Lady to the screen is typical of the untiring efforts and the splendid cooperation of the entire motion picture industry.
Are you going out there or back here? Thank you very much, Gates and Admiral Ramsey. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now see on the screen the nominations for the best song of the year. Here's the film. Here's our first film on the air. The song, I Couldn't Sleep a Wink Last Night. And Frank Sinatra is the singer. Number one.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too.
Sweet Dreams, Sweetheart from Hollywood Canteen. It's sung by Joan Leslie.
Sweet dreams, sweetheart.
Now I know from Up in Arms, Dinah Shore sings it.
Where I go, walking round in a wonderful glow. There's a lot that I'm not come to find, but this feeling I feel must be love.
The Trolley Song, and of course, Judy Garland.
Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Ding, ding, ding when my heart sings. From the moment I saw him, I fell.
I'm Making Believe, sung by Lynn Barry.
That you're in my arms, oh, I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say.
I'll Walk Alone from Follow the Boys, Dinah again.
But send your love and your kisses to guide me. And you're walking beside me. I'll walk alone. Open myself. I'll walk.
Janeiro from Brazil, sung by Tito Gazar.
Down in Rio de Janeiro, lovely Rio de Janeiro, night we're made to dream.
Long ago and far away, Rita Hayworth singing.
I dreamed a dream one day, and now that dream is here beside me. Long the skies were overcast, but now the cloud has passed. You're here at last.
Remember Me to Carolina, Benny Field's first motion picture.
And tell her I'll never forget her wherever I roam.
Silver Shadows and Golden Dreams. Perlita dances on ice while the song is sung.
Tied with ribbons of song. Darling, what else would I
you like to swing on a star, carry moonbeams over the yard, and be better off than you are? Or would you rather be a mule?
Much in Love from Song of the Open Road. Jackie Moran sings it.
I may wind up behind my dreams, but I'm too much in love to care.
Well, there they are, the 12 nominations. Now for the winner, here's Bob Hope at the mic.
Aren't they wonderful songs, huh? And then I wrote, say, and give me. And the winner? The winner is Swinging on a Star from Going My Way. Paramount. Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen. Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen here to grab the plaque. Huh? How about, is Barney Dean in the house? Joe System, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. That's wonderful. Boys will really get a kick out of that. Congratulations, Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen. Next up. Here we go. We'll now see the clips on cinematography. Cinematographers, those are the cameramen, most wonderful people in the business. I call them cinematic redcaps. They've taken care of plenty of bags for me. The film, gentlemen.
The work of the writer, the director, the producer, and the actor is brought to the screen by the cinematographer.
In this case, the cinematographer was nominated.
You would now be watching this.
At the blank screen.
The nominations for the awards in black and white cinematography.
Scenes as selected by the nominees themselves are being shown as the names are being announced.
For Dragon Seed, Sidney Wagner. For Gaslight, Joseph Ruttenberg. For Going My Way, Lionel Linden. For Laura, Joseph Lachelle. For Lifeboat, Glenn McWilliams. For Since You Went Away, Stanley Cortez and Lee Garland. 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, Robert Surtees and Harold Rawson. For The Uninvited, Charles Lang. The White Cliffs of Dover, George Olsey. The nominations for the award in color cinematography. For Cover Girl, Rudy Mate and Alan M. Davies. Home in Indiana, Edward Kronjager. For Kismet, Charles Rocher. For Lady in the Dark, Ray Renahan. For Meet Me in St. Louis, George Olsey. And for Wilson, Leon Shamroy.
There are the nominations, all in. Down comes the microphone. Here comes Bob to the center of the stage.
And the names of the 4 winners. Right. 4 winners, is that right? For the best achievement in cinematography of a black and white production, Laura, 20th Century Fox. Joseph Lachelle. Joseph Lachelle here. For the best achievement in cinematography of a color production, Wilson, 20th Century Fox. Leon Shamroy, come up, please. Here's Joseph Lachelle, ladies and gentlemen, to receive his Oscar for black and white production. There you are. And congratulations very much, Joseph. Very swell. All right, fine. You can go right out there. on, Shamroy. Anywhere. Oh, right off there. Last fellow went through there. We didn't find him for 3 days. What is it, a double thing? 4, I thought. No, just 2, huh? You're the man that knows. You should know. You, Mr. Price, or Mr. Waterhouse? Did you have anything to do with actually counting the votes? Huh? Do you need anything? You got gas tickets? Huh? Some Pepsodent? We come now to the Writing Award. An interesting award, ladies and gentlemen, as a man who writes his own stuff. All right, I do have a couple of writers. We're the only show in town that uses the Legion Stadium for a script room. And there's a rumor going around that I have 3 wits working for me. That's right, 6 writers and 3 wits. But let's take a look at the inside workings of the writing racket. Throw the film on, fellas. What? Blank sheet of paper on the screen.
The writer. He is wearing the mantle of Shakespeare. It fits him loosely.
Sheet of paper has 1 line on it, apparently a writer, hard at work. But along come the powers that be and the film industry to change and change and change.
It lacks greatness. The executive producer contributes some suggestion. It has no bounce. The director has definite ideas. It doesn't move. The star.
Darling, I cannot learn this stuff.
We need a clever device. We need a gimmick. We need a fresh mind.
We need a new writer.
He and she, temporary incomplete. Revive, temporary incomplete.
A script comes out.
Temporary complete.
Another script.
Final complete.
Another script.
Revive,
Another.
Final complete. With all tape. The nominations for the Academy's Award to screenwriters this year are as follows.
For the best written screenplay, regardless of whether developed from published material or an original by some other writer or writers.
Double Indemnity. Screenplay by Billy Wilder and Raymond Chandler. Gaslight. Screenplay by John Van Bruten, Walter Reich, and John L. Balderston. Going My Way. Screenplay by Frank Butler and Frank Cabot. Laura. Screenplay by Jade Rattler, Samuel Hoffenstein, and Betty Reinhardt. Meet me in St. Louis. Screenplay by Irving Brecker and Fred F. Finkelhoff.
For the best original screenplay, the writer or writers of the screenplay must also have been the sole author or authors of the original.
Hail the Conquering Hero. Screenplay by Preston Sturges. The Miracle of Morgan's Creek. Screenplay by Preston Sturges. 2 Girls and a Sailor. Screenplay by Richard Connell and Gladys Lehman. Wilson. Screenplay by Lamar Trotty. Wing and a Prayer. Screenplay by Jerome Cady.
For the best original motion picture story.
Going My Way. Original story by Leo McCarran. A Guy Named Joe. Original story by Chandler Sprague and David Bone. Lifeboat. Original story by John Steinbeck. None Shall Escape. Original story by Alfred Neumann and Joseph Lamb. The Sullivans. Original story by Edward Doherty and Jules Sherman.
Hugo Butler has been introduced to make the award.
Hugo Butler, are you one of Frank Butler's boys? No? Isn't he one of the contestants? Small world. Grab it.
I have... Bob, don't leave me
Oh,
here.
I want to get it. I'm very sorry. I'll let you have something. Look.
the... Right, I forgot that I was the middleman here. You are?
Well, I'm very happy to announce that for the best written screenplay, the winners are, For Going My Way, Frank Butler and Frank Cabot. For the best original screenplay, Wilson, 20th Century Fox, Lamar Trotter.
Will Mr. Butler and Mr. Cabot come up and get their stuff, huh?
And for the best original motion picture story, Going My Way, original story, Leo McCarey.
I hope they're not at the wrong theater. There comes Frank. Frank Butler right there. Mr. Cabot here. Leo McCarey. Come up, Leo boy. Are you ready for Frank? No. Oh, I'm glad to see you. Mr. Cabot right here. There's your officer. Mr. Crotty, Lamar Crotty. Well, congratulations, gentlemen. Yes, sir. We'll next see scenes from the pictures nominated for Best Direction. Makes my mouth water to think I'd introduce this clip when I remembered. Let's try that again, Bob. Once more, Bob. Not enough passion, Bob. Too much passion, Bob. Tighten this chain, fellas. Then it occurred to me that a great director is a rather wonderful thing. The producers, the writers, the technicians are behind every piece of film. We actors are out in front, looking mighty big, but right in the middle of the celluloid, giving it pace and mood and believableness or fantasy is the director. Let's see the sample. The film, please.
Direction. First Double Indemnity, directed by Billy Wilder. Edward G. Robinson speaks.
Well, I got 10 volumes on suicide alone. Suicide by race, by color, by occupation, by sex, by seasons of the year, by time of day. Suicide, how committed? By poisons, by firearms, by drowning, by leaks. Suicide by poison, subdivided by types of poison, such as corrosive, irritant, systemic, gaseous, narcotic, alkaloid, protein, and so forth. Suicide by leaks, subdivided by leaks from high places, under the wheels of trains, under the wheels of trucks, under the feet of horses, from steamboats. But, Mr. Norton, of all the cases on record, there's not one single case of suicide by leap from the rear end of a moving train.
Going My Way, directed by Leo McCarey. In this scene, Barry Fitzgerald is greeting his mother, whom he has not seen for many years, and whom his church co-workers have brought over from Ireland. The scene is noted for its artistry, its suspense, and its timing. His mother now. He starts walking slowly toward her. His mother comes to greet him. They meet and embrace. Laura, directed by Otto Preminger. Gene Tierney is talking to Judith Anderson.
Matter, Laura? Oh, I guess I'm just nervous, that's all. So am I. Person suspects Shelby. Seems to suspect me, too. So do some of my friends. You? It's absurd. You could never do a thing like that. Shelby? Oh, I don't think he did it. But he's capable of it.
Here is an intensely dramatic scene from the equally intense picture Lifeboat. It was directed by Alfred Hitchcock. You can hear, I'm sure, the soundtrack in the background, although there is no dialogue in this particular scene. I think I can best identify it for those of you who saw Lifeboat by telling you that the scene is near the end of the picture after the German officer was taken aboard and in turn displayed a gun. A struggle followed, and the Nazi commander was thrown back into the sea. Henry Hull leans far over the side, strikes the German, and all the occupants slowly turn from the rail. Next is Wilson, directed by Henry King. The press room of the White House.
Just the usual routine.
He announces there's no news, then lays a paper on the desk telling us that President Wilson is to remarry. He leaves the desk. The letter is casually read, the note. There are the nominations. Here comes Bob. Now for the winner.
Looked like they found a place to get cigarettes or something. The award for the best direction will be presented by a young fellow who has given us some of our finest moments on the screen. Also has been one of the very willing and able workers of the Academy, the vice president of the Directors Guild, who unfortunately didn't have time to dress tonight, so he's appearing in the role of Mr. Mervyn LeRoy.
For the best direction of the year, a great guy, and a great director, Leo McCarey, for Going My Way.
He's coming. Leo? Leo? Listen, why don't you put skates on? This is wonderful. Congratulations. Mervyn?
They told me to only say thank you, so thank you.
So much talent. We will now see the nominations for the best picture of the year. Some of these are getting to be old friends by now. Let her roll. Let's have the film. Best picture.
For the best picture, this is, first is Double Indemnity by Paramount, the scene between Fred McMurray and Barbara Stanton.
You want to knock him off, don't you?
That's a horrible thing to say.
What'd you think I was, anyway? The guy that walks into a good-looking dame's front parlor and says, "Good afternoon, I sell accident insurance on husband." The guy one that's been around too long, one you'd like to turn into a little hard cash? Just give me a smile and I'll have to collect? Boy, what a dope you must think I am.
I think you're right.
Gaslight, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, the scene between Charles Boyer and Ingrid Bergman.
Oh, I'm afraid the pin is not very strong.
No.
I'll have it mended. You better not wear it until I have. You might lose it. You know, you are inclined to lose things, Paula.
I am? No, I didn't realize that.
Oh, just little things.
Going My Way, Paramount, Bing Crosby and Barry Fitzgerald.
I'm sure there's a way to say what I'd like to say will occur to me after you've gone. We're separated by many years, Father O'Malley, which could be the reason why we haven't seen eye to eye in many instances. But though we've had many differences, we never differed in fundamentals. It was only in method.
But never in our heart.
Since You Went Away, Selznick, United Artists, the scene between Jennifer Jones, Claudette Colbert.
No, dear, it said he died in action at Salerno. Oh, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. It could be a mistake, couldn't it, Mother? I've heard that sometimes they get the names mixed up. No, honey, you mustn't fool yourself. That would be the worst thing of all. It's not as hard and cruel as it is.
These are the nominees for the Best Motion Picture of the year. This is Wilson, 20th Century Fox, with Alexander Knox. The picture is a great hall in the White House. A lone figure stands in the tremendous room. In this suspenseful scene, Knox looks to Lincoln, his idol and predecessor in the White House, for guidance as he debates the obligations of the president. There are the 5 nominees. Now the winner.
The award for the Best Picture of the Year would be presented by Mr. Hal Wallace, the winner of the Thalberg Award last year. Mr. Hal Wallace.
particular pleasure to announce the winner. Paramount's going my way.
Hello, folks.
Bob Salam, Celia McCary. They all line up for pictures.
Wonderful. You're so casual grabbing that stuff. You think you were holding a ukulele, don't you? I don't know. You're watching that side. They'll polish it for you on the way out. That's my man, Buddy Boy. Now, where are we here? This industry is the butt of a lot of jokes, is responsible for a lot of foolishness, but it has, thank God, produced some great men. One of them was a man who, because he dreamed better pictures than had been made before his time, carried forward the standard of the industry. Better pictures, always better pictures. He was an originator, a great showman, and an artist. His name was Irving Thalberg. The next award is the Irving Thalberg Award, presented by Miss Norma Shear.
To carry on the ideals represented by Irving G. Thalberg is the privilege of the Academy in sponsoring this award. It is given each year for the most consistent, high quality of production achievement by an individual producer, based on pictures he has personally produced during the preceding year. The Board of Governors of the Academy determines the recipient of this award. I feel it is a great privilege and a great honor to present this award this year.
I'm sure you can hear the envelope being opened.
I know you'll all be very happy to hear that the Thalberg Award goes to Mr. Darrell 𝒆𝒍'𝒔. Dear Darrell, it is not only we of the Academy, but of the whole motion picture industry that are so deeply proud and deeply grateful to you for your moving and wonderful production of Wilson. And I give you this with my blessings and congratulations.
Thank you very, very much, Norma. I'm deeply grateful. And in accepting this award, I should like to accept it for all of my fellow workers at 20th Century Fox, and more particularly for 6 individuals that I worked very closely with during the year. To Louis Milestone and Jerome Cady, who worked on The Purple Heart. To George Cukor and Moss Hart on Winged Victory. And to Henry King and Lamar Crotty on Wilson. Thank you.
It was the unanimous resolution of the Academy this year to present a special award, a very special award in the field of acting to a fine and competent actress who has given us all a very unique and particular pleasure. Will Miss Margaret O'Brien come up on the stage? There she comes. There she comes. Here comes a lot of talent right here. How are you, Margaret? Glad to see you. Get around here, darling. You know those tricks. I've seen you, dear. Margaret? Come on up here, honey. Come on up. That's it. Upstairs, fellas. That's it, because the folks can't see. Margaret, this little Oscarette goes to you as the outstanding child actress of 1944. It is a very
very small statuette market for some very big performances. May it be the first of many.
Thank you so much. I really don't know what to say.
She's just ad-libbing till some brilliant thing falls out. Make it. That's all. That's all. Wonderful, darling. You might as well take that, too. You sure will. All right, darling. Huh? What are you making, an album, fellas? What are you doing?
Bob picks up Margaret now.
Would you hurry up and grow, please? Isn't that wonderful? What an honest little face. Makes you think of every bow you've ever stolen. Look at that. There you go, darling. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Margaret. Margaret O'Brien. Here, darling. Would you come up again, please, honey?
They have some newsreels they want you to whip up.
Right there. You go off there.
You're welcome, honey. Yes, sir. Isn't that amazing? You know, my kids are pretty... Come on. Tell us. Talk to me, boy. I turned into a sissy. It's, the Blue Network. Where'd you go?
I'm having trouble with the PA system.
Where did you go, Blue? The Blue. We come now to the nominations.
Drop this strip. Glaring at the mic.
What'll they think in Des Moines? We come now to the nominations for the best performance by an actor in a supporting role. My relatives are giving me an Oscar for being the best supporting player. We like it down here in front, don't we? But here's the film, the best supporting player.
Best supporting actor, Hume Cronum, in The Seventh Cross, number 1.
Emery? No. Balderman? No. Holler? Went on like that all morning. I burnt myself. Don't tell Weasel. Well, I picked Fiedler.
Barry Fitzgerald in Going My Way.
With a degree of abstinence, it becomes Mikander. I get a little behind during Lent, but it comes out even at Christmas.
In a scene with Betty Davis and Mr. Steffington.
Mustn't think too harshly of my secretaries. They were very kind and understanding when I came to the office after a hard day at home. Well, what did you expect? Do you think I ever would have looked at another woman if I'd received one grain of affection from you? You wouldn't allow a dog in the house. Because you didn't need one with me around. I was petted, admired, but never loved.
Clifton Webb in a scene with Dana Andrews from Laura.
Strike you that you're acting very strangely. It's a wonder you don't come here like a suitor with roses and a box of candy. Personal candy, of course. Have you ever dreamed of Laura as your wife? By your side at the policeman's ball, or in the bleachers? Or listening to the heroic story of how you got a silver shin bone from a gun battle with a gangster?
Monty Woolley in a scene with Robert Walker from Since You Went Away.
There's no need for any pretense of affection between us. You paid your courtesy call. You may drop me a line with your address. And if you have any affairs that require attention, I shall have my lawyers look after them.
There are the 5 nominations for the Best Supporting Actor.
Mr. Charles Coburn, winner of last year's award for supporting actor, will present the award. Mr. Coburn.
I'll do this the hard way. They're pretty tough, aren't they? Mr. Barry Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald is marching down center aisle. Up the steps to be greeted by Bob.
Barry, if Going My Way had been presented last year, I wouldn't have had the pleasure and privilege of presenting you with this award this year. But it's nice for us young fellas to see you old fellas get something once in a while. You know, in the Bible somewhere it says it's far more blessed to give than to receive. So I'm in that very happy position tonight. And if I were not Charles Coburn, I would like to be Barry Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much. I'm told we're not to make speeches, so I give you my sincere thanks.
That was Barry Fitzgerald.
We come now to the nominations for the best performance by an actress in a supporting role. The film, gentlemen.
Best supporting actress. First, Ethel Barrymore in None But the Lonely Heart. This is the prison hospital deathbed scene. I'm sure you'll remember that.
Find a nice girl. Look out, yes, a good girl. Something steady. Nothing cheap. Put her head on her shoulder. Love me, son.
Jennifer Jones in Since You Went Away. Her sweetheart is played by Robert Walker. He's on a moving train going to war.
I'll keep it with me all the time. Come on, darling. Come on. Take care of yourself. Bill! Thank you. Why, darling? Why, darling? I love you. I love you, darling.
Angela Lansbury in a scene with Charles Boyer from Gaslight.
Who are you going to the musical with?
Gentlemen friends, sir?
Oh, now you know Nancy, don't you? That gentlemen's friends are sometimes inclined to take liberties with young ladies.
Oh, no, sir. Not with me. I can take care of myself. When I want to.
The fourth nomination, Aileen McMahon in Dragon Sea.
So I can see it. Oh, my little Miss Dumpling. Oh, how firm it is his body. And his hair like black silk. He's exactly as I thought he would be. Oh, you can bring him back to me. I knew. I could not have lived. Night after night I've been holding him like this.
Agnes Moorehead in the scene with Greer Garson from Mrs. Parkington.
He's a fool.
Don't you remain a force? He must impress society. And what is more impressive than a beautiful woman, huh? Now, what do you want Gus to do? Then fortunes on other women? Oh, no, he couldn't do that. He's married to me.
Five nominees, Ethel Barrymore, Jennifer Jones, Angela Lansbury, Aileen McMahon, and Agnes Moorehead.
The award was presented by Miss Teresa Wright, a former winner of this award. Miss Teresa Wright.
Teresa Wright steps from behind the curtain, takes the envelope and opens it.
Award for the best performance by an actress in a supporting role, Ethel Barrymore in None But the Lonely Heart.
He was received by Mr. Charles Kerner of RKO. Mr. Charles Kerner of RKO receiving from Miss Ethel Barrymore.
On behalf of Miss Barrymore,
let's get
sincere thanks.
There you are. It's an Oscar, Charles, please. Besides, he's married, I know. We now come to the the nominations for the Best Actor of the Year. And if you'll excuse me, I'm too excited to make any jokes. Go ahead, hurry up.
The Best Actor. First, Charles Boyer in a scene with Ingrid Bergman, Gaslight. The first nominee.
It's worse than lying. You forgot. You forgotten him as you forget everything. But perhaps I'm wrong to try to handle this myself. The case is one for people who know about those things. Paula, we shall have visitors. And shortly. Doctor. 2. I believe 2 is the required number.
Bing Crosby and Going My Way. Bing seated at the piano and gets a big hand.
Used to write a bit at school. Had a little band. Used to play for the school dances. O'Malley's Oriole. You know, at one time I had quite a decision to make. Whether to write the nation's song or go my way.
Barry Fitzgerald and Going My Way, speaking to Bing, who is out of the camera's range.
Tommy congratulated me on the 45 years in St. Dominic's. He is a remarkable man. He said it was a monument to the fact that I had built it.
Cary Grant in a scene with George Coulouris from None But the Lonely Heart.
You know, Al, what's most of them floating around in here, eh? Pick them. Hurry, Worry, and Scully to make a bit of brass, right? Right. Now, what's your kind, Mr. Mordennoy? Willful and deceitful. Take what you want, right? Right.
Alexander Knox in a scene from Wilson.
Won't you Germans ever be civilized? Won't you ever learn to keep your word? Or to regard other peoples as men, women, and children of flesh and blood, and not as inferiors to be treated as you see fit, all in the name of your discredited German culture and race superiority? I wish to tell you, we are not exactly fools.
The nominees, Charles Boyer, Bing Crosby, Barry Fitzgerald, Cary Grant, Alexander Knox.
The Oscar for the Best Actor of the Year will be presented by Gary Cooper, a former winner of this award. Mr. Gary Cooper.
Steps out from behind the screen, gets a nice hand.
Thank you.
Takes the envelope, now opening it.
What makes one nervous about this? The winner for the Best Acting Performance in 1944 is the one and only Bing Crosby.
Listen to that crowd. Shake hands with Bob, then goes over to Gary.
Lay that on me.
They forgot the Oscar. Gary comes back, grabs it, gives it to Bing.
I thought it was backstage.
Thank you very much.
And this goes with it.
That's embarrassing enough.
Thanks very much, Gary. I forgot they were still making these.
Wait, Gary, wait.
I don't know why I should get more confused than you are.
I'm not confused. I'm surprised. I'm amazed. Photographers now are shooting pictures right and left. Thousands of them down there. They're shaking hands now. This is a field day for Going My Way. Crosby, Fitzgerald, and anyone who had anything to do with it.
So long, Gary. Good luck. Well, we're not allowed to make any speeches, but you better say something, brother. Anything to say except there's a lot spoken recently, and just like you rehearsed it.
Bob's marching back and
A
forth.
lot said about the equality of opportunity in these United States, and you're certainly witnessing a practical demonstration of it in me receiving this award. Because if Leo McCarey can take a broken-down crooner like me and take me by the hand and lead me through a picture so deftly that I come up with this happy crockery here. Why, there's a chance for anyone. All you have to do is get Leo McCarey, I guess. I'll think you just find me a horse to win the Kentucky Derby. It'll be the greatest parlay in history.
kid. Now I know how Dewey felt. I can't imagine him winning the award for the best actor. Isn't that wonderful? This is as big a surprise to me as Goldwyn lecturing at Oxford. But I expected him to do very good. He's got 6 votes right in his own family, you know. Here we go for the grand final attraction, the nominations for the best actress. Let's have it, the film.
The best actress. First, Ingrid Bergman in a scene with Charles Boyer from Gaslight. The best performance by an actress.
If it was I who took that picture down. If it was I who took it down the other times. If I do all these endless, meaningless things. But then I don't know what I do anymore.
But at Colbert, in a scene from Since You Went Away, the telephone scene, then she runs upstairs to tell the children that her father, whom they believe killed, is coming home.
What was that? No, yes. Yes. Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. Yes,
Here's a scene from Mr. Skeffington. Betty Davis, lying in bed, picks up a mirror.
do I look pretty yet?
You look beautiful, Betty.
Soon I'll be all swollen and puffy and ugly. I don't want anybody to see me like that. I couldn't dare.
Greer Garson in a scene with Walter Pidgeon from Mrs. Parkinson. They're reviewing their life together.
Now, darling, our world is going smart. Herbert gone. Anna's married. Now Daisy's leaving.
Could I ever leave you?
Well, could you?
Barbara Stanwyck in Double Indemnity. She's driving in her car.
What are you doing there?
Automobile radio has just announced that the police have discovered the man she helped to kill. Barbara Stanwyck doesn't speak. 5 nominees: Ingrid Bergman, Claudette Colbert, Betty Davis, Greer Garson, Barbara Stanwyck. Bob.
Miss Jennifer Jones, last year's winner, will present the award for the best actress. Miss Jennifer Jones.
Now the great moment, the best performance by an actress, Miss Ingrid Bergman. Congratulations, Ingrid. Your artistry has won our votes, and your graciousness has won our hearts.
Hold it. Boxes hold it. They start shooting pictures all over again.
From all my co-workers and at my own studio, I have received so much friendship, and I've had so much encouragement. And I've never been happier in my work than here in Hollywood. And I thank you very much for my Oscar. And I thank you particularly because I'm now working in a picture with Leo McCarry and being crossed in. I'm afraid they wouldn't recognize me tomorrow. Fighting for the house.
Thank you, Miss Jennifer Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's been a grand evening, and I just want to say before we close that the idea of presenting the excerpts from the film of the nominees was the idea of that grand guy, the late Mark Sandrich. And I'm sure that he would have enjoyed this production tonight.
The American Broadcasting Company presents the 19th Motion Picture Academy Award presentation. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Buddy Twist speaking from a special isolation booth in Box C at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles. For the first time in the history of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the public is attending the annual presentation of awards of merit. To you who are unable to attend in person, ABC hopes you can see and hear this great spectacle through our eyes and voice. We have microphones on stage, in the wings, the orchestra pit, high overhead, and special equipment connected directly with the motion picture projectors to pick up the soundtrack of the films to be shown here tonight. Thousands are here in the world's largest theater, the Shrine Auditorium, 6,700 to be exact. Thousands more are in the specially constructed stands at the theater entrance, with the sky overhead being stabbed with million-candle power searchlights. You're going to hear Jack Benny as Master of Ceremonies during the Principal Awards. You'll hear Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., Lana Turner, Greer Garson, and literally hundreds of other stars, including the award winners. Frances Scully, ABC fashion and movie commentator, is right beside me to tell you who's in attendance and what she's wearing. You'll hear Dinah Shore, Dick Haymes, Judy Garland sing. It's a great night, and we'll be here for 3 hours or so, and you're more than welcome to join us. Now, let's get to the opening of the 19th Annual Academy Awards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick McGeehan speaking, presenting the musical director and conductor of the evening, Mr. Leo Forbstein. We will now hear the cavalcade of past award-winning songs with comment by Ken Carpenter. Watching the screen during a dramatic picture, we too often feel the music without being really aware of it. But there are other pictures which remain especially memorable for the songs that were written for them. Each year, the Academy has chosen one such song for an award, beginning in 1934 with a song by Con Conrad and Herb Magidson in an RKO picture, The Gator Boy. The Continental. In 1936, RKO produced Swing Time, and in it was a haunting melody by Jerome Kern with a tender lyric by Dorothy Field. The Way You Look Tonight. Back in 37, Bing Crosby went through a Hawaiian phase, and as Bing goes, so goes the nation. In the Paramount picture Waikiki Wedding, Bing crooned a song by Harry Owens, Sweet Leilani. Music has been written for the Walt Disney Pictures. In 1940, the Academy honored a song in Pinocchio by Lee Harleen and Ned Washington. When You Wish Upon a Star. And Leo Robin wrote this one for Paramount's big broadcast of 1938. Bob Hope sang it in the picture, and he's never let go of it since. Thanks for the memory. Close to our hearts is this Christmas song written by Irving Berlin and sung by Bing Crosby in the Paramount picture Holiday Inn. That was only 5 years ago in 1942, and already it's become a classic. White Christmas. Warner Brothers gave us Gold Diggers of 1935. And who'll ever forget the wonderful song that Harry Warren and Al Dubin wrote for it? What nostalgia it has for so many of us. The Lullaby of Broadway. Nostalgia has given us some of our greatest songs. Outstanding among these is one by Oscar Hammerstein and Jerome Kern. Metro Goldwyn Mayer incorporated it in the picture Lady Be Good. The song, The Last Time I Saw Paris. First sung by Alice Faye in the 20th Century Fox picture Hello, Fisco, Hello, was a song by Harry Warren and Mac Gordon called You'll Never Know. almost everyone at Paramount connected with that picture won an award for something. So Johnny Burke and Jimmy Van Heusen won the award for the best song of the year, Swinging on a Star. Saluted the remarkable team of Rogers and Hammerstein for their contribution to the list of greats in motion picture songdom. The picture stayed fair. The song might as well be spring. In 1939 came one of the gayest, most charming stories ever written for a musical picture, The Wizard of Oz. Harold Arlen and E.Y. Harburg wrote the songs, and the loveliest of them all was Over the Rainbow. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, Mr. Gene Herschel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and welcome to this 19th Annual Academy Award presentation. It is needless to say that 1946, the year we are reviewing tonight, was a momentous year for the motion picture industry. As a matter of fact, every year is a momentous year in an industry like ours. 1946 differed from other years in that it was a year of readjustment to the troubled beginning of peace. It showed the return of many of our men who went to war. Some of our leaders who had done great things for our government set to work here at home and proved themselves greater men than when they left. And it's interesting to note how many of the returned veterans' names are on the list of nominees for Academy honors. 1946 also gave us our first sight of many pictures which had been made abroad during the war. Now, to the commercial side of the industry, these pictures may have presented the aspect of competition. But to the creative branches, and that's what the Academy represents, the creative branches. They came as a refreshing wind. They were a renewing force, a quickening of the spirit, a challenge, and an inspiration. Well, let me name some of them. Henry V, Brief Encounter, Open City, The Well-Digger's Daughter, Vacation from Marriage, Children of Paradise, The Last Chance. Pictures for picture makers everywhere to be proud of. In case of unique and extraordinary achievement, the Board of Governors of the Academy is empowered to give special awards. We open this evening's presentation with such a special award. It goes to what seems to us the greatest of foreign films. I hereby present the symbol of the Academy's homage to Laurence Olivier. For his own project, Henry V, which he produced, directed, and acted in. No play of the classic theater has ever translated to celluloid with such faithful and flawless art. The statuette will be sent to Mr. Olivier in England. One of these. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll turn the meeting over to the distinguished son of one of the distinguished founders of this Academy, my dear friend, Mr. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. Thank you. Before Mr. Hirschholt came out here, he asked, was there some fitting way in which I could make an entrance here? And I said, what do you mean fitting? He said, could you perhaps slide down a curtain or possibly pop out of a box or something like that? And I said, well, am I paid for tonight? He said, no. And I said, no, I walk on just like anybody else. I won't waste any of your time with a speech from myself, but get right on with my very pleasant chores. And if I may, I would like to introduce to you a gentleman who will loom large in the presentations to be made. He is Mr. Ward Ogden of Price, Waterhouse and Company. As you undoubtedly know, the names of the winners of the awards tonight are, up to the moment of presentation, a secret known only to Price Waterhouse. Mr. Ogden has with him a large packet of envelopes containing these names, to be opened at the appropriate time. Now, I have here a list of the nominations for short subjects. In the two-reel classification, they are A Boy and His Dog, Gordon Hollingshead, Warner Brothers, College Queen, George Templeton, Paramount, Hiss and Yell, Jules White, Columbia, The Luckiest Guy in the World, Jerry Bressler, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Mr. Ogden, may I have the envelope? A Boy and His Dog, Gordon Hollingshead, Warner Brothers.
I'd just like to say a word of appreciation for all that was connected in making this short, especially Leroy Prince, who directed.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fairbanks is going to continue with awards for short subjects, including the one-reel classification, cartoons, documentary, production, and so forth. And we'll bring you the winners of all these awards. But before we do, we know our feminine listeners especially want to know who is creating all the fashion interest tonight. Frances Scully, ABC fashion and movie commentator, has been talking with the stars and making notes all evening long, and I think she can tell you it'll be a job to pick the best-dressed woman here tonight, wouldn't it, Frances?
It really would, Buddy Twist, but I have all the notes, and I'm really so excited. Folks, I just wish all of you could have been here tonight, because it's really so thrilling. There's thousands of fans outside this wonderful Shrine Auditorium, and inside, of course, everybody's so excited, waiting to see who's going to be the winner. And then, you know, tonight, our entire program is going to be shortwaved all around the world through the Armed Forces Radio Service, so we have many Army dignitaries with us. But right here are some wonderful fashions, and Dorothy Lamour was really an eyeful in the most gorgeous white crepe dress sprinkled with jewel strawberries. Oh, she really looks good enough to eat. And little Margaret O'Brien is here tonight, all dressed up in black velvet with a little black velvet tam. And Maureen O'Hara has that gorgeous red hair of hers piled high on top of her head in a braid halo. And she's wearing a beautiful long black taffeta evening gown and a silver fox shawl stole. Oh, and you should have heard the roaring when they spotted Alan Ladd and his lovely wife, Sue Carroll. She looked beautiful in a gorgeous gray crepe dress and a Stone Martin shawl stole. And Frank Morgan, of course, and Paul Lucas and Steve Cochran and his wife, Faye McKenzie, Roscoe Ace. Oh, and Shirley Temple's here with her husband, John Agar. And Shirley's gown is black knit, and it has a black taffeta bodice, and around the shoulderless neckline, there's a ruching of white organdy. And also, there's a white organdy peplum. And she's wearing a little white ermine jacket. John Payne is here with his lovely wife, Gloria DeHaven. And she has a beautiful black velvet gown and a mink coat. Rex Harrison, of course, you remember Rex from his wonderful performance in Anna and the King of Siam. He's here tonight, and his beautiful wife, Lily Palmer, is all dressed in green taffeta with a sprinkling of gold sequins all over the bouffant skirt. Then, of course, you'll see Claude Rains. He's here, and he might be a winner because he's nominated this year. And then Hattie McDaniels, and she looks beautiful in white crepe. She really does, with a silver fox shawl stole and just all kinds of gardenias right down the shoulder of her beautiful cape. Virginia Mayo's wearing one of the new short evening gowns in black knit. And her boyfriend tonight is none other than Turhan Bey. Celeste Holm is here. You know, she is that musical comedy star from New York who's really gone over so big in Hollywood films. She's here with her husband. And Jennifer Holt is here with Billy Bakewell and Ben Alexander. And Catherine McLeod, the new Little Republic actress, looks very beautiful tonight. She's wearing a sequin jacket of black and a long black skirt and a corsage of beautiful California poinsettias. Oh, it's really something. Agnes Moorehead is wearing a stunning bronze satin suit and a white ermine cape. Anne Revere she's wearing green tonight, and her gown has an accordion-pleated skirt. She has a mink coat. Oh, and Sonny Tufts is here with his lovely Spanish-looking wife, and she has the most gorgeous Spanish outfit on of black lace and a black lace mantilla. And little Diana Lynn is all dressed up in pink knit. And, of course, Diana is such a pretty little thing, and she looks just like a schoolgirl, and she looks like tonight this is her debut. But it really isn't, because we've seen Diana around quite a bit at all those affairs. Greer Garson looked very beautiful coming in a black chiffon gown and a beautiful white ermine shawl stole. And then Vera Ellen, the little dancing star, is all dressed up in black knit with a corsage of camellias attached to her evening bag. Then Gene Autry and his wife came over and spoke to me, and I haven't seen Gene in a dinner jacket ever. And, of course, I just thought, well, maybe he has his cowboy hat, but he didn't. We look very, very sharp. Incidentally, all the men are wearing the dinner jackets in a real dark midnight blue, and they're very, very good looking. And Michelle Morgan is here with her husband, and Joan Davis with her beautiful silver mink coat, and Eve Arden with a silver jacket that was sprinkled in silver bugle beads. It was really out of this world. And, of course, Robert Montgomery, the George Murphys, Charles Coburn, Sidney Greenstreet, and little Elizabeth Taylor in white chiffon with orchids, and her escort was none other than Marshall Thompson, and you might be hearing more about that. That's a little gossip note. And Claude Jarman, Jr., the boy who was so wonderful as Jody in The Yearling, is here with his little sister. And he's so excited because this is his very first Academy Award, and I wouldn't be at all surprised that he might have a special award tonight. And Danny Kaye, he looked grand, and so did his wife. And here's Buddy Twist, because I think he has more to tell you. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Frances. That's nice coverage, I think, for our feminine audience. Now, I promised to give you the winners that Mr. Fairbanks just awarded Oscars to on the stage while you were hearing about who was here and what they were wearing. In the one-reel classification, Facing Your Danger, Gordon Hollingshead, I think you heard that. And then in the cartoon classification, the Cat Concerto, Metro Goldwyn Mayer and Frederick Quimby. In documentary production, Seeds of Destiny, the United States War Department. And now, Frances is going to be back with more information in just a moment, but I'm going to take this opportunity right now to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Now to Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. on the stage for the Scientific Award.
And far too little publicized. But it's understandable because they're all highly scientific. For instance, the first citation this evening is for Harlan L. Baumbach for the quantitative determination of hydroquinone. Now, I'll explain what that is. If you'll see me later outside, I will. But I can assure you it is a very notable achievement, and the citation of the Academy is but a symbol of the industry's appreciation for this achievement. Most of the others are easier to understand. Arthur L. Blinn, Robert O. Cook, and C.O. Slyfield for the audio finder and track viewer. All of these citations, ladies and gentlemen, are thoroughly deserving of your heartiest applause, I can assure you. They're less spectacular to you all, but certainly as worthy as any Oscar that's given out at any time. To Herbert E. Britt for his cloud and smoke formulas. Carl Faulkner for the reverse bias method. Marty Martin and Hal Adkins for their method of bullet effect. Burton F. Miller for the elimination of spectral energy distortion and the arc lighting generator filter. Peter Mole for the 450 carbon arc lamp. And last, but by no means least, Harold Nye for electronic fire and gas light effects. To all these gentlemen, I should like to add my dazzled congratulations. I would now like to introduce to you a notorious gentleman, a very blithe spirit, a Siamese friend of mine who for the evening is made up as a Britisher, Mr. Rex Harrison.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Fairbanks has given me a very disconcerting introduction. Makes me feel like the floating half of a non-detachable twin. I'm very happy to have as my first presentation the award for film editing. I don't know whether all the ladies and gentlemen in the audience know what film editing means. We actors do, believe me. I wasn't quite sure whether that was meant as a gag or not. It's the actual putting together of the celluloid. It requires not only mechanical skill, but a sense of rhythm like a musician's, a sense of comedy timing, and a sense of drama. In fact, it calls for great artistry, and the editors of the pictures nominated must have wielded platinum shears. They are Daniel Mandel for The Best Years of Our Lives, Samuel Goldwyn, RKO. William Hornbeck for It's a Wonderful Life, Liberty Films, RKO. William Lyon for The Jolson Story, Columbia. Arthur Hilton for The Killers, Mark Hellinger, Universal. And Harold Crest for The Yearling, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. May I have the fatal envelope, Mr. Ogden? Thank you. Daniel Mandel for The Best Years of Our Lives, Samuel Goldwyn.
I'm sorry Mr. Mandel was unable to come tonight. He is not only a very fine film editor, but he's a swell fellow. And in his behalf, I wish to thank the Academy members for voting Danny Mandel as the best film editor in 1946. Thank you.
The next award goes for sound recording. You don't need any explanation for that. Your ears are conscious of this important function whenever you're going to the cinema. The pictures for the best achievement in sound recording are Best Years of Our Lives, Samuel Goldwyn, Sound Department, Gordon Sawyer, Director. It's a Wonderful Life, Liberty RKO, Sound Department, John Auerberg, Director. And The Jolson Story, Columbia Sound Department, John Liverdery, Director. Ogden. The Jolson Story, Columbia Sound Department. Congratulations.
May I accept this award on behalf of the Sound Department of Columbia Pictures. I wish to thank every single member of the department for their contribution, and I wish to especially acknowledge the very excellent work of Richard Olson and Lex Cunningham. Thank you.
Well, we next step into the utter magic department, special effects. The simple task of the gentleman who creates these is to make real and believable to the eyes of the audience any wild fantasy of the writer's brain. The two nominations are Blithe Spirit, J. Arthur Rank, United Artists by Thomas Howard. In that, Tommy Howard had to make me and a couple of wives appear and disappear at will. And Stolen Life, Warner Brothers, visual effects by William McGann, audible effects by Nathan Levinson. In that, the task was the gracious one of giving us 2 Betty Davises. Fly Spirit, J. Arthur Rank, United Artists, Mr. Thomas Howard.
I want to thank the members of the Academy very much for this award and express Mr. Howard's sorrow for not being here. It is a great shame he couldn't be, and his brothers at Cineguild and Two Cities Films, I'm certain, are very proud of him. Anyone who can make Rex disappear is doing a good job.
Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, enough of this stark, dreary, masculine scene. I now have great pleasure in introducing Miss Lana Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to present the music score award. The first is for the best scoring of a musical picture. The nominations are Blue Skies, Paramount, by Robert Emmett Dolan. Centennial Summer, 20th Century Fox, by Alfred Newman. The Harvey Girls, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, by Lenny Hayden. The Jolson Story, Columbia, by Morris Soloff. Night and Day, Warner Brothers, by Ray Heindorf and Max Steiner. May I have the envelope, Miss Ellis? The winner is The Jolson Story, Columbia, by Morris Soloff.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to express my appreciation to Mr. Al Jolson for his wonderful performance musically, vocally, which was the inspiration for our musical scoring. And to the members of our staff at Columbia for their exceptional help to me, mainly Saul Chaplin and Martin Freed. Thank you very much.
Next is the best scoring of a dramatic or comedy picture. The ones up are Anna and the King of Siam, 20th Century Fox, by Bernard Ehrman. The Best Years of Our Lives, Samuel Goldwyn, RKO, by Hugo Friedhofer. Henry V, J. Arthur Rank, United Artists, by William Walton. Humoresque, Warner Brothers, by Franz Waxman. The Killers, Mark Hellinger, Universal, by Miklas Rosa. Mr. Ogden? The Best Years of Our Lives, Samuel Goldwyn, RKO, by Hugo Friedhofer.
I am not Hugo Friedhofer, but I accept this with great privilege and honor. And I know Mr. Friedhofer, who can't be here, would like to say that he thanks Mr. Jerry Moross, Mr. Kuttner, and Mr. Shukin for the arrangements they made, and Mr. Goldwyn for the picture that he produced. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, and congratulations anyway to Mr. Friedhofer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Miss Greer Garson.
Thank you, Lana. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's my job to present the awards for art direction and interior decoration. And if anyone thinks that these are given for a pretty taste in curtains or a knack of doing up a snappy living room, they should remember the very varied accomplishments that are required by this art and the many different moods that have to be created. The nominations are in two divisions, by the way. First, black and white. Now, for that, we have Lyle Wheeler and William Darling for the art direction of Anna and the King of Siam, 20th Century Fox. The set decoration on that picture was done by Thomas Little and Frank E. Hughes. Then we have Hans Dreyer and Walter Tyler for the art direction of Kitty, a Paramount picture. And the set decoration was by Sam Comer and Ray Moyer. Then there's Richard Day and Nathan Juran for art direction of The Razor's Edge, 20th Century Fox. Set decoration was done by Thomas Little and Paul S. Fox. Good news, please, Mr. Ogden. Black and White Awards. Lyle Wheeler and William Darling for the art direction of Anna and the King of Siam, 20th Century Fox. Modest. The set decoration award is shared by Thomas Little and Frank E. Hughes. Is it?
Thank you very much.
You know, folks, these people have everything written down. We haven't a thing written down. But I would like to thank the people at 20th Century Fox for notifying me and letting me come down and receive the award this evening. Thank you.
That was a very popular award. Now, our second group of nominations is for art direction and decoration in color. First, Paul Sheriff and Carmen Dillon for the art direction of Henry V, a J. Arthur Rank United Artists picture. Then John Bryan for the art direction of Caesar and Cleopatra, J. Arthur Rank United Artists picture. And thirdly, Cedric Gibbons and Paul Gross for art direction of The Yearling, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And the set decoration on that picture was the work of Edwin B. Willis. Mr. Ogden, the speaker. The award for art direction goes to Cedric Gibbons and Paul Gross for The Yearling.
Both of us thank everyone for all their help.
They're not as silent as that on the sets, I must say. And now we have an award for the set decoration on the same picture, The Yearling. A certificate of merit to Edwin B. Willis. Ed is not here, so we shall have to present his award to him later. Thank you. And now I give you Miss Anne Sheridan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Greer. The contestants in this group are the ones who actually make the films. They're the ones who bring to you the work of all the others. The cinematographers, God bless them. Again, they're in two groups. Black and white, the nominations are Arthur Miller for Anna and the King of Siam, 20th Century Fox, and George Posey for the Green Years, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Mr. Ogden. If I can get this open, I'll be doing all right. Arthur Miller for Anna and the King of Siam. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the cameramen and all of the members of the Academy for this award. Thank you.
And now, color photography. The nominations are Charles Rocher, Leonard Smith, and Arthur Arling for The Yearling, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Joseph Walker for The Jolson Story, Columbia. Charles Rocher, Leonard Smith, and Arthur Arling for The Yearling, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this music you hear is to cover the winners coming sometimes from the back of the house up to the stage. In this case, there are three winners, and they're wending their way up to the stage now and to Miss Sheridan to receive the award. They're approaching them now in single file. Here they are.
Congratulations, you, Rob. Thank you. God bless you. Sir, congratulations.
I would like to take this opportunity of not only thanking the members of the Academy and the ASTN cameramen, but also the members of the crew of the Yearling who gave us and got behind us to help us win this award.
I think that goes double for me. And I know Brooklyn is very proud of me tonight.
I'd like to say thanks to all the Academy members. I'd like to especially say thanks to Mr. Sidney Frankman and Mr. Chesley Frankman and all the MGM people for including me in this honor. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. And now, may I introduce to you a young man I seem to have heard about someplace. I think one name is Johnson. Could the other be Van? Mr. Johnson, you're on. Come on, take it away.
Thank you, Miss Sheridan. Here we have a group of awards that we don't have to make a lot of speeches about because they speak for themselves. It's the songs. And this year we're going to be a little different in our presentation of them. We're going to have them sung for you. The first song is Old Buttermilk Sky from Kenyon Passage, a Walter Wanger production for Universal, music by Hoagy Carmichael, lyrics by Jack Brooks, and believe it or not, Mr. Carmichael in person.
Oh, buttermilk sky, I'm keeping my eye peeled on you. What's the good word tonight? Are you going to be mellow tonight? Oh, buttermilk sky, catch a team, a little donkey and me. We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm going to pop her that question, do you, darling, do you do? It'll be easy, so easy, if I can only bank on you, oh, buttermilk sky. I'm a-telling you why, now you know. Keep it in mind tonight. Keep a brushing those clouds from sight. Oh, buttermilk sky, don't you fail me when I'm needing you most. Hang a moon above her hitching post. Hitch me to the one I love. You can if you try. Don't tell me no lie. Will you be mellow and bright tonight, oh, buttermilk sky? You can if you try.
Thank you, Hoagie. Next comes All Through the Day from Centennial Summer, 20th Century Fox. Music by Jerome Kern, lyrics by Oscar Hammerstein II, and just to remind you how it goes, Miss Dinah Shore.
All through the day I dream about the night. I dream about the night here with you. All through the day I wish away the time until the time when I'm here with you. The sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. Down smiles the moon, and soon your lips recall the kiss I dreamed of. All through the day, all through the day.
Thank you, Dinah. The next contender is You Keep Coming Back Like a Song from Paramount's Blue Skies. Music and lyrics by Irving Berlin, and the guest singer is Andy Russell.
You keep coming back like a song. A song that keeps saying, remember, the sweet used to be that was once you and me. Keeps coming back like an old melody. The perfume of roses in May returns to my room in December. From out of the past where forgotten things belong. You keep coming back like a song.
Thank you, Andy. And now our next song is The Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's The Harvey Girls. Music by Harry Warren, lyrics by Johnny Mercer. The artist who was scheduled to do this number is unable to appear at the last minute, and Miss Dinah Shaw has graciously consented to sing it.
Do you hear that whistle down the line? I figure that it's engine number 49. He's the only one that'll sound that way on the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. See the old smoke rising round the bend. I reckon that she knows she's gonna meet a friend. Folks around these parts get the time of day from the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. Here she comes. Ooh, hey, Jim, you better get the rig. She's got a list of passengers that's pretty big, and they all want lifts to Brown's Hotel, 'cause lots of them been traveling for quite a spell, all the way from Philadelphia on the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe.
Finally, we have I Can't Begin to Tell You from 20th Century Fox production, The Dolly Sisters. Music by James Monaco, lyrics by Mac Gordon, and the voice, none other than Dick Haymes.
I can't begin to tell you how much you mean to me. My world would end if ever we were through. I can't begin to tell you how happy I would be if I could speak my mind like others do. I make such pretty speeches whenever we're apart, but when you're near, the words I choose refuse to leave my heart. So take the sweetest phrases the world has ever known and make believe I've said them all to you.
Thank you, Dick. And now, Mr. Ogden, will you let me sing out the winner? The Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's, the Harvard Girls, music by Harry Warren, lyrics. On behalf of the Academy, I will accept the nominations for Mr. Mercer and Mr. Warren. Now, may I present Mr. Robert Montgomery?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I like giving these awards because they go to writers. I like that because I'm a man who regards a piece of blank paper on which words must be inscribed with absolute terror. I like it because as an actor I know that the only protection an actor can have, or a director either for that matter, lies in those words that are on that paper. If they square with the experience and the emotion and the good sense of the audience, you're as safe as a house. And if they don't, you're out there in the wind and in the rain. But who am I to be saying how important writers really are? Here's our list. First, the best original motion picture story. This award covers only originals written for the screen, not previously published or produced in any other medium. The nominations are as follows. The Dark Mirror, Universal International, original story by 𝒆𝒍'𝒔. The Strange Love of Martha Ives, Hal B. Wallace Productions, Paramount, original story by Jack Patrick. The Stranger, International Pictures, RKO, original story by Victor Trevas. To Each His Own, Paramount, original story by Charles Brackett. Vacation from Marriage, London Films, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Original story by Clemence Dane. May I have the envelope, please? Thank you. Vacation from Marriage, London Films. Original story by Clemence Dane. Congratulations.
Thank you. This is a great surprise to me. I had no idea this would happen, and I take great pleasure in accepting this from Miss Clemence Dane. Thank you very much.
Next, the award for the best original screenplay. The writer or writers of the screenplay must also have been the sole author or authors of the original. The Blue Dahlia, Paramount. Screenplay by Raymond Chandler. Children of Paradise, Pathé Cinema. Screenplay by Jacques Prévert. Notorious, RKO Radio. Screenplay by Ben Hecht. Road to Utopia, Paramount. Screenplay by Norman Panama and Melvin Frank. The Seventh Veil, J. Arthur Rank, Universal. Screenplay by Muriel Box and Sidney Box. May I have the envelope? Thank you. The Seventh Veil. J. Arthur Rank.
This is the station identification. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Now back to the stage. Here comes the winner.
I should explain that I'm not Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Box. Unfortunately, they're back in England, shivering in the cold while we're enjoying the California sunshine. However, I do thank on their behalf the Academy for giving us this great honor for our great little picture. I think Anne ought to be up here really as well. She's down in the audience.
Thank you.
The next award is for the best written screenplay, whether developed from published material or an original by some other writer or writers. The nominations are as follows. Anna and the King of Siam, 20th Century Fox, screenplay by Talbot Jennings and Sally Benson. The Best Years of Our Lives, Sam Goldwyn, RKO, screenplay by Robert E. Sherwood. Brief Encounter, J. Arthur Rank, Universal International. Screenplay by David Lean, Anthony Havelock Allen, and Ronald Neame. The Killers, Mark Hellinger, Universal. Screenplay by Anthony Veillet. Open City, Minerva Films. Screenplay by Sergei Amidi and F. Pellini. May I have the envelope? The best years of our lives. By Mr. Robert Sherwood.
I am not Robert Sherwood. But it's a pleasure to... He asked me to accept this if he should get it, and it's a pleasure to do so. I know he'll be glad to have it, and it's going to look awfully well among his 3 Pulitzer Prizes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my part of the performance for the evening and also my duties, and it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you a very charming and wonderful lady, Miss Shirley Temple.
Hello, and thank you. I'm here to give a special junior award for a very special job of acting. That goes for acting either junior or senior. For Jody in The Yearling, Claude Jarman Jr. Can you please step up?
This is indeed a surprise for Claude. He was in the center, has to wend his way out to the aisle, up the center stage, and now up to Shirley Temple and greeted by tremendous applause.
I never got to play in a picture with so many animals as that, but I guess nobody ever did except Snow White. May I say, here is a person you will never stop enjoying. Congratulations, Claude.
Thank you. This is about the most exciting thing that can happen to anybody. I wanted to thank Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer for all they've done for me, and Mr. Sidney Franklin for letting me play Jody, and Mr. Clarence Brown for picking me out of my schoolroom and bringing me here, and Miss Lillian Burns at the studio, who has helped me so much, and to all of you for liking me. I'm very proud and grateful.
It is now my privilege to give a special award to Harold Russell, who, by his performance in the motion picture The Best Years of Our Lives, gave inspiration to his fellow veterans and quickened his fellow Americans' pride in their country. Please come up, Mr. Russell.
Young chap, the veteran who lost both hands in the war. He's really getting a well-deserved hand.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the proudest and the happiest moment of my life. I wish to sincerely thank Mr. Weiler and Mr. Goldwyn and all the other wonderful people that helped me so much in the picture The Best Years of Our Lives. Shirley, I'd like to accept this trophy in the name of all those thousands of disabled veterans who are laying in hospitals all over the country. Thank you very much.
And now, Mr. Mervyn Leroy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is really a great honor for me. About 25 years ago, a man arrived in Hollywood with sort of a rough face, a little bitter face, with a big black cigar and he did an awful lot for our industry, for our directors. He, I think, is the first man who moved a camera up to a door and did not go through the peek hole. He's a great man. He's made wonderful pictures. 25 years in Hollywood. He's made such pictures as The Marriage Circle, The Love Parade, Smiling Lieutenant, Tunachka, and Clooney Brown. This year, his 25th year in America, the Board of Directors of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences honor him by a special Academy Award. Come up, Ernest Lubitsch.
This certainly is a great honor. Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the new president of the Actors Guild, a wonderful boy, a hard worker, and a great actor, Mr. Ronald Reagan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the poet plaintively asks, where are the snows of yesteryear? And they must be gone, because he keeps right on asking. I suppose in this magic day of science, some chemist will change snow into celluloid someday. Might at this moment. But I sincerely hope he never changes celluloid into snow. Because until he does, we can ask, where are the films of yesteryear? And our archives can say, right here. As a matter of fact, tonight, we can present the achievements of several yesteryears. And in introducing them, I need say no more than, here are our past glories, our present memories, and our future inspirations. You know, ladies and gentlemen, it's not unusual for a motion picture to introduce an actor who appeared in it. But tonight, an actor introduces a motion picture in which he did not appear, and I regret that very much, because it is my honor to present the Academy Cavalcade.
The Academy Cavalcade, all of the Academy Award winners since the inception of this organization. The film is self-explanatory, with the exception of the title. And oddly enough, this is a disastrous thing that's taken place. The film was put on the screen upside down and backwards. The orchestra has picked it up now, and I'm sure the projectionist has at least the reddest face in all Hollywood. He is probably scrambling with his projector right now, and this is a film that I had the pleasure of seeing, and one that I know you old-timers, you folks who have been going to motion pictures for the past 20 or 25 years, will recognize pictures that you have long since forgotten, and names of famous movie actors and actresses that have probably escaped your memory for a long, long time. The curtains are closed now. The orchestra has taken it up, and I'm sure we'll be ready for the film in just a moment. In the meantime, I give you...
Ladies and gentlemen, that scientist I was mentioning must have got busy with that celluloid. Darn poor time for him to get so scientific. Anyway, if you will just bear with us for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've got a little old film up there, as you can well imagine, in an Academy Cavalcade. So bear with us while the boys get out their stitching kit and the adhesive tape, and we'll see what happens in a minute or two.
That was Ronald Reagan explaining to the audience here in the Shrine Auditorium just what happened, and some of this film is indeed old. It's 20 and 25 years, and the boys in the projection booth had quite some difficulty in patching it all together and making it stay together long enough to be run off. Now, the orchestra. remind you that the American Broadcasting Company is bringing you this 19th Motion Picture Academy Award presentation from the Shrine Auditorium in the city of Los Angeles. It's the largest theater in the world. You might be interested, too, in knowing some of the things that I saw as I came into the theater early, some hour or an hour and 15 minutes before the production actually got underway. There were searchlights literally by the hundreds for a solid square block around the Shrine Auditorium. They had built seats, elevated seats directly across from the entrance to the Shrine Auditorium and on either side. And I should imagine the seats would hold something like 1,500 or 2,000 people in the premieres and previews usually held in Hollywood. And as a matter of fact, at the Academy Award presentation, usually the seating capacity is about 200 or 300, not more than that. But they made special arrangements for this special Academy Award tonight. That's the audience in the background applauding the orchestra, which is doing this fill-in while the projectionists in the booth are trying to patch up that old cavalcade film. It's the film that will show you the Academy Award winners and the films and some of the people from the films for the past 20 or 25 years. The film is self-explanatory. That's the thing that I was telling you when the projectionist had his fatal error and difficulty in the projection booth. And I think it's going to be sufficiently self-explanatory for all of you people all over the United States to pick out your favorite. Now, here's the title. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences presents, I'm reading the title for you now, and it's right side up, The Cavalcade of Academy Awards. Now the voice on the film will take over, and you'll hear it from here.
This is Hollywood, that magical Mecca movie land, fountainhead of the celluloid fantasy whose shining shadow flickers around the full circumference of our troubled world. Hollywood, where science and sorcery combine to brew a magic broth of laughter and tears, of thrills and chills, for audiences totaling 250 million people a week. Here tonight, the evening of March 13th at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles, we gather to appraise the efforts achieved by some 70,000 cinema workers. Your very presence here proves that you know full well who is the most sought after, the most famed, the most desired of all. Who? Well, of course, it's highly advantageous to know the cameraman, and directors and producers are eagerly besieged for favor. Of course, there are the much-envied glamorous stars, and most respectfully regarded is the writer. But not any of these is Hollywood's most coveted personality. There is one whose fame and importance transcends all others. Who? Well, it is I, Oscar, the Academy Award. True, I'm only a metal statuette, intrinsically worth but a few dollars. But I'm not for sale. I must be earned. I must be won by merit. They tell me I'm only 18 years old, but that's a falsehood, because I was born millions of years ago, when primitive man first began his epic march to nowadays. For I represent achievement. I am that recognition of achievement for which mankind will always strive, so long as he is a very human mankind. And I'm also you, the audiences who demand and receive each year better and finer entertainment on the silver screen. My present incarnation was conceived in the year 1927, when the creative minds of Hollywood, fulfilling a long-felt desire, established in the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences a plan to honor the progress of their fellow workers, the now world-famous Academy Award. The next year, 1928, I went into action. To Miss Janet Gaynor for her breathless performance in Seventh Heaven, I paid official tribute. And a knighthood as the great actor of that year went to Emil Jennings for The Way of All Flesh. The best production of 1928, the scintillating sky epic Wings, and I, Oscar, made obeisance to it. And then I gave a special recognition to Warner Brothers for The Jazz Singer.
Blue days they came, all than dawn, nothing but blue skies from now on. You like that, Mama?
A prophetic testimonial to the first feature talking picture. 1929. To America's sweetheart, Mary Pickford, Hollywood presented me for the heart-touching Coquette. And on Warner Baxter, I was bestowed for In Old Arizona, My accolade for the best production of the year, the musical extravaganza, Broadway melody, epoch-making in originality. 1930, Norma Shearer sparkled her charming personality through The Divorcee, and gladly I was hers. And I honored myself as well as George Arliss, gallant veteran of stage and screen, for his magnificent Disraeli. And to class All Quiet on the Western Front as the best production of 12 months was putting it mildly, wasn't it? 1931. It brought a great lady, Marie Dressler, world-beloved star at a grandmother's age. And I humbly thanked her for Min and Bill. And from another veteran, Lionel Barrymore in The Free Soul, came the finest actor's performance of the 52 weeks. In all honesty, I could pronounce only Cimarron the finest motion picture of the year. 1932. Helen Hayes, fresh from high honors of the Broadway stage, found Oscar's favor in The Sin of Madeleine Claudet. To Frederick March, I said that his astounding depiction of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was the most impressive performance by a screen actor. And the multi-starred Grand Hotel, Hollywood voted its choice as the best production. 1933. It gave my image to Katharine Hepburn for an astonishing performance in Morning Glory. And to Charles Laughton, my presentation signified his histrionic triumph as Henry VIII. The great production of the year, Cavalcade, without a doubt. 1934, and it happened one night, a clean sweep. To Clark Gable, the best by an actor. To Claudette Colbert, the finest performance by an actress. To the picture itself as the best of the year. And that year, Shirley Temple became the very smallest target at which my special Oscar was ever aimed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cobb. Mommy, can I go home now?
1935. Betty Davis overwhelmed us all in Dangerous. And you got me, too, Betty. And so did Victor McLaughlin for a compelling and tragic portrayal of The Informer. Mutiny on the Bounty, the epic sea drama, gave full acknowledgement to the genius of the late, great Irving Thalberg, he who, from the very beginnings of the Academy, had been a throbbing, life-giving artery to its heart. Mutiny on the Bounty, said we all, was the truly great motion picture of 1935. 1936. Louise Reiner and the great Ziegfeld captivated us so completely that my acknowledgement was hers for outstanding brilliance as an actress. And to the great Ziegfeld itself, with lavish beauty and compelling biography, I bowed again to call it the foremost production. Paul Muni brought such dignity and artistry to the story of Louis Pasteur that there was no doubt in Hollywood's mind. They placed me at Mr. Muni's feet. 1937, The Good Earth and Louise Reiner again. 2 successive years, 2 successive Oscars. And that year there came to screen life another epic of the sea, Captains Courageous, so that we could weep over Spencer Tracy in his unforgettable portrayal. Best production of 37, The Life of Émile Zola. No doubt about that, was there? No doubt, said Oscar. 1938. Here's Betty Davis again as Jezebel, on whose stark reality was bestowed my second expression of favor. And when I first saw Boys Town, I suspected that Spencer Tracy would acquire another little boy, another little golden boy. He did. His Oscar the second. Do they say you can't take it with you? Ah, but you can. And the picture did. It took me proudly home from the Academy Award function that night. 1938 also brought a special award to a man who could whistle while he worked. Walt Disney, Hollywood's master of whimsy, received not only me, but my 7 little Oscarettes. 1939, the most distinguished performance of the year by an actor, came off the screen and into our hearts in the touching portrayal of Mr. Chips by Robert Donat. The actress of that year, a vivid and memorable one, Vivian Leigh as Scarlett O'Hara. And truly unanimous applause greeted the pronouncement that the picture itself, Gone with the Wind, was the greatest film achievement of the year. And James Stewart told the Philadelphia story so skillfully that we told him in return he might have me to remind him so that the story might never be forgotten. Long, lean, lanky Jimmy Stewart, so soon to change into a suit of clothes he didn't have to buy for himself. So soon after that to find that the Army also distributes little metal objects of golden metallic hue. The foremost feminine film thespian of the year, Ginger Rogers, for her sterling role of Kitty Foyle, Kitty who also lived and earned her fame in Philadelphia. 1940's foremost film feature, the brooding terror and suspense of Rebecca, the start of Vogue, perhaps, for many were the tales of mist and mystery to follow it. 1941, the Great World War had snatched up America in its horrid maw, and outstanding as the actor of the year was, aptly and eloquently, the stirring American Sergeant York of Gary Cooper. An Oscar glowed with patriotism as well as pride, as I became an extra stripe on the sergeant's sleeve. The actress of the year, you just saw her under very suspicious circumstances in last year's outstanding picture. Here she is again, this year to come into her own completely. Joan Fontaine in Suspicion. And how gold was the Oscar for the outstanding motion picture of the year, and how green was My Valley, and the warm and realistic film of that name, in its triumph of emotion and realism. 1942 comes forward James Cagney, and I, Oscar, felt his hand tremble a little as he stood before his colleagues, accredited with the Best Actor's Performance of the Year, for bringing to life the heart and soul of a manly and melodious American, the late and now long lamented George M. Cohan, brought alive on the screen as Yankee Doodle Dandy. But the Yankees stretched their hands across the sea that year, and I, Oscar, was in that Yankee hand as it gave the tribute of the year to Greer Garson for her enactment of the title role in Mrs. Miniver, a characterization that stirred our hearts with the courage of a woman so much closer than we to the firing line. And, reinforcing our sympathetic admiration, was our vote that the picture, Mrs. Miniver, outshone all others in greatness for the year. 1943, were world events opening our eyes as well as our hearts? I thought so, when the vote sent me to Paul Lucas for the warm and sympathetic reality he brought to his role in The Watch on the Rhine. And most significant and discerning was Hollywood's strident claim that Jennifer Jones gave to the Song of Bernadette, the ultimate artistry worthy of Academy and Oscars traditions. Yes, our tastes and our enthusiasms were cosmopolitan, were international that year of 1943. The year's greatest picture, Casablanca, brought a full measure of tenseness and tenderness, well deserving of my acclamation. 1944, when the incomparable Ingrid Bergman took her place in the gallery of Oscar's Academy of Immortals. And to tell the truth, even I, Oscar myself, wasn't quite sure she'd survived the menacing terrors of Gaslight until I saw her actually standing there, alive and smiling, to acknowledge my bestowal. The finest actor's performance of 1944. Oh, I smiled with satisfaction that year when the award was made. I smiled my best Oscar-esque golden grin, for I was never happier than when acknowledging the simple sincerity, the charming magnetism of a young priest, played by a young man whose voice probably has been heard by more people than the voice of any other human being who ever lived, as Bing Crosby became the Academy choice. And the picture in which he appeared, of course, Going My Way and still fresh in our hearts, was voted the outstanding motion picture production of 1944. Going My Way, with all its warm and wonderful little people, with its music box tinkle, its fine and shining light that reflected bright luster on our shield. 1945. Why, we're getting up to date. Those were the awards made only a year ago. And only at the Academy Awards ceremonial did we actually find out what Mildred Pierce did. What, you still don't know? Well, Mildred Pierce did bring me, Oscar, into the well-earned possession of her vivid, cinematic portrayer, Joan Crawford. Surely no one needs to be told what Ray Milland did. That is, besides winning my highest approval as the outstanding actor of the year, he saw bottles and chandeliers. And he saw a lot of other things, too. And what he saw, and what we all saw in The Lost Weekend, brought it an Oscarized guarantee that Hollywood approved it as 1945's greatest production. So there we are up to date, Mr. and Mrs. Audience. And here we are at the Shrine Auditorium on the evening of March 13th to find out who will win the Academy Awards for the year 1946. Yes, everybody's here. Everybody's curious, covetous, envious perhaps, but withal excited, for dearly cherished is this greatest recognition by our fellow workers of our own efforts. For I am Oscar, the priceless award of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the ultimate glory in Hollywood success. So watch and wait and look and listen, for very soon I shall tell you who wins me for 1946, our 19th consecutive annual ceremony. Yes, this is Hollywood. Hold everything, folks. I'll be back in a flash with an Oscar, and maybe it'll be for you. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, and I think I should tell you now, as many of you no doubt already know, that film was written and narrated by Terry Wilson. I know that it moved you. I know there was a bit of laughter, and I'm sure you were choked up with a few memories. Maybe something more. I'm quite sure something more. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I think if we searched for a single symbol of the satisfying esteem in which this industry and its protagonist is held by the public, we could find no more comprehensive one than the autograph album. I have one here. You might well call this a Bobby Soxer's dream, because this album, tonight, from each name, we shall materialize the person of the distinguished owner. Naturally, no autograph album is complete. But from the long list of brilliant films honored by the Academy, I present to you a parade of personalities. Not only winners of individual awards, but others whose contributions to certain films were important factors in achieving that quality which brought the Academy's accolades. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the parade of stars. And from the picture Wings, Mr. Buddy Rogers. From the same picture, Mr. Richard Arlen. From a great picture in old Arizona, Warner Baxter. From the life of 𝒆𝒆𝒍'𝒔, Zola, Miss Gloria Holden. From Grand Hotel, Mr. Louis Stone. From the picture Rebecca, Miss Judith Anderson. And who can forget him in You Can't Take It With You, Mr. Edward Arnold. And another unforgettable performance in Gone with the Wind, Miss Hattie McDaniel. And for two great performances, The Life of 𝒆𝒆𝒍'𝒔 Zola and The Story of Louis Pasteur, the star of those pictures, Mr. Paul Muni. And no one will ever forget, All Quiet on the Western Front, Mr. Ben Alexander. And from his comrade at arms in the same picture, Mr. William Bakewell. And she danced her way through You Can't Take It With You, Miss Ann Miller. Another double threat, from How Green Was My Valley and Mutiny on the Bounty, Mr. Donald Crisp. Also from How Green Was My Valley, Miss Maureen O'Hara. And God bless him, from Philadelphia Historians You Can't Take It With You, Mr. Jimmy Stewart. And the great picture, Cimarron and Miss Estelle Taylor. From the picture Casablanca, Mr. Paul Henry. And I told you, ladies and gentlemen, that not always could you materialize the personages from the names in this book. And so now, in memory, from Min and Bill, Marie Dressler, and from Disraeli, George Arlitt. From the picture Casablanca, Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. And seen in Rebecca and Suspicion, Miss Joan Fontaine. And star of a great picture mentioned here before, of Cimarron, Mr. Richard Dick. Mrs. Miniver, Miss Greer Garson. Oh, this next name, the credits could go on for a long, long time, but let's just mention A Free Soul, Grand Hotel, You Can't Take It With You, Mr. Lionel Barrymore. You'll forgive me if I have a little difficulty with this next name. From The Lost Weekend, Miss Jane Wyman. For a great stirring performance in a picture, Watch on the Rhine, Mr. Paul Lucas. The Great Ziegfeld and the Good Earth, Miss Louise Reiner. You've already proven you remembered Cimarron, so of course you know Roscoe H. And National Velvet, Miss Anne Revere. And again, the picture The Lost Weekend, and its star Ray Milland. And Cavalcade, Miss Una O'Connor. Gone with the Wind, and Miss Anne Rutherford. And for Grand Hotel, Mr. Gene Herschel. And she has been introduced once before for contribution for Screen Entertainment 1934, Miss Shirley Temple.
and a fella from Going My Way called Frank McHugh. The Life of Emil Zola and Miss Gail Sondergaard. And from the picture, The Great Ziegfeld, and we could list a great many more, Mr. Frank Morgan. And ladies and gentlemen, the Yankee Doodle dandy himself, Jimmy Cagney. And I guess that brings us to the end of our book, ladies and gentlemen, with, for an immortal performance in Coquette, Miss Mary Pickford.
We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Now to Ronald Reagan and the stage.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce a gentleman who gets very unhappy every year at this time because he does not win an award. A man who has set music back 20 years and who parlayed a pinch penny purse into a great career, Jack Benny.
I'm from the Horn Blows at Midnight. They told me to be here at 8 o'clock. I guess the committee is a little sore at me. I didn't get here until 8:30. I didn't want them to think that I was over-anxious, you know. While I was standing in the entrance, they could have made the road to Rio with 4 lanes. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really very, very happy to be here tonight. Of course, this is pretty late in the evening for a suave comedian. This is really a return engagement for me. You see, I was Master of Ceremonies for the Academy 3 years ago, and I'm back here again tonight. And, of course, fortunately, I've had other work in between. I don't depend on this entirely for a living. You see, I'm on the radio, of course, Sunday night, and then I make a picture every leap year. And I also have a sideline that's been doing terrific businesses, particularly this past year. I've converted my printing press from Christmas cards to Atwater Kent invitations. Really been swell. I mean, he has so many parties, you know. There's coming out parties, going in parties. The parties are so close together that most people don't even bother going home at all. But I know it's late, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know there are many, many stars in front still waiting for the awards. I know you're all nervous and excited. Not me. I know where I stand. But, of course, this time, there's nothing to be jealous about. See, I haven't made a picture in about a year or two. Right now, I'm suspended at Warner Brothers for turning down a very, very important part in Humorette.
offered me originally they offered me the John Garfield role, but I wouldn't even consider it. I mean, I figure that if I'm supposed to be a violinist through a picture, I'm going to play the violin. I mean, I'm not going to stand for them dubbing in Isaac Stern or Heifetz or Jules Stein or anybody else. So I told that to Jack Warner, and he suspended me. Well, he didn't advise me of it personally, but before he went to Europe, he told the cop at the gate not to let me in anymore. Of course, he's been mad at me anyway since I made the horn blows, the horn blows at midnight. I mean, he thinks just because we had a great script and a fine director and a good cast that it was my fault, you see. Of course, it had, there were mixed criticisms of the horn blows at midnight. I mean, a lot of people hated it. Petrillo loved it. I mean, it was interesting. But, of course, Jack Warner has suspended so many of his stars that I understand that now he had to give his brother Harry the lead in the voice of the turtle. I've had so much trouble there anyway that really, I don't know. For 2 cents, I'd go back to Pine and Thomas. Really. I mean, there are a couple of fellas that really know how to make pictures. They make them fast, too. They haven't even had time to go into any of the Atwater Kent parties, But of course, I don't see why people, again, this isn't because I'm jealous. I don't know why people want to make a lot of pictures anyway. I mean, you can't keep the money. It all goes to Howard Greer anyway, everything, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce a man who will present the award for the best achievement in directing a picture. This gentleman won the award last year for directing Lost Weekend. I mean, he made a whole thing out of a bottle in a chandelier. And he had Ray Milland play it. Phil Harris could have played it, found the bottle sooner. Giving him 3 fast choruses, if that's what I like about the South, right after that, Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this very, very wonderful writer and director, Mr. Billy Wilder. Billy Wilder.
Nominated are The Best Years of Our Life, Samuel Goldwyn, Mr. William Wyler. Brief Encounter, Mr. Rank. David Lean. It's a Wonderful Life, Liberty Films, Frank Capra. The Killers, Robert 𝒆𝒍'𝒔. The Yearlings, MGM, Clarence Brown. William Wyler.
The award goes to William Wyler for his direction of The Best Years of Our Lives. Samuel Goldwyn, RKO. He's up on the stage now. Billy Wilder walks over, takes him by the hand, brings him up to the microphone.
Willie, which is your good ear? Because I want to say a few big words.
You can't get on the other one. You can't get on the other one. This is the one.
All I want to say, Willie, as a director, that I regard The Best Years of Our Life as the best directed picture I've ever seen in my life. I think you are the champ, and we love you, we're proud of you, and God bless you. Thank you, Billy.
I'm deeply grateful and very happy that the picture was liked so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Wyler. I really thought that his direction of that picture was not only superb, but courageous. And I think that picture will go down as a monument to Mr. Wyler's knowledge of human nature. You know, I made a picture once where I thought I might have a chance for an award. I made it with Lubitsch, a picture called To Be or Not to Be, which I was a comedian who played Hamlet, but I had so much trouble in that picture, too. In fact, Lubitsch got so mad at me that when the picture was over, instead of cutting the film, he bit out the parts that he didn't want. I finally saw the picture. I think he swallowed the best part of it. I mean, of course, I was disappointed anyway. It was supposed to have been made in Technicolor, you see, but we had to go back to black and white because due to a peculiar pigment in my skin, I photographed plaid. Ladies and gentlemen, about a year and a half ago, Mr. Eric Johnston became the president of the Motion Picture Producers Association. And in that short time, and with a surprise to no one, he won the admiration, the respect, and the love of everyone in our industry. And he's honoring us tonight with a visit and will present the award for the best picture of the year, Mr. Eric Johnston, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. But aren't you a little out of character this evening? In your introduction of me, you've been so generous. Your generous introduction has almost bordered on lavishness, as a matter of fact. Tonight, the best picture of the year becomes one of the immortals. It is by their art that we know the people of the past. It is by today's art that tomorrow will know about us. For kings and conquerors have strutted across the misty yesterdays only to find that their deeds and their names have been forgotten. But art survives. Art always lives. The motion picture has given to the world the finest and the newest in dramatic art since the birth of the Greek drama. But in order for it to achieve its topmost position, it is essential that it have good craftsmanship as well as inspiration. It is essential that we recognize all elements of the industry, whether they be newsreels, entertainment films, documentaries, or educational films. In fact, sometimes one almost blends into the other. But there are ample honors for each to receive its due laurels. Having given the world a new art, tonight I'm going to ask you to try to give it something more. Give the world understanding. Give the world those ties of friendship and admiration which can only come from knowledge, which can only come from appreciation. Join hands with others who are working with films in other parts of the world, so that by the very force of our example, we may broaden and enrich the lives of peoples everywhere. But even the gaiety of this evening and the brilliance of this performance cannot gloss over the fact that to our generation is the tragic privilege of living in the greatest human crisis since the fall of the Roman Empire. But if ours is the tragic privilege, it is also the magnificent opportunity to mold and to form and to direct the inevitable changes of tomorrow, so that at long last we may have peace on earth and goodwill towards men. It is in that spirit that the Academy presents its award for the best picture of the year.
Motion Picture Arts and Sciences presents, I'm reading the title for you now on this clip for the Best Picture of the Year, the 19th Annual Award, Achievements during 1946.
And here is the voice of Oscar again, bringing you the nominations for the Best Motion Picture of the Year 1946. In alphabetical order, if you please. They are, number 1, The Best Years of Our Lives, Samuel Goldwyn, RKO Radio.
In the case of the nominee film for the Best Picture, the scenes selected are all without dialogue. The clips are in alphabetical order, as you've just heard, and this scene from The Best Years of Our Lives shows Dana Andrews wandering among the grounded bombing planes. And suddenly, he spots his old bomber. The name is on the nose of the ship. It's called Round Trip. He climbs into the cockpit. Remember that scene?
Number 2, Henry V, J. Arthur Rank, Two Cities, United Artists, British.
You know your places. God given you all.
The British film Henry V. Here are the stirring movements just before the great battle scene. And now the battle is in its opening moment. Horsemen go into action, lances fly, arrows are in the air. Henry V. If you saw the picture, you won't soon forget this scene. It was shot in Ireland.
Number 3, It's a Wonderful Life, Liberty Films Incorporated, RKO Radio.
This is nearly the final scene from the picture It's a Wonderful Life, where all the townspeople whom Jimmy Stewart has defended and befriended came to his aid. There's great confusion with everyone talking at once as they dump bags, baskets, and hats full of money on the table to make up the $8,000 deficit of Jimmy's Building and Loan Association.
Mary did it, George. Mary did it. She told 2 people you were in trouble with it. They scattered all over town collecting money. Didn't ask any questions. Just said, George in trouble. Tell me.
What is this? Another run on the bank? Here, George. Merry Christmas.
Number 4, The Razor's Edge, 20th Century Fox.
This is the ballroom scene from The Razor's Edge, the 20th Century Fox entry. Jean Tierney's escort slips the wrap about her shoulders as they're about to leave.
Number 5, The Yearling, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
The last entry is The Yearling. Now, they've selected that beautiful scene near the opening of the picture that shows the chase of the deer through the Florida woods. Jody, the youngster in the picture whom you heard a short time ago, is running through the forest as the deer sail over a fallen log in graceful single file. I know you certainly remember that scene.
Now, which has been voted the best motion picture of the year 1946? Which is the winner?
Now the beginning of the major awards. The microphone comes back to center stage, and here is Mr. Johnston.
Well, what do you think? Which is the winner? I presume each one of you have your own choice. But now the vote of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. And I will announce it as the best years of our lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, no one man makes a fine picture. It takes a great many people, great collaboration. And I want to express my deep appreciation to Mr. McKinley Cantor, who wrote the original story, to Mr. Sherwood for his brilliant adaptation, to Mr. Weiler
for the greatest direction I have seen in a motion picture so far. To Mr. Freddie March. To Miss Myrna Loy. To Mr. Dana Andrews. To Miss Teresa Wright. To Miss Mayo, Virginia Mayo. To Miss Catherine O'Donnell. To Mr. Hugo Carmichael. To Mr. Russell. We all deeply appreciate the honor that you bestowed in voting the best years of our lives, the best picture of the year. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldwyn. Mr. Benny?
I thought Hugo Carmichael was great, too, didn't you? Funny, though, when you're watching some of the pictures, of course, I thought that the best years of our life certainly did merit the award. There's no question about it, although I enjoyed every one of the pictures that were nominated. I enjoyed the yearling very, very much. But it's amazing, the small things, the little things that make a great picture. I mean, take the yearling, for instance. You take out Gregory Peck and Jane Wyman and Claude Jarman, Jr., and what have you got? I mean, you've got another Bambi. I think at this moment, though, it'd be kind of nice if we gave a hand to the fellow that ran this whole show, Mr. Mervyn LeRoy, ladies and gentlemen. They're doing such a swell job. Unless Oliveri wins that big one, that'll never leave the building. That I know. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce next the president of the Independent Motion Picture Producers, a great friend to everyone in the industry, Mr. Donald Nelson. Mr. Donald.
The Thalberg Award is presented in the memory of and in tribute to the genius of Irving G. Thalberg. He brought to the screen a standard of taste and quality that had never before been achieved. The Thalberg Award honors those who, in the judgment of the Board of Governors of the Academy, have achieved in their personally produced films and in their standard of production records the high standards set by Irving Thalberg. To date, 5 men have been so honored: Darrell S. Zanuck, Hal Wallace, David O. Selznick, Walter Disney, Sidney Franklin. And tonight, the Board of Governors of the Academy are honoring with the Thalberg Award Mr. Samuel Goldwyn.
I am deeply grateful for this award. I have known Mr. Thalberg, the man whom I've had a great affection for, a man that stood for a great many fine things that have been done in this industry, a man who has had great integrity, a man who has been a great loss to Hollywood. You could not honor me, give me any greater honor, and give me this award tonight. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now run the nominee film for the Best Supporting Actor of the Year. They told me just to read that and not make any jokes about it at all.
Charles Coburn in The Green Years, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
Isn't it wonderful, Grandpa? Garland gave it to me.
As a man of science, I've never seen a finer one. Many a
Charles
time
Coburn
I've
and his grandson as they peer into a microscope.
microscope in hand to explore the mystery of the stars.
You're thinking of a telescope. You look at little things with a microscope. There you are, Grandpa. There's a little piece of cheese for you to look at.
Number 2, William Demarest in The Jolson Story, Columbia.
I just get tired of singing it the same way every time, Mr. Morton.
So you thought up moo moo.
I didn't think it. It just came out.
Oh, it just came out. Well, don't let it come out. You sing that song just like it's written, and I don't want to hear no more moo moos.
Yes, sir.
How do you like that? He gets tired singing it the same way. So he puts in moo, moo. As if that makes any difference. And another thing, you're singing a little faster every night. Is that because you're tired, too?
No, sir. That's because you're playing it too slow.
Number 3, Claude Rains in Notorious, RKO Radio.
Claude Rains discovers his wife with another man.
I'm sorry to intrude on this tender scene.
I couldn't help what happened. He's been drinking.
So he carried you down here.
Oh, please, Alex.
You love him. Sorry, Alicia.
Please go.
Good night.
Alex, don't be foolish. I came down here because he threatened to make a scene unless I'd see him alone.
He kissed you.
I couldn't stop him. I tried.
We'll talk about it later. Your guests are upstairs. You please go to...
Number 4, Harold Russell in The Best Years of Our Lives, Samuel Goldwyn, RKO Radio.
Harold Russell in the garage scene where he is enraged with the neighborhood children.
You want to see how the hooks work? You want to see the freak? All right, I'll show you. Take a good look.
This is you really think so much. It's only.
I'm sorry, Noella. It isn't your fault. Just go on and play with your friends.
Number 5, Clifton Webb in The Razor's Edge, 20th Century Fox.
I'm not a man that people overlook.
But perhaps she doesn't know you're in the south of France.
Don't be ridiculous, Larry. Everybody knows I'm in the south of France. It's going to be the best party of the season. If I was on my deathbed, I'd go to it.
Never mind, old boy. It may rain the night of the party. That'll ruin it.
I never thought of that. I'll pray for rain as I've never prayed before. The old witch.
Your decision, Academy, please, as to the best performance by an actor in a supporting role.
That was the deathbed scene with Clifton Webb from The Razor's Edge.
I'm going to present now one of our outstanding actresses of the screen who will present the award for the Best Supporting Actor of the Year. This lady won the award last year for the Best Supporting Actress in a picture, National Velvet. Miss Anne Revere. Miss Anne Revere.
I was once your secretary, Jack, remember? I'm awfully glad that I'm up here tonight because that was an awfully steep flight of stairs last year. Mr. Harold Russell in The Best Years of Our Lives.
Harold Russell, the young veteran.
Thank you very much. 2 in a night is just too much. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, in all the years that I have attended the Academy ceremonies, I don't know of an award that was more deserved or justified. And now we will have a running of the nominee film for the Best Supporting Actor of the Year. Anybody can say that, you know. I mean, Best Supporting Actress.
For the best performance by an actress in a supporting role, I list you alphabetically the nomination. Number 1, Ethel Barrymore in The Spiral Staircase, RKO Radio.
Ethel Barrymore in the bedroom scene with the deaf-mute Dorothy McGuire.
Knock the window. Try to get in. When it's dark, they move. I've seen them. Creeping up to the house. Go away, my dear. I'm such a little girl. I want to take care of you. If you won't leave the house as I ask you to, you must sleep in this room tonight.
Number 2, Ann Baxter in The Razor's Edge, 20th Century Fox.
Is the car badly damaged? Where's Bob?
Careful of her arm.
Where's Bob? I want Bob. Bob?
You have to stay in bed, Mrs. McDermott.
Take it easy, Sophie.
No, I've got to see Bob and Baby. Baby.
Don't let her get up. I'll get the doctor.
Sophie, be a good girl. Lie down.
Leave me alone, you swine.
Please.
The hospital scene after the car accident.
Is Bob dead, Gray?
Number 3, Lillian Gish in Duel in the Sun, a Selznick International picture.
But when I found out you was gone, I got to thinking you was going to him, and I couldn't stand it. I swore I'd stop you and bring you back. I went crazy. Yes, that's what it was, Laura Bell. I just went crazy. I rode through the night like a drunken comanche. My own crazy jealousy threw me off that horse. Yeah. Forgive me.
Louis Jackson, you're my dear.
This is the death scene from Duel in the Sun with Lillian Gish.
Number 4, Flora Robeson in Saratoga Trunk, Warner Brothers.
Splendid, Cupidon. I'll tell you what, it's too late for the guest entry.
Oh, no.
We ain't going to drive around to be seen and followed by that Texan. Wait here. Play the man and come on, Cupid. And if a cowboy in a white hat comes along, we ain't here. It'll serve you right to get Cupidon brought into court as a billy goat.
Not for him, courtrooms. I know the looks. Probably wanted in Texas himself and skipped out with somebody's carriage and horses.
Oh, Angelique, don't let's quarrel anymore. I meant it to be such a happy day.
All right, Debbie, we don't quarrel, but just you keep your mind on what you came out for. And remember, 20 years ago, your mama walked in here like a queen.
Number 5, Gail Sundergaard in Anna and the King of Siam, 20th Century Fox.
Does Remem want me to say she has not failed? Or does she wish me to speak truth? The truth, of course. This is maybe not good room for Mem to speak about her failure. Has she ever observed my wallpaper? It's very beautiful, but you have not really looked at it. It tells a story for anyone with the eyes to see.
And here is the result. The best performance by an actress in a supporting role is...
It gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the gentleman who will present the award for the Best Supporting Actress of the Year, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Lionel Barrymore is in his wheelchair now. Up to the center mic. He's taken... Ann Baxter is the winner. Ann Baxter. For the Razor's Edge, 20th Century Fox. He's coming up now to Mr. Barrymore, still in his wheelchair, who hands her the Oscar. She bows to him and comes to the mic.
I want to thank all the Academy members for this very great honor. I'd like to present my appreciation to Mr. Zanuck for the opportunity to play Sophie. And above all, my deepest thanks to Mr. Eddie Goulding, without whose fine direction and understanding Sophie never would have been. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you again.
Jack Benny has escorted Miss Baxter completely off stage and must return.
It really must be a thrill getting those Oscars. Although, I should think, that they would give something else, instead of an Oscar for an award. Something more substantial. Something like $50 or something like that. I think now we have this is the one you want me to say without jokes, isn't it? This is, we have the nominee film for the best performance of the star actor of any picture of the year.
And now for the best performance by an actor in the past year. The nominations beginning with A, or rather beginning with M. Number 1, Frederick March in The Best Years of Our Lives. Samuel Goldwyn, RKO Radio.
Frederick March, just out of the Army and a little tipsy, is dancing with wife Myrna Lloyd. He doesn't recognize her.
You're a bewitching little creature. In a way, you remind me of my wife.
But you never told me you're married.
Oh, yeah. My dear little woman, 2 kiddies back down the States.
But let's not think of them now.
Oh, you're so right. This night belongs only to us.
Number 2, Laurence Olivier in Henry V. J. Arthur ranked 2 cities, United Artists, British.
The next scene. The next film.
Great king. Dear king, you and I cannot be confined within the weak list of a country's fashion. We are the makers of manners, Jean. Therefore, patiently and yielding.
Number 3, Larry Parks in The Jolson Story, Columbus.
Mammy, my little mammy, the sun shines east, the sun shines west. I know where the sun shines best. It's on my mammy I'm talking about, nobody else's. My little mammy, my heartstrings are tangled around Alabama. Mammy, I'm coming. Oh, I hope I didn't make you wait. Mammy, I'm coming. Oh, I hope I'm not late. Mammy, look at me. Don't you know me? I'm your little baby. I'd walk a million miles for one of your smiles. My
Number 4, Gregory Peck in The Yearling, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
Every man wants life to be a fine thing and easy. But 'Tis fine, son. Powerful fine. But 'tain't easy. I wanted life to be easy for you. Easier than it was for me. A man's heart aches seeing his young'uns face the world, knowing they've got to get their insides tore out the way his was tore. I wanted to spare you as long as I could. I wanted you to frolic with your yearling. I knowed the lonesomeness be easy for you.
Number 5, James Stewart in It's a Wonderful Life, Liberty Films Incorporated, RKO Radio.
Jimmy Stewart is praying for help after discovering the loss of his friend's money.
Dear Father in heaven, I'm not a praying man, but if you're up there and you can hear me, show me the way. I'm at the end of my rope. Show me the way, oh God.
And now, which of these has been voted the best performance by an actor?
One of our most talented and glamorous stars, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Joan Fontaine, who will present the award.
Frederick March, in the best years of our lives.
I'm sorry that Mr. March couldn't be here to thank you for this award, but I guess you know that he's in New York in a very successful play. I think Mr. March was wonderful in the best years of our lives, and I'm glad you did too. So I want to thank you, Mr. March. Thank you.
I thought Frederick March was great in it. I really did. Personally, I would like to have seen Hugh Herbert in the part. And, you know, in the drunk scene, he'd give it woo-hoo, you know, with a helper. Of course, it's my opinion, you know. I don't know much about casting pictures. We will have now the running of the nominee film for the Best Actress of the Year.
1946's last award. The following gracious ladies I give you, listed in the order in which they might appear on the telephone book. The names, of course, without the numbers. Nominated for the best performance by an actress in the year 1946, number 1, Olivia de Havilland in To Each His Own, Paramount.
Girls' leaves being canceled. They ran into a lot of red tape about their marriage. Those poor children wandering around all day. Oh, I should be feeling sorry for them, not for myself.
You'd like them to marry?
That's what he wants. I'd like to give him the sun and the moon and the stars. All his life I've wanted to. I thought for this week I could feel like a real mother, showering things on him, spoiling him. All he wants is his girl. I can't help him with that. After 20 years, what have I been able to give him? 2 theater tickets and a table at the Ronsard.
Number 2, Celia Johnson in Brief Encounter. J. Arthur Rank, Cineguild, Prestige, Universal International, British.
I love you. You love me, too. It's no use pretending it hasn't happened, because it has.
Yes, it has. I don't want to pretend anything either to you or to anyone else. But from now on, I shall have to. That's what's wrong, don't you see? That's what spoils everything. That's why we must stop here and now talking like this. We're neither of us free to love each other. There's too much in the way. There's still time. If we control ourselves, behave like sensible human beings, there's still time.
Number 3, Jennifer Jones in Duel in the Sun, a 𝒆𝒔 International picture.
This is Jennifer Jones in the title scene from Duel in the Sun. She's riding into the camera and rides to Squaw Rock, where she shoots at her sweetheart, and he returns the fire. It's the final scene in the picture. I think I can best identify it for you that way.
Did you see me?
Number 4, Rosalind Russell in Sister Kenny, RKO Radio.
You don't need me to tell you that medical ideas change. Your fathers bled their patients for everything from a fever to a cold. Do you do it anymore? Harvey changed a few ideas. So did Pasteur.
You compare yourself with Pasteur?
Certainly not. I wish he were here.
So do I, Miss Kenny. He had a cure for hydrophobia.
The only thing that makes that laughter tolerable, Dr. Brack, is that I know you're sincere. But sincerity doesn't excuse a shut mind or the cruelty to which that stubborn righteousness subjects thousands of children.
Number 5, Jane Wyman in The Yearling, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
This is a scene from The Yearling where little Jody has gone to bed after returning from running away. His mother, Jane Wyman, comes into the room, and for the first time in his life, Jody knows a real mother's affection.
Yes, Mom. I'm grateful. Now you get to sleep.
And that's all for 1946, except, of course, for the last award, the best performance by an actress for 1946.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the award for his performance in Lost Weekend last year, Mr. Ray Milland. I think Ray really lived his part, too. I had him on my program. We had a broadcast from the steam room of the Hollywood Athletic Club, finally. Yes. You know, I'm supposed to take up time here while you're doing it.
Listen closely. He's a long way from the microphone.
Mr. Olivia de Havilland.
Since I value highly the profession which has instructed me, rewarded me, and permitted me my share of the world's work, it will understand and forgive me, I know, for the very great pride I feel in receiving this symbol of its approbation, one of the awards of merit for my part in this past year of what has been done. But even in this wonderful moment, my common sense reminds me quite clearly that most of the work that went into earning this award was not done by Lizzie de Havilland at all, but by a big team of other people who, if justice were really to prevail, would be standing up here beside me now. When I think of the writer who created Jody Norris and how much of her sprang from the heart and mind of the director, when I remember the businessmen who found and managed the money which produced her and distributed her, and how she grew under the talents and skills of the technicians, the cameraman, the makeup man, the hairdresser, the costumer, and then I think how much the musicians did for her, then I feel humble, too, as well as proud, to accept this award, which I do in the name of my team as well as my own. Thank you.
Here's Mr. Gene Herschel.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 19th annual award. I hope you will bear with us because the film was run upside down. But I do want, before wishing you good night, to thank all the many people who have made it possible to make this very fine presentation tonight. Their names are too numerous to mention. I can go into a long, and it's late now. I do want, however, to point out two people. Mr. 𝒆𝒆💔, who conducted the orchestra so beautifully, and also Mr. Mervyn Leroy. He doesn't want to come out, he says. I've asked him to, but he doesn't. He says hello. And that's what I'm going to do, say to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to thank you for being a fine audience. I wish you good speed, good night, and God bless you. Good night.
That was Mr. Gene Herschel, the president of the Academy of Arts and Sciences. And now, down to the orchestra for the winning song today, which is being used as the exit march. And we'll be back in just a moment, and I think we're going to find Frances Scully to give you a little more information about who is here and what she was wearing and what some of the nominees and award winners were wearing. Now the band. Cut in on the orchestra because we do have a few items of interest, I think, for you before we actually leave the air. Frances Scully has come back. She's been in and out of the theater, has talked with most of the award winners, with most of the nominees, and I think he has some complete and very interesting information for our feminine listeners. So before I tell you any more about the 19th Annual Academy Awards, here's Frances to tell you who was wearing what and why. Frances?
Thank you, Buddy Twist. And, folks, this has really been one of the most glamorous Academy Awards I've ever attended, and I've seen them all. But I must tell you what the winner, Olivia de Havilland, wore tonight. She really looked like a dream walking as she came in and walked across the huge stage at the Shrine Auditorium here. Her gown was a real pale blue marquisette, and it was strapless and very full and a very tight bodice, and right down the side of the skirt were hand-painted pastel flowers all outlined in pastel-colored sequins. And she wore her hair in a long bob, and she really did look beautiful. And Anne Baxter, who won the award for the Best Supporting Actress of the Year for her work in The Razor's Edge, wore a navy blue net bouffant gown. And the net was over navy blue underskirt, and she looked very, very lovely, and she was very thrilled. Of course, her husband, John Hodiak, was with her, and he was very thrilled, too. And, of course, Olivia de Havilland's work into Each Your Own, everyone was really rooting for her, and you should have seen her sister, Joan Fontaine, throw her arms around Olivia. She was so pleased, and Joan Fontaine herself looked gorgeous in a gold-colored dress which just matched her blonde hair. And the entire jacket of this evening gown was studded in gold-colored bugle beads. And Jane Wyman wore a stunning black sequin evening gown, and over it, a green crepe smock. She looked very, very sweet. You know, Janie and her husband, Ronald Reagan, are expecting a bundle from heaven in a few months, and Janie's outfit was really very, very good-looking. And Lana Turner wore her favorite color, white, in a beautiful white satin peplum evening gown. And the peplum was all outlined in sequins, gold sequins, and silver rhinestones. And she had white satin platform soles, and incidentally, Lana's hair is quite brown, and it was very attractive with the white satin gown. Anne Sheridan was another girl who wore all black. Her long black skirt was accented by a jacket made entirely of black sequins, and Anne's beautiful red hair was piled high on top of her head. And Mary Pickford, in that cavalcade of stars, well, when Mary Pickford came out, the audience, they just did everything but stand up and cheer for her. She is really the first lady of Hollywood, and she looked very, very lovely in a white brocaded satin evening gown, and her blonde curls high on top of her head. Little Ann Rutherford looked very pretty in black net and lace. And, of course, Hedda Hopper, who was always such a fashion plate, had on a stunning Kelly green and black taffeta gown. And Dinah Shore, who sang those wonderful, wonderful songs for you, Dinah's gown was strapless, too, and it was white net and marquisette. And, of course, when she sang the ringing song, the actress in Topeka and the Santa Fe, everybody in the auditorium really felt like getting up and keeping time with her because, Dinah pinch hit tonight. And she wasn't scheduled to present that number, but she was called the last minute, and as always, Dinah is so wonderful about anything like that. Joan Davis, one of Hollywood's very funny gals, was here tonight, all in white, wearing an exquisite blue mink coat. And, of course, Bob Montgomery's very lovely wife had a camellia pink print evening gown with her mink coat. And Mrs. George Mercy wore green. Of course, she always does. It seems to be her favorite color. And she wore a Stone Martin shawl stole. Little Connie Marshall was here with her mother and dad. And Connie had on her party dress. It was right long and a long blue velvet cape. And Judith Anderson, one of our very, very fine actresses, looked quite stunning in the cavalcade on the stage in a Grecian gown of white. And pretty little Donna Reed wore brown tonight, and her dress was chiffon and lace. She wore a mink coat. And then, of course, some of the good-looking boys like Jeffrey Lynn and Dave Street were right on hand, and Phoebe Daniels and Ben Lyne. And Phoebe looked very beautiful in quite a regal black velvet gown with mink. And I just hope that all of you folks away from here will have enjoyed this as much as we have, because it's been so perfectly grand, and all you boys all over the world who are going to hear the show through the Armed Forces radio service, I hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we've had doing it for you. And now I'm going to turn the microphone back to Buddy Twist, who's done a terrific job tonight. Here you are, Buddy.
Thanks, Frances. Well, I guess that about winds it up. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I should run over briefly for you. I think we have time for that. The major awards: Olivia de Havilland, the Best Actress; Freddie March, the Best Actor; I'm going through my program now. Ann Baxter, the Best Supporting Actress. Harold Russell, Best Supporting Actor. And the Best Years of Our Lives for the Best Picture of 1946. Well, so ends the 19th Annual Academy Award. The American Broadcasting Company is happy and proud to have been able to bring you this greatest of all movie land spectacles. And indeed it was tonight, and Mervyn LeRoy should be given great credit for this greatest of all Academy Awards. We're sorry we had to keep you up so late, especially you folks in the East, and I know it really is late back there. But we do hope you've enjoyed the past approximately 3 hours or so. We're tired, and we know you must be too, so we won't keep you up any longer. This is Buddy Twist saying goodnight for all of us from ABC. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South American, all the ships at sea. Let's go to press. Tonight, the big searchlights are cutting up the Hollywood sky, and the crowds are pouring into the Pantages Theater. It is Movie Town's brightest hour, Oscar night. In a very few moments, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences will begin handing out statuettes for the best film achievements of 1949. It is not a precious work of art, that golden Oscar, but to moving picture people, it looks better than an original by Michelangelo. A new royal family of filmdom is about to be crowned. And now, before the elect of Hollywood and the millions of listeners in the great 48 states, the annual Academy Award show is underway with the national anthem.
This is Ken Carpenter, ladies and gentlemen, speaking to you from the RKO Pantages Theater in Hollywood. From our American Broadcasting Company booth adjoining the stage, we look out upon a brilliant spectacle indeed. From the rear of the balcony to the footlights, this huge audience of 3,000, representing the who's who of Hollywood, has assembled in colorful evening dress to participate in this eagerly awaited 22nd Annual Academy Awards show. And to help in the broadcast, here in the booth are two of Hollywood's most articulate people, the lovely Miss Eve Arden and the president of the Screen Actors Guild, Mr. Ronald Reagan. During the course of tonight's show, Miss Arden and Mr. Reagan will chime in to describe the action and keep radio listeners abreast of what's going on here in the theater. Right now, the overture is about to begin. It's made up of the 5 songs nominated for this year's Oscar in Songwriting, plus last year's award winner. The Academy Awards Orchestra, Robert Emmett Dolan, musical director of the evening, conducting. As the house lights darken, the orchestra descends into the pit, and slowly the curtain rises to disclose a stunning stage setting dominated by a huge replica of the hero of the evening, the Academy Oscar. And just in front of it, a whole table full of those coveted awards. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, Mr. Charles Brackett.
Ladies and gentlemen, at any official meeting this year, whether it be of Big Steel or the Girdle Trust, it is customary to take a glance at the half-century's development in the field of endeavor of those convening. In the case of motion pictures, I find the temptation to do so irresistible. Our medium, the newsreel part of it, has caught and preserved the 50 years with accuracy and impersonality. Because of the evidence in film vaults, no one can ever picture the epoch in pretty stylized terms, such as surround 18th century England, or the Currier and Ives America of 100 years ago. We are not celebrated, as was an era of France, in great majestic tapestries. We are there on celluloid, looking rather funny to the eye of posterity. Funny, but human and understandable. I hope posterity will study us quite a lot. What about the other aspect of our medium? How have we developed as an art? 50 years ago, the highest emotion moving pictures could evoke in an audience was terror at the charge of an onrushing train. In contrast, examine the product of the year we have under consideration tonight. The 5 nominated pictures nominated by our members explore a stunning variety of subjects. A, an aspect of the American political scene. B, the recent war from 2 different angles. C, a delicate psychological study from the pen of a great American novelist. D, a cross-section of an American suburb, observed with contemporary wit and accuracy. In addition, and occurring frequently on our nominations lists, are 4 fine pictures dealing in high compassion with the problems of our Negro citizens. This is long and honorable progress. Scrutiny of the 22 years of Academy nominations bears out this theory of the maturing screen and the maturing appetites of picture audiences. Not that the fun and nonsense which is an essential part of show business is being neglected. No year which boasted I Was a Male War Bride and a musical as exuberant as On the Town can be accused of being unduly solemn. I emphasize the consideration of graver matters because we live in a time when our civilization, if it is to survive, must survive through some grave exaltation of the human spirit, some kinder and wiser doctrine than the other side of the world can show. For that spirit, for that doctrine, may motion pictures be a strong and dedicated instrument. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce as our master of ceremonies tonight the man who shouldered his way into the affection of the picture public as the richly human mug in A Letter to 3 Wives, Mr. Paul Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Brackett. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. When the Board of Governors of the Academy were looking for what they call a fresh and exciting new personality to MC this show, everyone at the meeting yelled out in unison, "Get Douglas." Well, we all know how busy Kirk is, you see. So I attired myself properly, and I got my license from Senator Johnson, and here I am. You may not have an impressive MC, but believe me, you certainly have an impressed one. This is my first Academy show. I'm a stranger here, so I'll handle the pitch the best way I can. Now, in past years, when I listened to the show, I always wished they'd tell us something about, how it all works, about nobody knowing who the winners are until the envelopes are opened right here on the stage. Well, I've been briefed. The envelopes are sealed and brought to us from the auditing firm of Price Waterhouse, where the returns have been properly counted and certified. 12,000 people took part in the voting this year. The nominations for distinguished achievement were made by the members of the Academy branches, assisted by the Hollywood Guilds. The final selections were voted by the 1,893 members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. However, one of the reasons I never quite believed that nobody knew the winners beforehand is the fact that the orchestra always plays exactly the right piece of music a split second after the winner's name is called. Well, it's true. Now, I'd like to report a bit of personal investigation. I snooped. I found out all about it. The conductor, Robert Emmett Dolan, and his musicians have 134 pieces of music in their books, one for every nomination in each category. As the nominations are read for each award, the musicians have all the appropriate music fanned out on their racks. When the winner is announced, the conductor gives the downbeat in exactly the time it takes the musicians to grab the right music. That's all there is to it, really. Now, a word, if I may, to the potential winners. A word. Speeches. Mr. Robert Montgomery touched on this point last year. Mr. Montgomery, an eminent actor, good dresser, nice fella. Well, you see, it's the custom with nice people that when something good happens to them, they like to thank everyone who had anything to do with bringing it about. Well, this, of course, is true. However, all of us know the teamwork that must go into a fine picture. So right here and now, on behalf of the winners, permit me to thank your cameraman, your writer, your director, your hairdresser, your front office, your makeup man, your grip, and your producer. And, if I may, we'll also assume that without your mother, the whole thing might not have been possible. So if it's all right with you, we'll adopt a sort of loose rule. You just thank your lucky stars, the voters, and no one else, please. And now to begin our 22nd award show under the general direction of Johnny Green, the governor of the Academy, we present the first of the 5 nominated songs. It's a great feeling, sung for us by that eminent exponent of the smiling voice, Jack Smith.
It's a great feeling to suddenly find the clouds are silver lined when the sun shines through. It's a great feeling to walk down the street, see the folks you meet smiling back at you. As long as I've got someone to embrace, as far as I'm concerned, the world is such a lovely place. It's a great feeling, your credit is nil, you'll never make a mill, but nonetheless I stay. When you're in love, you're feeling great. It's a great feeling to suddenly find the clouds are silver lined when the sun shines through. It's a great feeling to walk down the street and see the folks you meet smiling back at you. As long as I've got someone to embrace, as far as I'm concerned, the world is such a lovely place. It's a great feeling, your credit is nil, you'll never make a mill, but nonetheless I stay. When you're in love and she's in love, it's a great, great feeling when you're feeling great.
And now to the person who will present our first award. I have very few lines on Miss Patricia Neal. However, she has quite a few of her own. To present the Special Effects Award, Miss Patricia Neal.
The job of the Special Effects Department is to stage impossible happenings on the screen. There are 2 excellent examples of such miracles this current year. In Mighty Joe Young, they are responsible for converting a pile of lumber, a roll of tar paper, and a stack of old toupees into an 80-foot gorilla you'd swear was alive and breathing. In the picture Tulsa, the special effects people came up with a blistering oil field fire, so realistic that it singed eyebrows in the balcony. The real miracle of that job is that on the screen the fire gutted an area of 13,000 acres. And yet this spectacle was staged on a table no larger than the one you have in your dining room. Those are the 2 accomplishments nominated here tonight. Mighty Joe Young, an Arco production, RKO Radio. Tulsa, Walter Wanger picture, Eagle Lion. Mr. Francis Holford of Price Waterhouse. The envelope, if you please. The winner is Mighty Joe Young, Arco production, RKO Radio.
This is Ronald Reagan, and now the first winner of the 22nd Annual Award is approaching this very beautifully decorated stage. It is Mr. Willis H. O'Brien, who created the great spectacle in that picture, Mighty Joe Young.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Miss Patricia Neal, and congratulations, Mr. Willis H. O'Brien. Now to present the Film Editing Award, a man who comes from the ranks of film editors, the brilliant young director, Mark Robeson. That is me.
Thank you, Paul. However, I'm not a young director, but an old cutter. For the benefit of those who do not know what a film editor is, he's the man who works at the side of the director, assembling the film and putting it into completed form. After many weeks, after cutting and snipping, he's finally able to get the picture all set. Even after the picture is a hit, he's the man in the lobby who mutters, "I wish they would have let me have another crack at it." Now, those nominated for tonight's award in film editing are All the King's Men, a Robert Rawson production, Columbia, Robert Parrish and Al Clark, Battleground, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, John Dunning, Champion, Screenplays Corporation, United Artists, Harry Gerstadt, Sands of Iwo Jima, Republic, Richard L. Van Enger, and The Window, RKO Radio, Frederick Knudsen. May I have the envelope? And the winner is Harry Gerstadt for the Champion.
Thank you, Mark Robeson, and congratulations, Harry Gerstead. And you know, when men flip through the fan magazines and hit a picture of Ann Baxter, they say, "Ha-ha, now there's a dish." But I would have made a better husband than that guy Hodiak. And in the same magazine, women say of Hodiak, "Well, there is a run of muscle." But I bet I could give him more sweet talk than Baxter. But with all of that, Ann Baxter and John Hodiak seem satisfied, and so is our town. To present the Cartoon and Short Subject Awards, a pair of people who have put together a really handsome marriage. John Hodiak and his wife, Ann Baxter. Hello, happy couple.
Hello, Paul.
On this one, I think we'd better sort of break up the speeches, alternate. John, you start.
Oh, wait a minute, Paul. I know you've been playing mugs in pictures, but wouldn't a real gentleman let the lady start? You know, ladies first.
A real gentleman would let the lady have the last word. You start.
Fair enough. The nominees for the best cartoon are Magic Fluke, United Productions of America, Columbia, Stephen Basusto, executive producer.
For Sentimental Reasons, Warner Brothers Cartoons, Edward Seltzer, producer.
Hatch Up Your Troubles, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Fred Quimby, producer.
And Toy Tinkers, Walt Disney, RKO Radio, Walt Disney, producer. The envelope, Mr. Holford. The winner is, For Sentimental Reasons, Warner Brothers Cartoons, produced by Edward Seltzer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for Sentimental Reasons, Edward Seltzer, producer, a wonderful cartoon. You probably remember it, about the little skunk. And the winner seems very happy as he's accepting his award, and I'm very happy for him. That was a wonderful cartoon. I remember it with great pleasure.
Those nominated for Best Achievement in Short Subjects, one reel, are Aquatic House Party, Paramount, Jack Eaton, producer.
Roller Derby Girl, Paramount, Justin Herman, producer.
So You Think You're Not Guilty, Warner Brothers, Gordon Hollingshead, producer.
And Spills and Chills, Warner Brothers, Walton C. Ament, producer.
Water Tricks, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Pete Smith, producer. May I have the envelope, please, Mr. Holford? And the winner is Aquatic House Party, Paramount, produced by Jack Eaton.
So, ladies and gentlemen, another contestant wins, and this is a two-time winner because, as this one, and it's not Jack Eaton, it is being accepted by Ernest Courts in behalf of Jack Eaton, who was the 1943 award winner. He is now on the stage and receiving the Oscar for Jack Eaton.
The award was received by Mr. Ernest Courts, who directed the picture.
Those nominated for Best Achievement in Short Subjects, two reel, are Boy and the Eagle, RKO Radio, William Lasky, producer.
Chase of Death, Irving Allen Productions, Irving Allen, producer.
The Grass is Always Greener, Warner Brothers, Gordon Hollingshead, producer.
Snow Carnival, Warner Brothers, Gordon Hollingshead, producer.
And Van Gogh, Cinema Distributors, Gaston Deal and Robert Hastings, producers. Mr. Holford, the envelope. The winner is Van Gogh, Cinema Distributors, produced by Gaston Deal and Robert Hastings.
Here we have another winner for Short Subject, a French film on the life of Van Gogh. The story was told by narration while the camera showed his best paintings.
Thank you, John Hodiak and Ann Baxter. And Mr. Ed Barrison of Cinema Distributors accepted the award. Now, the best summary of Ann Blyth's personality is that she is like a high, clear, clean note of music. As a matter of fact, we're going to ask her to put together some notes of music tonight and sing the second nominated song, My Foolish Heart.
Like a lovely tune, beware my foolish heart, how white the ever-constant moon. Take care, my foolish heart, there's a line between love and fascination that's hard to see on an evening such as this. For they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. His lips are much too close to mine. Beware my foolish heart, but should our eager lips combine, then let the magic start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that will fade and fall apart. It's love, this time it's love, my foolish heart. What should we kiss? Please grant me this. Then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that will fade and fall apart. It's love. This time it's love, my foolish
The most complimentary thing you can say about an actor is that he's versatile. But some studios, when they've got a script that calls for a young actor to do an odd or an off-bit piece of playing, they sort of rack their brains and say, who can we borrow? At Paramount, when they get a script like that, they say, John can do it. They mean John Lund.
I am here to present the award for sound recording. Most people, even those of us who should know better, think that sound recording is accomplished by pressing a button and then getting out of the way. It is, in fact, an extremely complicated task, calling for the coordination and cooperation of a whole group of highly trained men. It is for this reason that the Sound Award is not given to an individual. The nominees for the best achievement by a studio sound department are Once More, My Darling, Neptune Films, Universal International, Sands of Iwo Jima, Republic, and 12 O'Clock High, 20th Century Fox. May I have the envelope? The winner is 12 O'Clock High, 20th Century Fox.
accept the award for sound recording for 12 O'Clock High. Of course, this is also one of the pictures up for the Kansas Picture Award. He's had 3 previous awards to sound departments headed by him, has Mr. Thomas Moulton.
Thank you, John Lund, and the award was accepted by Thomas D. Moulton of 20th Century Fox Sound Department. You know, they say Hollywood has more beautiful women than the rest of the country put together. I don't know too much about the rest of the country, but it's a pleasure to see how some of them around here are put together. I can't think of 2 better examples than the 2 girls about to make the awards for art decoration and set decoration. From my left, Miss Barbara Hale. And from my right, Miss Ruth Roman.
Thanks for those nice words, Mr. Douglas. You know, I'm afraid you say that to everyone who comes out on this stage.
I didn't say it about John Lund.
I would have.
Oh. Well, that's what makes horse racing. Barbara, will you start off with the nominees, please?
Those nominated for the best achievement in art direction of a black and white picture are Come to the Stable, 20th Century Fox, Lyle Wheeler and Joseph C. Wright, set decoration, Tom Little and Paul S. Fox.
The Heiress, Paramount, Harry Horner and John Meehan. Set direction, Emile Curie.
And Madame Bovary, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Cedric Gibbons and Jack Martin Smith. Set direction, Edwin B. Willis, I believe, yes, and Richard Pepperley. And now for the envelope. Harry Horner and John Meehan for the Heiress.
Harry Horner, John Meehan, and Emile Curie. This, by the way, if you're confused, is a dual award, inasmuch as in each case the art decoration, art direction, and set decoration at times. And now the plaque is being handed for set decoration and the Oscar, of course, for art direction.
Those nominated for Best Achievement in Art Direction of a Color Production are Adventures of Don Juan, Warner Brothers, Edward Correa, set direction, Line Rhinesnyder.
Little Women, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Cedric Gibbons and Paul Gross. Set direction, Edwin B. Willis and Jack D. Moore.
And Sarah Band, J. Arthur Rank, Eagle Lion, British. Jim Monahan, Michael Ralph, and William Kellner. The envelopes, please, Mr. Holford. Cedric Gibbons and Paul Grosset for Little Women.
Popular award tonight. Cedric Gibbons is the winner of 6 previous awards for art direction. Made the original sketch of Oscar, which was the basis for the trophy design.
Richard A. Pefferley will accept the awards for set decoration. Set direction by Edward B. Willis and Jack D. Moore.
We have given away so many plaques, ladies and gentlemen, and various and sundry things. And I might apologetically say that the presence of Miss Hale and Miss Roman is not conducive to sticking to the script. We will go from there to music. Tonight, to sing the 3rd nominated song representing the group of top stars in Western films, we have with us everybody's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's really indeed a pleasure and an honor to be here tonight for this great occasion. As I look over these famous Oscars out here, it sort of makes me jealous. After all, I know that I haven't a chance to win one of them. After all, my pictures don't even play these large theaters or large cities. In fact, my pictures play a lot of towns that are so small Harry Truman hasn't even been there yet. But we would like to do a little number for you, ladies and gentlemen, that is up for an award tonight, and we really love it. We think it's a grand song. And with the help of the, what's your name? Cass County Boys.
Thank you.
We would like to try and sing it for you. Lavender blue, dilly dilly, lavender green. If I were king, dilly dilly, I'd need a queen. Who told me so, dilly dilly? Who told me so? I told myself, dilly dilly, I told me so. If your dilly dilly heart feels the dilly dilly way, and if you'll answer yes, in a pretty little church on a dilly dilly day, you'll be wed in a dilly dilly dress of lavender blue, dilly dilly, lavender green. Then I'll be king, dilly dilly, and you be my queen. If your dilly dilly heart feels a dilly dilly way, and if you'll answer yes, in a dilly little church on a dilly dilly day, you'll be wed in a dilly dilly dress of lavender blue, dilly dilly, lavender green. Then I'll be king, dilly dilly, and you'll be my queen.
Thank you, Gene Autry. Now, every time they mention this next fellow, every time they mention him, they say he started out as a hoofer, that he became a fine dramatic actor, a great light comedian. He was president of the Screen Actors Guild, a stout fellow, beloved by everybody, everybody beloved by him. In fact, people say so many nice things about the fellow, you'd think he was dead. To prove he's not, here he is, Mr. George Murphy.
Thank you, Paul. I may not be dead, but I certainly feel dressed for it. Thank you. My job here tonight is to make the awards for documentary films. Documentary film has been called the creative reporting of social facts on film. Certainly the pictures which have been nominated for the award this year fit that definition exactly. They are A Chance to Live, March of Time, Richard de Rochemont, producer, 20th Century Fox. 1848, A&F Films, produced by French Cinema Generale Cooperative. The Rising Tide, National Film Board of Canada, produced by St. Francis Xavier University. And So Much for So Little, Warner Brothers Cartoons, Edward Seltzer, producer. The special envelope, please. The winners are A Chance to Live, March of Time, produced by Richard de Rochemont, 20th Century Fox, and So Much for So Little, Warner Brothers Cartoons, produced by 𝒆𝒍'𝒔. It was a tie, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's our first tie of the evening. Chance to Live, documentary short subjects. The award is being accepted by Colonel Jason S. Joy. That is the March of Time, Richard de Rochemont producing picture. And So Much for Little, the award is being accepted by Mr. 𝒆𝒍'𝒔. This is a Warner Brothers picture. Our first tie of the evening in documentary short subjects.
Colonel Jason S. Joy of 20th Century Fox Studio accepted the award for the Chance to Live. Mr. Murphy?
Thank you, Paul. Those nominated for feature documentary are Daybreak in Judy, British Information Services, produced by Crown Film Unit, and Kenji Comes Home, a Protestant Film Commission production, Paul F. Hurd, producer. May I have the envelope, sir? Daybreak in Judy, British Information Services, produced by Crown Film Unit.
Or I should say by Robert Henry Haddo, British Consul General of Los Angeles.
Mr. Robert Henry Haddo, British Consul General in Los Angeles, accepted the award, and thank you, George Murphy. Now, the next awards are for costume design. During the past dozen years, Hollywood has set a pattern of fashion. The clothes worn by our feminine stars seem to create the type of styles women like to follow. And to present the awards, we have the type of women men like to follow. From my left, Miss Peggy Dow. And from my right, Miss Joanne Drew.
Thank you, Paul. We're very pleased to present awards to the designers.
And for all the women who appear on the screen, we would like to thank the people who make that appearance so much better.
Those nominated for the Best Achievement in Costume Design for a black and white production are the Heiress, Paramount, Edith Head and Giles Steele.
And Prince of Foxes, 20th Century Fox, Vittorio Nino Novarese. And may I have the envelope, please? The winner is Edith Head and Giles Steele for the Heiress.
Oh, this is wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy for Edith Head. An award is long overdue her. As a matter of fact, we had our hair done at the same place this afternoon, and I told her I was rooting strongly for her. And here she comes in a very interesting gown. Black linen skirt with a white top embroidered in jet. The man with her looks very handsome. This is Giles Steele, who is also accepting an award. Edith was nominated in 1948 for the Emperor Waltz.
Those nominated for the Best Achievement in Costume Design of a Color Production are Adventures of Don Juan, Warner Brothers, Leah Rhodes, Travilla, and Marjorie Best.
And Mother is a Freshman, 20th Century Fox, Kay Nelson. The envelope, please. And the winner is Leah Rhodes, Travilla, and Marjorie Best for The Adventures of Don Juan.
This is really my department tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't be happier. Leah Rhodes is doing the costumes for the new picture I'm about to start now, and she's done some wonderful things out at Warner Brothers. And Travilla has too, also Marjorie Best. The two ladies are coming up to accept the awards. I'd like to describe what they have on, but from our little canary cage, it's difficult to see. Miss Rhodes.
Thank you, Peggy Dow and Joanne Drew. Leah Rhodes and Marjorie Best have accepted the award for Travilla. And now, we've invited the singing half of the great comedy team, Martin and Lewis, to do a solo stint this evening. To present the fourth nominated song, there's a fellow who can really sing the paint off the wall. Dean Martin and the song Through a Long and Sleepless Night. Dean Martin.
Sleepless night, I whisper your name. Through a long and sleepless night of who is to blame. Can't help but wonder if you're lonely too, as I lie there toss about, so at a loss about you. I wish my heart would leave my memory alone. Why must I redream, relive the joy we have known? I pray that someday our love will see the light. Till in the tick-tock silence, I'll tell my heart to weep less, all through an oh so long and sleepless night. Why must I redream, relive the joy we've known? I pray that someday our love will see the light. Till then, in tick-tock silence, I tell my heart to an old so long and sleepless night.
Now, to present the Cinematography Award, we have two of Hollywood's most enthusiastic camera fiends and one of its nicest couples, Dick Powell and his wife, June Allison. June, I didn't go overboard, did I, about your enthusiasm for amateur photography?
Oh, no, I should say not. Why, Richard's got at least 35 cameras.
The boy is really going.
Yes.
I bet I am. I've got one camera I use just to take pictures of the other 34.
Well, cameras are probably a lot of fun as a hobby, but it's a lot tougher when you're a pro. Then cinematography calls for a man well equipped with skill, stamina, and diplomacy.
Lots of diplomacy, folks. For instance, I started the picture last week with a cameraman I haven't seen in about 10 years. After the first day's work, we went to see the rushes. I didn't like the way I looked. So I turned to the cameraman and screamed. I can't understand it. I never look like that.
The cameraman very politely answered, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Powell, but you see, I'm 10 years older.
Well, June, on this high note of diplomacy, the nominations, if you please.
Those nominated for achievement in cinematography, black and white production are Battleground, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Paul C. Vogel.
Champion, Screenplays Corporation, United Artists, Frank Planner.
Come to the Stable, 20th Century Fox, Joseph Lachelle.
The Heiress, Paramount, Leo Tover.
Prince of Foxes, 20th Century Fox, Leon Shamroy. Mr. Holford, the envelope, please. The winner is Paul C. Vogel for Battleground.
This is a very important award, ladies and gentlemen, the Cinematography Black and White Award. Won this year, Mr. Paul C. Vogel. for the wonderful picture Battleground. And by the way, this is the first nomination for Mr. Baldwin. As a rule, old-timers win this award. It's the first nomination Mr. Baldwin has had. He's accepting his Oscar for the Black and White Cinematography Award for Battleground.
Those nominated for the best achievement in cinematography of a color production are the Barclays of Broadway, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Harry Stradling.
Jolson Sings Again, a Sidney Buckman production, Columbia, William Schneider.
Little Women, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Robert Plank and Charles Schoenbaum.
Sand, 20th Century Fox, Charles G. Clark.
She Wore a Yellow Ribbon, Argosy Pictures Corporation, RKO Radio, Wetton Hutch. The envelope, please. The winner, Wetton Hutch, for She Wore a Yellow Ribbon.
It's very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We, too, have to choose from 5 cards. Let us know who the winner is and what he's done. Wetton Hutch, Award 1948, Color Cinematography, Joan of Arc. Also photographed on Melody Time, Tap Roots, and 3 Godfathers.
Thank you, Dick and June, and congratulations, Wetton Hutch. Now, the record books list Jose Ferrer as a graduate architect, Broadway actor, painter, designer, director, motion picture star. In fact, he's done everything from building a bridge to switching to Calvert. Jose Ferrer, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present the scientific or technical awards, and I want to make one thing clear at the outset. The method of selecting the scientific and technical awards is different from any of the others. A committee made up of the ranking technicians, engineers, and scientists of the industry spends months investigating the long list of technical advances made during the year. This means that if a scientist or technician receives Academy recognition, his achievement has undergone the most careful scrutiny of his peers. And a tougher audience doesn't exist. Not even this one tonight. The statuette or Oscar for scientific and technical achievement is not given annually. It is presented only when a giant forward stride has been made in motion picture science. Tonight is only the 6th such presentation in the history of the Academy. Up until a short while ago, all 35mm motion picture film in general use was inflammable. It had been a continuing hazard to the thousands of people all over the world who work with film. Also, it was a threat to our archives, that great mass of contemporary history which has been recorded on film. After years of effort, a new type of improved safety film has been introduced. For that achievement, the development and introduction of the improved triacetate safety-based motion picture film, the Oscar has been awarded. Will Mr. Emery Hughes accept the Academy Award for the Eastman Kodak Company? The following achievements have been awarded certificates of honorable mention to Lauren L. Ryder, Bruce H. Denny, Robert Carr, and the Paramount Sound Department for the development and application of the supersonic playback and public address system. In simple and maybe slightly inaccurate words, this is a radio so tiny that it can be carried in an actor's pocket. This makes it possible for music or verbal directions to be delivered to the actor or actress without interfering with the ordinary recording of dialogue. The idea has already saved a great deal of time and led to some rather interesting dilemmas. Congratulations, gentlemen. To Mr. M.B. Paul for the first successful large area seamless translucent backgrounds. Now, this one is involved. Broken down, it means that when you see one of those scenes with 2 lovers on the veranda and the Manhattan skyline in the background will look better from now on. Unhappily, this invention does not affect the actors. Anyway, congratulations to Mr. Paul. To Herbert E. Britt for the development and application of formulas and equipment producing artificial snow and ice for dressing motion picture sets. Out here in California, we don't get a look at much real snow. But this new development would confuse even an Eskimo. It lasts longer, it looks colder, and it feels warmer. Congratulations, Mr. Britt. To André Coutin and Jacques Matteau for the design of the 𝒆𝒍'𝒔 Camerette. This is a handheld motorized precision camera with a direct view of the image while it is being photographed. Also, it has instantly interchangeable magazines and accurate registration. This instrument increases very considerably the mobility of our cameramen and will make a handsome Christmas present for June Allison to give to Dick Powell. Congratulations, gentlemen. To Charles R. Daly and to Steve Chillag and the Paramount Engineering, Editorial, and Music Departments for the new precision method for computing variable tempo click tracks. Now, the click track is the device by which, in certain difficult cases, the Hollywood musician is able to fit his music to the visual image on the screen. These engineers have turned a long, time-consuming task into a simple, rapid operation, and for the first time made it possible for Hollywood musicians to get home on time for dinner. Congratulations to you, gentlemen. To the International Projector Corporation for the simplified and self-adjusting take-up device for projection machines. This development reduces to almost the 0 point the danger of fire and film mutilation in the projectors. Congratulations, gentlemen. And last, to Alexander Velkoff for the application to production of the infrared photographic evaluator. You may not know that actors being photographed in both infrared and ordinary photography in the same sequence present a problem to the cameramen because of the variations in the color values of their makeup and clothing. This new device makes possible an immediate and exact estimate of these variations. It would also, if widely distributed, no doubt wreck the menswear business. Certainly no group in our industry has knocked at frontiers and sought improvements so consistently as the scientists and technicians. Congratulations to all of you. And congratulations to you, Joe. Oh, this is me sort of getting my second wind. At least I hope I do. You know, when I stepped out here about 55 minutes ago to face you 3,000 people, glamorous and important people, you'd have thought I might have been nervous. I still am, believe me. Now, one of the big musicals of the past year featured a song which has since become the bachelor's anthem. It's called Baby, It's Cold Outside, and is the last of the nominated songs. In place of Esther Williams, who is out of town, Arlene Dahl joins the rest of the original cast, Ricardo Montalban, Red Skelton, and Betty Garrett to sing Baby, It's Cold Outside.
I really can't.
Baby, it's cold outside.
I've got to go
But
away.
baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
Hoping that you'll drop in.
so very nice.
I'll hold your hands. They're just like ice.
My mother will start to worry.
Beautiful. What's your
My
hurry?
father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace roar.
So really I'd better scurry.
Beautiful. Please don't hurry.
Or maybe just a half a drink more.
Put some records on while I pour.
Neighbors might.
Baby, it's bad out there.
Say, what's in this
No
drink?
cabs to be had out there.
I wish I knew
Your
how
eyes are like stars right
to
now.
break the spell.
I'll take your hat. Your hair looks swell.
I ought to say no, no, no,
Mind
sir.
if I move in
At
closer?
least I'm going to say that I tried.
What's the sense of hurting my pride?
I really can't
Oh,
stay.
baby, don't hold out.
Ah, but
Baby,
it's cold outside. I simply must go.
Baby, it's cold outside.
The answer is no.
Baby, it's cold outside.
welcome has been
Lucky that you dropped
so
in.
nice and warm.
Look out the window at that storm.
Sister will be suspicious.
Gosh, your lips look delicious.
My brother will be there at the door.
Waves up on a tropical
My
shore.
maiden aunt mind is
Gosh, your lips are delicious.
so maybe just a cigarette more.
Never such a blizzard
I've
before.
got to get
But
home.
baby, you'd freeze out there.
Say, lend me your
It's
coat.
up to your knees out there.
You've really been
I
drunk.
thrill when you touch my
But
hand.
don't you see?
How can you do this thing to me?
There's bound to be talk tomorrow.
Think of my lifelong
At least
sorrow.
there will be plenty in front.
If you got pneumonia and
I
die,
really can't
get
stay.
over that old
Ah,
baby.
but
It's
it's cold outside.
I really can't
But
stay.
baby, it's cold outside.
I've got to go away.
Baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has
I'm
been
hoping that you
so
drop
very
in.
nice.
I'll hold your hands. They're just like
My
ice.
mother will start to worry.
Beautiful, what's your
My father will be pacing the floor.
Listen to the fireplace roar.
Really, I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't hurry. Put the records on while I
The neighbors might think,
Maybe it's bad out there.
say what's in this
No
drink.
cats to be had out there.
I wish I knew
Your
how
eyes are like stars
to
right
break
now.
this spell.
I'll take your hat. Your hair looks
I
swell.
ought to say no, no, no.
Mind if I move in
At least I'm going to say that I
What's the
tried.
sense of hurting my
I really can't
Oh, baby,
stay.
don't hold out. Baby, it's cold outside.
I simply must go.
Baby, it's cold outside.
The answer is
But
no.
Baby, it's cold outside.
This evening has been
Hoping that you drop
so
in.
nice and warm.
Look out the window at that
Your
storm.
sister will be suspicious.
Gosh, your lips look delicious.
Your brother will be pacing the floor.
Waves upon a tropical shore.
Main night.
Never such a blizzard.
Evening has been
Hoping that you drop
so
in.
nice and warm.
Look out the window at that
Your
storm.
sister will be suspicious.
Gosh, your lips look delicious.
Your brother will be pacing the floor.
Waves upon a tropical shore.
Main night.
Never such a blizzard. Baby,
None of this I remember.
up to your knees out there.
You've really been
A
grand,
thrill when you touch my
but don't
hand.
stand.
How can you do this?
There's going to be tomorrow.
Think of my lifelong
At least there'll be
sorrow.
plenty implied.
If you caught pneumonia and
I
died,
really can't
oh,
stay.
baby, don't hold out.
Well, Betty Garrett really gave Red Skelton a great working over in their chorus of Baby It's Cold Outside. She ended up with him flat on his back in the Davenport. We pause now for station identification.
Well, certainly, this is a spot where an angel would fear to tread. I don't have to be hit by a train. I know I haven't anything big enough to follow that. But I think Charles Brackett has. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Academy, Mr. Charles Brackett.
We come now to a series of special awards voted not by the membership, but by the Board of Governors of the Academy. They honor achievements which do not fall into the various categories of the regular awards. At 10 o'clock last night, as our Constitution specified, the Board of Governors met and voted to make several special awards. Before I tell you about them, however, may I read you a letter which I regard as a special award for the Academy itself. The White House, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Brackett, on the occasion of the presentation of the Academy Awards for 1949, I'm glad to have the privilege of extending my greetings to the thousands of creative workers who contribute so importantly to the art of the motion picture. We look to them to carry this art to new levels of achievement, knowing that they will bring entertainment and inspiration to millions of us own citizens, and that their product is the chief medium through which other millions of people the world over learn to know our country. I join you in honoring those men and women of the industry who have been selected as deserving of Academy Awards. With sincere regards, Harry S. Truman. Thank you, Mr. President. Now for the first of the special awards. It will be presented by a lady so charming, one can't understand how Paris relinquished her. Miss Micheline Prel.
Thank you. The award I have been asked to present is for the best foreign language motion picture. It goes to that magnificent Italian film, The Bicycle Thief. Dr. Mario Ungaro, the Italian consul in Los Angeles, has accepted the award.
Thank you, Dr. Ungaro and Miss Prel. For our next award, I'm going to ask Ronald Reagan to leave the radio booth long enough to make the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to a fellow guild member and Hollywood's best citizen, president of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, and for 4 very important progressive years, president of this Academy, a distinguished radio personality and an actor of Academy Award stature before many of tonight's contestants were born. This Oscar to Jean Hershow.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this coming Sunday, it's the 26th of March, it's exactly 44 years ago since I made my first picture, in 1906 in Denmark. It was only a 300-foot feature that took us about 4 hours to make. It's a long jump from that 300-foot flash to this magnificent affair tonight. I'm very, very proud of having been privileged to be a member of this industry for so many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. The next special award will be presented by Donald O'Connor.
Thank you very much. Sorry Francis couldn't be with me tonight. But he's home making out his speech for next year. This award is for the best performance by a child actor or actress during the year 1949. It goes to the little boy whose performance in The Window and So Dear to My Heart enchanted moviegoers and critics alike, Bobby Driscoll. Bobby?
I've been so thrilled in my life. But I want to thank everybody that had to do with me getting this award, and I want to thank God for giving me such a wonderful mother and father. Thank you.
Congratulations, Bobby, and thank you, Donald. The next award is a very special one. I'd like a very special person to present it. Miss Ginger Rogers.
Early this morning, the Academy Board of Governors got in touch with me and asked if I'd make this next presentation. Yes, 1,000 times yes. You'll see why when I read this citation. It says, "To Fred Astaire, for the artistry that has brought unique delight to picture audiences and has raised the standards of all musical pictures, in appreciation also of his contributions to techniques vital to the production of this type of film," unquote. I think it's a wonderful citation, but I don't think any citation would completely please the millions of people who have watched Fred Astaire perform. They would want that citation to mention some song he did, some tricky step on a terrace, some sly and satin descent down a staircase. And they'd be right, because in all his years of dancing, I don't think Fred Astaire ever made a movement that did not contain a hint of high art. He not only dignified dancing, as far as I'm concerned, he invented it. About the award is a pretty exciting moment for me, too. In fact, I'm so excited I could do handsprings down Hollywood Boulevard. And I'm sure there are many people here, too, who feel the same way. Also, I'm sure they want to hear from Fred Astaire. He's not in Hollywood tonight. His special award caught him off base. However, he was reached in New York this noon, and right now he's supposed to be at the other end of a special Hollywood New York circuit. Can you hear us, Fred? Can you hear us, sir, in New York? Fred Astaire!
Can I hear you? Oh, brother. Oh.
And the music, Fred. Can you hear that, too?
Yes, indeed, I can, Ginger. And, of course, I just don't know what to say. It's wonderful. I'm so thrilled. I'm ready to do handsprings myself down Madison Avenue. I'm very proud and very grateful. And as for you, Ginger, you've been much too gracious. Remember, I've had a partner.
Thanks, Fred, but that's not what it says here on the Oscar. It says in big letters, "To Fred Astaire."
Now, for goodness sake, don't let anything happen to it, will you? I'll tell you what. I heard George Murphy on the show. If he's still in the house, would you ask Bert to please accept the award for me? Thanks, Ginger, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Ginger Rogers. Congratulations, Fred. Our next award I insist on giving myself. It should come under the heading of a Pioneer Award. But the ageless vitality of the man to whom it's been voted is so extraordinary none of us can think of him as a pioneer. He was, though, in spades. He was the man who wired his New York bosses that the best place to make pictures in the West was an unknown village near Los Angeles called Hollywood. It's incredible that a man of his youth should have made the first American moving pictures of stirring beauty. How many of you are old enough to remember Maria Rosa and Joan the Woman? They were landmarks. The award might have been voted to him on an entirely different basis. As Mr. Show Business himself, for 37 years he has understood best how to amuse and thrill and entertain the American public. His achievements range from dramatizing the 10 Commandments to discovering the man who became Hopalong Cassidy. It's a beautiful thing never to have been a bore. And he has turned out thunderously entertaining pictures from the Squaw Man to Samson and Delilah. For 37 triumphant years, this Oscar goes to Cecil B. DeMille. It should be the case with a young, energetic producer. Mr. DeMille is out of town preparing a picture. I called him this morning and told him he had been voted an Oscar and who was to accept it. His first comment was, could the Academy vote Mrs. DeMille a pair of wings? This is Mrs. DeMille.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure I'm very sorry that Mr. DeMille is here, not here, and I know that he will be very sorry and very appreciative of the award.
Thank you, Mrs. DeMille. As no Thalberg Award was voted this year, I can now turn you back to Paul Douglas.
Cole Porter music is the only music in the world with a split personality. For proof, drop by any Roadhouse dive on a Saturday night. The people are jammed together dancing to a Porter tune, and they think he wrote it just for them. Then jump to the St. Regis roof, everybody's at arm's length, and pretty sure Cole wrote the song for them. Well, after 25 years of this, the feeling has spread that Cole Porter is a qualified musician. That's why he's here tonight to make the music awards. Mr. Cole Porter.
Thank you, Paul. The nominations for the best scoring of a musical picture are Jolson Sings Again, a Sidney Buckman production, Columbia, Morris Stoloff and George Duney. Look for the Silver Lining, Warner Brothers, Ray Hindorf, and On the Town, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Roger Edens, and Lenny Haight. May I have the envelope, please? The winners are Roger Edens and Lenny Hayton for On the Town.
Johnny Green, General Director of Music at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, accepted the awards for Mr. Eden and Mr. Hayton. Mr. Porter.
The nominations for Best Score of a Dramatic or Comedy Picture are Beyond the Forest, Warner Brothers, by Max Steiner, Champion, Screenplays Corporation, United Artists, by Dmitri Tiomkin, and The Heiress, Paramount, by Aaron Copland. The envelope, please. The winner is Aaron Copland for The Heiress.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, another winner is coming up to this handsomely appointed stage. He has been nominated, Aaron Copland, for scores of Mice and Men, 1939, Our Town in 40, and The North Star in 1943.
Louis Lipstone, head of Paramount Music Department, accepted the award for Mr. Copland. Now, Mr. Porter.
The nominations for the best song written for and or first used in a motion picture are Baby It's Cold Outside from Neptune's Daughter, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Music and lyrics by Frank Lesser. It's a Great Feeling from It's a Great Feeling, Warner Brothers. Music by Jules Stein, lyrics by Sammy Kahn. Lavender Blue from So Dear to My Heart, Walt Disney Production, RKO Radio. Music by Elliot Daniel, lyrics by Larry Morey. My Foolish Heart from My Foolish Heart, Sam Goldwyn Productions, RKO Radio. Music by Victor Young, lyrics by Ned Washington. And Through a Long and Sleepless Night, from Come to the Stable, 20th Century Fox. Music by Alfred Newman, lyrics by Mac Gordon. The envelope, please, Mr. Holbert. The winner is Frank Lesser for Baby It's Cold Outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, we in the booth have been arguing the merits of our respective songs that we voted for, but I think we're all very happy with this. It was so beautifully presented tonight. Frank Lesser has had previous nominations for Dolores in 1941, They're Either Too Young or Too Old, I Wish I Didn't Love You So. He's been in the film industry since 1937.
Thank you, Cole Porter, and congratulations, Frank Lesser. On 1942, President Roosevelt announced that the American planes which had just bombed Tokyo had taken off from Shangri-La. The fact that this allusion to a mythical country was instantly clear to people all over the world is a high tribute to its inventor, a man who is to present the Writing Awards tonight, an Academy Award winner, a distinguished novelist of international standing, Mr. James Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Yes, Shangri-La is indeed a wonderful place for everyone. But for writers, and especially motion picture writers, it has further charms. In Shangri-La, for instance, there are producers who read scripts, and directors who photograph whole scenes without touching a line. And there are actors who insist the play's the thing. And there are agents who insist on only 5%. However, as Mr. Douglas pointed out, it is a mythical country. So, on to the Writing Awards. Those nominated for the Best Motion Picture Story are Come to the Stable, 20th Century Fox. Story by Claire Booth Luce. It Happens Every Spring, 20th Century Fox. Story by Shirley W. Smith and Valentine Davis. Sands of Iwo Jima, Republic. Story by Harry Brown. The Stratton Story, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Story by Douglas Morrow. And White Heat, Warner Brothers, story by Virginia Kellogg. Now the envelope, please. The winner, Douglas Morrow, for The Stratton Story.
Douglas Morrow wins the first of the important writing awards for The Stratton Story, a great Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture. This is Mr. Morrow's first nomination. He was formerly an actor, by the way. I understand he got the idea for The Stratton Story while watching a softball game at the Veterans Hospital near Los Angeles, and he felt something should be done to encourage wheelchair patients.
Now, those nominated for the Best Screenplay are All the King's Men, a Robert Rossen production, Columbia. Screenplay by Robert Rossen. The Bicycle Thief, De Sica Production Company, Mayor Burstin, Italian. Screenplay, Cesare Zavattini. Champion, Screenplays Corporation, United Artists. Screenplay by Carl Foreman. The Fallen Idol, London Film Productions. Selznick Releasing Organization, British. Screenplay by Graham Greene. And A Letter to Three Wives, 20th Century Fox, screenplay by Joseph L. Mankiewicz. May I have the envelope? The winner, Joseph L. Mankiewicz for A Letter to Three Wives.
And now here comes Joe Mankiewicz, a very popular choice. You might be interested to know, ladies and gentlemen, that the difference between this and the previous award is that this is for the construction of the screenplay regardless of the original source of the story. It could have been a published novel or short story or anything else. This is only for the construction of the screenplay.
Now, those nominated for the Best Story and Screenplay are Battleground, a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, story and screenplay by Robert Pirosh. Jolson Sings Again, a Sidney Buckman production, Columbia, story and screenplay by Sidney Buckman. Paisan, a Roberto Rossellini production. Mayor Gustin, Italian. Story and screenplay by Alfred Hayes, Federico Fellini, Sergio Amidei, Marcello Pagliaro, and Roberto Rossellini. Passport to Pimlico, J. Arthur Rank, Eagle Lion, British. Story and screenplay by T.E.B. Clark. And The Quiet One, film documents, Mayor Burstyn. Story and screenplay by Helen Levitt, Janice Loeb, and Sidney Myers. Now may we break the seal? Thank you. The winner, Robert Pirosh for Battleground.
Ladies and gentlemen, this particular award is for the writer who developed his own story into the finished screenplay. Quite a task in itself. This is his first nomination. He himself is a veteran of the Battle of Bastogne.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton, and congratulations, Robert Pirosh. As you may have guessed, it has been our aim here tonight to choose our presenters for their fitness for the honor. We also felt that if they were good to look at, that didn't hurt a bit. Now, to present the award for the best achievement in direction, the committee has chosen the best-looking director in town. Stanley Lapina's daughter must have been born wise in the ways of show business, if there's anything at all in heredity. She has lately added writing, directing, and producing to her busy and distinguished career as an actress. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Ida Lapina.
If a genie ever gave me a wish, I think I'd know how I'd like to spend it. I want my name to be in a list like this. Those nominated for the best achievement in directing are All the King's Men, Robert Rossen Production, Columbia, Robert Rossen. Battleground, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, William A. Wellman. The Fallen Idol, London Film Productions, Selznick Releasing Organization, British, Carol Reed. The Heiress, Paramount, William Wyler. And A Letter to Three Wives, 20th Century Fox, Joseph L. Mankiewicz. The envelope, please. The winner is Joseph L. Mankiewicz for A Letter to Three Wives.
Although this is Mr. Mankiewicz's first nomination for direction, of course, he just got through coming off the stage, accepting an award for the screenplay for Letter to Three Wives.
Thank you, Brother Lupino. Miss Lupino's name, incidentally, on the membership list of the Screen Directors Guild is Irving Lupino. That way we can keep the same informal tone to our meetings, and there's the building cost to be considered. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something for which nobody, in all honesty, can be prepared. I am not prepared. This is a great honor, and I am deeply appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida Lapina, and double congratulations to you, Joe Mankiewicz. You know, they gave me a piece of advice before I came to Hollywood. Beware of babies, furry animals, and the old character man. They'll steal every scene they're in. Well, I'm going to introduce to you now someone who isn't a baby, a furry animal, or an old character man, but whose charm, intelligence, and sound knowledge of her business makes every scene she's in her scene. The lady who won last year's award for the best performance by an actress in a supporting role will present the award tonight to the actor whose performance in the supporting role was the voter's choice. Miss Claire Trevor.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank Paul for that wonderful introduction. I hardly recognize myself. I very well remember what it's like to be a nominee waiting. I mean, it's almost unbearable, the suspense. So, you wonderful candidates, I won't keep you waiting any longer. Those nominated for the best performance by a supporting actor are John Ireland in All the King's Men, a Robert Rossen production, Columbia. Dean Jagger in 12 O'Clock High, 20th Century Fox. Arthur Kennedy in Champion, Screenplays Corporation, United Artists. Ralph Richardson in The Heiress, Paramount. And James Whitmore in Battleground, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Now that well-remembered envelope. The winner is Dean Jagger for 12 O'Clock High.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting so excited in the booth here, making our bets on the various members, but we're very, very happy about this one. Dean Jagger is a greatly respected member of our profession, and he's played major roles in Missouri Legend and Tobacco Road.
You shouldn't do that much of that. You shouldn't do that much of that. They suggested that if you had anything to say, if you were lucky enough to get up here and get one of these wonderful things, you keep it to 15 seconds, I believe it was. I can think of a lot of things I'd love to say. I couldn't say them in 15 seconds. I would like to say this, because I hear a lot of kidding about what people say when they get one of these, but you do feel grateful to a few people that helped you, too. And I would like to say to a man by the name of 𝒆𝒍'𝒔, who's given me a couple pretty wonderful opportunities, to Henry King, a fine man and a great director, I'm very grateful, and I feel emotional as the dickens about it. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you, Dean Jagger, and thank you, Claire Trevor. Now, there will be no bourbon jokes used to introduce Ray Milland. He's an expert light comedian, a gifted dramatic actor, and a winner of the Academy Award. He's here to present the Oscar for the best performance by an actress in a supporting role, Mr. Ray Milland.
Thank you, Paul. One of the first things they try to drum into an actor's head is a sense of timing. I think my sense of timing would be way off tonight if I didn't read these nominations. Those nominated for the best performance by an actress in a supporting role are Ethel Barrymore in Pinky, 20th Century Fox. Celeste Holm in Come to the Stable, 20th Century Fox. Elsa Lanchester in Come to the Stable, 20th Century Fox. Mercedes McCambridge in All the King's Men, a Robert Rossen production, Columbia. Ethel Waters in Pinky, 20th Century Fox. May I have the envelope, please? The winner is Mercedes McCambridge.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is one of those affairs and one of those things that can only happen in an Oscar affair. Down the aisle, dressed beautifully in white, is coming a young lady who, for her first screen role, receives one of the coveted and highest awards that this our industry can give. Now I might add that we are to that 10th point in the Academy presentation. She's approaching the mic.
I'm aware of those who have contributed to this moment and thankful for them. But I would like to say to every waiting actor, hold on. Look what can happen. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mercedes McCambridge. That was a short but very distinguished speech, and thanks to you, Mr. Ray Milland. Well, one of the beautiful sights of last year's show was Jane Wyman in a white crepe evening dress accepting an Academy Award. Well, you can give odds one of the beautiful sights of this year's show will be Jane Wyman in a white lace evening dress presenting an Academy Award. In fact, this girl's in a rut. She's stuck with good looks, good humor, good grace, and 2 white dresses. To present the Oscar for the best performance by an actor, Miss Jane Wyman.
Before the winner is announced, I, at this time, would like to congratulate him because after his name is read, he won't remember it. He won't remember anything for 24 hours. So, those nominated for the best performance by an actor are Broderick Crawford in All the King's Men, a Robert Rossen production, Columbia; Kirk Douglas in The Champion, Screenplays Corporation, United Artists; Gregory Peck, 12 O'Clock High, 20th Century Fox; Richard Todd in The Hasty Heart, Warner Brothers; and John Wayne in Sands of Iwo Jima, Republic. The envelope, please. Broderick Crawford for All King's Men.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is so exciting, so wonderful. I personally have known Rod for such a long time, and it's just great to see him come up and accept this award. I know everybody here is very, very happy for him because he gave a wonderful, wonderful performance. He is now embracing Jane, who looks divine in a white dress.
If my heart would stop beating for a minute. Mr. Douglas said I was to thank nobody. I'd like to thank all of you, and especially thank God. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane Wyman. And congratulations to you, Brod Crawford. Gets exciting, doesn't it? You know, during the last months of 1949, one of Hollywood's most eligible bachelors left the fold. When Jimmy Stewart was married, every bobby soxer in America wore his socks at half-mast, and a woman in Buffalo spoke to her husband for the first time in 17 years. However, Jimmy's fans are on both sides of the screen. Those who work with him admire his talent and enjoy his company. Now, to present the award to the Best Actress of 1949, Academy Award winner, Jimmy Stewart.
Please forgive me for not stopping to acknowledge how honored I am to be here, but I can't wait to see who won it either. So, those nominated for the best performance by an actress are Jean Crane in Pinky, 20th Century Fox; Olivia de Havilland in The Heiress, Paramount; Susan Hayward in My Foolish Heart, Samuel Goldwyn Productions, RKO Radio; Deborah Carr in Edward, My Son, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer; and Loretta Young in Come to the Stable, 20th Century Fox. Now, if I can have the envelope. Olivia de Havilland.
And so for the second time, Olivia de Havilland walks up to this platform to get an Oscar. Olivia coming down the aisle, and she too is dressed in very beautiful white and looking very beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, I should describe it. But anyway, as she does go up on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, they can have all their critics' awards and all their magazine polls with all apologies, all of them. But this is really the big leagues, and no one can take away from the glamour and excitement of Oscar night.
Your award for To Each His Own, I took as an incentive to venture forward. Thank you for this very generous assurance that I have not entirely failed to do so.
Again, congratulations to you, Olivia de Havilland, and thank you, Jimmy Stewart. You know, when a great star walks on the screen, he dominates it. When Jimmy Cagney walks on the screen, he owns it. And he's held the First Mortgage for 20 years. He's done everything from a buck and wing to Shakespeare. He's patrolled the movie beat like no actor of his time. An Academy Award winner himself, he is about to make the award for the Best Picture of 1949. Jimmy Cagney.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have seen Hollywood at its Sunday best. As great as the temptation is to share in the dignity of the evening and add to the added contribution of well-deserved superlatives, about the only thing left to say is, meet the champion. Now, the nominations for the Best Picture of the Year are All the King's Men, a Robert Rawson production, Columbia, Battleground, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, The Heiress, Paramount, A Letter to Three Wives, 20th Century Fox, and 12 O'Clock High, 20th Century Fox. The envelope, please. The winner, All the King's Men, Robert Rawson, Columbia.
Sir Robert Rawson is coming to the stage to accept the award for All the King's Men. Great picture starring two of our winners already this evening, Mr. Broderick Crawford, the Best Actor, and Mercedes McCambridge, the Best Supporting Actress. Here's Mr. Rawson.
It's been a long evening. I just can't talk. Thanks very much. And despite the fact that Mr. Paul Douglas said that I shouldn't thank anyone, I'd like to thank all of the people who contributed to this picture all over again, and all of you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jimmy Cagney. Thank you and congratulations, Bob Rawson. Thanks very much, all of you very, very nice people. You've met the new royal family of Hollywood. May they reign mightily for a year and a day. Bless you all.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so concludes the 22nd Annual Academy Awards show, and it rounds out our ABC coverage of this great spectacle. Recapitulate just once more for you. Best Actress Award went to Olivia Havilland, the Best Actor to Broderick Crawford, the Best Supporting Actress to Mercedes McCambridge, the Best Supporting Actor to Dean Jager, and the Best Picture to All the King's Men. I certainly want my stalwart cohorts here this evening to say good night to you. And first of all, here's Miss Eve Arden.
Well, thank you very much, Ken. It was terribly exciting doing this. It was a lot of fun. I only wish I could have described some of the beautiful gowns I saw tonight. I was drooling. But it was a little difficult. We didn't quite have time enough. Now, Ronnie Regan wants to say good night to you.
Yes, and you know, Ken, if you'll pardon a personal reference, sitting up here looking out through this glass window has taken me back to some years ago when I was a radio sports announcer.
Yes, sir.
And this used to be the stage of a big, thrilling football game when you'd say the long blue shadows are settling over the field, the teams have left. You'd give the statistics in the game, and I don't know of any game that I ever broadcast that was any more exciting or thrilling than this, when once in a while Hollywood gets to show a world, and a world of detractors in many cases, that we're a hard-working and a very serious community and a fine industry made up of very many fine, generous people. It's been a pleasure to be here with you and a pleasure to be on the air and participate in this particular 22nd Annual Award. Good night.
Thank you, Ronnie and Eve. Very kind of you to come down and help us out on this show. I think we should give a special tribute at our finish of our broadcast, Mr. Johnny Gear Green, who directed this great affair, and particularly to Bobby Dolan, who led our orchestra. That's really a tough job on this show, and he did it wonderfully. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this winds up our Academy Awards show. This is Ken Carpenter saying goodnight and hoping we'll see you again next year on Oscar night. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The overture, made up of a half a dozen of the memorable Oscar-winning tunes played by the Academy Awards Orchestra, a former award winner and a governor of the Academy, Johnny Green, conducting.
Tonight, the Oldsmobile division of General Motors Corporation brings you the Academy Awards Show. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking to you from the Pantages Theater in Hollywood, where in a few moments the presentation of the annual Motion Picture Academy Awards will begin. Again this year, Oldsmobile is delighted to bring you all the drama and color of these famous ceremonies, honoring the top performances of the year in the motion picture industry. As you know, Oldsmobile is traditionally associated with top performance in automobiles. And this year, Olds has reached a new high in performance with the exciting J2 rocket engine. Later on, I'll have more to tell you about the J2 rocket and Oldsmobile's big spring showing of new rocket engine cars, including the fabulous Fiesta. Right now, Oldsmobile invites you to be our guest for the 29th Annual Motion Picture Academy Awards. And here is our host for the evening, the popular film star, Robert Wagner.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Robert Wagner speaking to you from the Pantages Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. It may be of interest for you to know that the Academy Awards were first broadcast at the awards banquet held April 3rd, 1930 at the Ambassador Hotel. It was a local broadcast and lasted for an hour. The whole ceremony was broadcast for the first time, beginning with the awards in 1944, which were held at the Grauman's Chinese Theater. The whole ceremony was televised for the first time as well as broadcast at the 1952 awards at the RKO Pantages Theater, where we're here to date. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is probably the greatest night there is that can be in Hollywood. And I feel that to be very proud to be a part of it. I'd like to take you now down to the overture, a prelude to a gala evening by David Raxon. Johnny Green conducts the Academy Awards Orchestra. Here from my vantage point, ladies and gentlemen, I can see the faces of the people who make your motion pictures. Many of the names known the world around. Others, the artists, technicians, whose talents and skills help make the star performances possible. This is Hollywood's night of the year, for tonight the world champions of the industry are presented to the nation. In a few moments, the president of the Academy, Mr. George Seaton, will start the big Oscar parade. Now, while we're waiting for Mr. Seaton, here is Jimmy Wallington with a special invitation to you.
This is an invitation to take your seat for the performance of the year. And you'll find that seat right smack behind the wheel of a new rocket Oldsmobile. Yes, sir, front seat left side in a sparkling 1957 Olds. That's where you get that solid, smooth, level driving sensation. The highway-hugging feel of Oldsmobile's wide-stance chassis. That's where you'll enjoy Oldsmobile's quick and nimble response as you park, corner, and maneuver through traffic. And that's where you'll thrill to the phenomenal power of the new J2 rocket engine. The engine that performs like two engines in one, giving you more economy when you want it, more power when you need it. Yes, when you take the seat behind the J2 rocket, you're set for America's newest driving experience. It's truly your seat for the performance of the year. You're invited to try it now during the special spring showing at your authorized Oldsmobile quality dealers. See the wide selection of brilliant new Oldsmobiles to choose from. Discover that there's a rocket for every pocket. And above all, be our guest for a J2 rocket test. Tomorrow would be a great day for it. And now, back to the Academy Awards.
Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Green came with the whole orchestra out of a gigantic pit in front of the Pantages Theater. And I think we should go back and hear the rest of the orchestration. Johnny Green and the Academy Award Orchestra. President of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, Mr. George Seaton.
Fellow members of the Academy, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. This year, the motion picture industry is celebrating its 50th birthday, its golden jubilee. It is a genuine milestone because for the first time, movie audiences all over the world have more than a passing interest in these ceremonies. The motion picture has become, as our setting implies, a truly global medium. The flow of film between free countries and the exchange of artists who created them has increased our knowledge of and appreciation for our fellow man. One has only to recall the films nominated in the category of Best Motion Picture to realize that Hollywood is roaming the globe not only for photographic effects, but for story content as well. The King and I related the experiences of an Englishwoman who went to the court of Siam as a tutor and stayed to learn the meaning of affection and understanding. The Ten Commandments told the inspiring story of Moses culminating in the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. Around the World in 80 Days was everything the title implied, except that that colorful and entertaining journey was accomplished in 2 hours and 57 minutes. Friendly Persuasion, although of domestic origin, explored a vast region too often bypassed, the human heart. This film gave us the satisfying privilege of living for a brief time with warm, courageous, peaceful human beings of good conscience. And Giant, with power and drama, brought to our eyes and ears that strange, wonderful, exotic land of milk and honey, Texas. And now it is my happy assignment to introduce our Master of Ceremonies for this evening's program. As you may recall, last year the position was filled by that gregarious buffoon, that unpredictable, irrepressible, uninhibited clown, Jerry Lewis. This year, our Master of Ceremonies will be that debonair, cultured, sophisticated entrepreneur of song and whimsy, Mr. Jerry Lewis.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to say that 364 days out of every year, Hollywood strives, struggles, and works to prepare for that 365th day, April 15th. If Tax Day is the big day, then Oscar night is the big night. Because of the length of the program tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to know that if your name is called for an award, please come and get your Oscar at once. There'll be no deliveries, except for steady customers like Walt Disney, of course. Now, there's a great deal of tension and nervousness tonight, and which is entirely called for because, well, this is a kind of a tense thing here at the theater, and everyone knows that. And the management has asked me to announce that for this performance only, the candy concession in the lobby will not sell popcorn, only buttered Milltown. I'll wait. Now, there's a new trend in motion pictures nowadays. It's expense. Now, War and Peace cost $9 million. That's more than the real war cost. And it's all right. If they don't, you do. Now, the length of these pictures, it's fantastic. The other night I went to see War and Peace, and of course I didn't see all the picture because the kid in front of me grew up. But if you think that picture is long, I went to see Giant, and it cost me $300. $3 admission and $297 for the babysitter. When I got home, my dog bit me. I've been away so long, he thought I was a stranger. Oh, what pain. There's also another trend in pictures making this year. The picture making has got a new thing going for them. Now, Yul Brynner made a picture, they cut off his hair. Kirk Douglas made a picture, they cut off the ear. Look what they did to Mickey Rooney. He used to be Gary Cooper. Oh, yes, before I forget, I would like to make mention that last week there was an accident at the factory where the Oscars are made. Now, one of the workmen dropped his false teeth into a vat of molten bronze. So will all you winners please examine your statuettes very carefully, and if your Oscar is smiling, you'll have to turn it back. Now, before we get into tonight's presentations, the motion picture industry has one very small favor to ask of you, millions of viewers at home. All of you watching all over America and Canada. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please don't just sit there. Go to the movies. first 3 minutes are always the toughest. And now we take you to New York to meet a very lovely and gracious lady who is indeed a credit to our profession, a former Academy Award winner herself, Miss Celeste Holm, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my, Jerry, I do find this very exciting. And congratulations on being selected as Master of Ceremonies for the second consecutive year.
Thank you very much, Celeste. It's a big thrill. And, you know, when I appeared before the Academy Award Committee and was told that I was to be Master of Ceremonies again this year, I was so surprised I fell off my knees.
Oh, come on now, Jerry. You're the ideal choice for me.
Really? You really think so?
Oh, everyone agrees that you have such poise, such charm, such dignity. You have such strength. You have what the French call, je ne sais quoi.
I got that. What is it? Yeah, it must come with the suit. I never had it before. Let me just give you a little kiss just to say hello. See if we can do this 3,000 miles away. Just, no, turn and give me... You need a shave, baby. Turn around. You're a little closer, Celeste. There, good. Right into the ear you went with all that. All right, what do you say we get on with the awards, Celeste?
I think that'd be lovely. I think we'd better.
All right, we'd better, because tonight we really have a big show. Here tonight for 𝒆𝒍'𝒔, the big O. Tonight on this here stage, there'll be stars, really big stars here on this here stage here tonight for the award. Really big stars, and I don't mind telling you that these are stars. They're not golfers, no tennis players, no drill teams, just entertainment, a television first. Whatever this is. Celeste, can you hear me, honey?
Just barely. Now I can. Well, we're all set here in New York. I have Mr. Ward Ogden of Price Waterhouse standing right here.
Fine, and I have Mr. Bill Miller of Price Waterhouse standing here, ready to hand out the top secret envelopes. It's exciting, isn't it? How do you do, Mr. Miller? Good to see you. Smiling.
This year, it's more exciting than ever, because most of the presenters are themselves former Oscar winners or nominees for this year's awards. And the first of these is both a former Oscar winner and a nominee for her role in Giant.
Miss Mercedes McCambridge, who has so much to read, what with the technical awards, etc., that she is going to be assisted by another nominee for his role in Written on the Wind, Mr. Robert Stack and Miss Mercedes McCambridge, if you please. Bobby, how are you, Bobby? Nice to see you, Bob.
Fine, Jerry.
Mercedes, nice to see you. Do you know Bob? Bob, Mercedes, I'm Jerry. Glad to see you. Mercedes, Bob, Mercedes. Take care, and I'll see you. All right.
The Scientific or Technical Committee of the Academy did not vote any Class 1 or Class 2 awards for 1956. However, the Academy is happy to have awarded Class 3 certificates to the following. To Richard H. Ranger of Ranger Tone Incorporated for the development of a synchronous recording and reproducing system for quarter-inch magnetic tape. To Ted Hirsch, Carl Hogue, and Edward Reichard of Consolidated Film Industries for an automatic scene counter for laboratory projection rooms. To the
technical...
Your line.
The technical departments of Paramount Pictures Corporation for engineering and development of the Paramount Lightweight Horizontal Movement VistaVision camera. To Roy C. Stewart and Sons, to Dr. C.R. Daly, and to the Transparency Department of Paramount Pictures Corporation for the engineering and development of the high-trans and para-high-trans rear projection screens.
Now.
to the construction department of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer for a new hand-portable fog machine. I'll bet it's hard to do one of those. And to Daniel J. Bloomberg, John Pond, William Wade, and the engineering and camera departments of Republic Studios for the Naturama adaptation to the Mitchell camera. Gentlemen, for your fine contributions, the industry salutes you. And now, Mr. Stack, the nominations for the documentary short subjects.
Thank you, Miss McCambridge. The nominees are Charles Guggenheim, producer, for A City Decides; John Healy for The Dark Wave; Valentine Davies for The House Without a Name; Ward Kimball for Man in Space; and Louis Clyde Stoneman for The True Story of the Civil War. The envelope, please. The winner is The True Story of the Civil War, Louis Clyde Stoneman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award will be accepted by Mr. Stoneman. He's walking forward to the stage now. And the award will be presented by Mr. Robert Stack, who is nominated for the supporting actor for Written on the Wind.
And now, Miss McCambridge, with the Documentary Feature Awards.
Thank you, Mr. Stack. The nominees are Louis Clyde Stoneman for The Naked Eye, Jacques-Yves Cousteau for The Silent World, and Bjarne Henning Jensen for Where Mountains Float. The envelope, please. Thank you. In New York, the winner is The Silent World, Jacques-Yves Cousteau.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award will be accepted in New York by Mr. James Duggan. This is a film made in France, and I saw the picture. It was a beautiful picture called The Silent World, and Mercedes McCambridge, the supporting actress nominee for Giant, presented the award.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to introduce one of the brightest young singing stars, Miss Gogi Grant, to sing the first nominated song, Whatever Will Be, Will Be.
When I was just a little girl, I asked my mother, what will I be? Will I be pretty? Will I be rich? Here's what she said to me. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. When I was just a child in school, I asked my teacher, what should I try? Should I paint pictures? Should I sing songs? This was her wise reply. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. When I grew up and fell in love, I asked my sweetheart what lies ahead. Will there be rainbows day after day? Here's what my sweetheart said. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. tenderly. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. Que sera.
Thank you very much, Gogi. That was beautiful. Whatever will be, will be. Our next category is short subjects. This year, back up, good. A short subject is any picture other than War and Peace or the Ten Commandments. See, because they're so long. Oh, well. To present the award for this category, a young man who has been a star longer than even he can remember, Mr. Mickey Rooney, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Mick?
Fine, Jerry. Thank you very kindly. Mr. Lewis, honored
quite
guests,
all right, Mr.
ladies
Rooney.
and gentlemen, I think that the Academy had great perception when they invited me to give away this particular category for short subjects.
Oh, Mickey, I don't think you should feel that way.
Right. It's all right, Jerry. You know, I'm not at all sensitive about my height. After all, I got my start in short subjects many, many years ago, about 33 years ago, in comedies, in the Mickey Maguire comedies.
Yeah, I remember.
Remember those Mickey
I
Maguire
see them
comedies?
constantly. They were
Do
just
you?
wonderful. I watch them every night with my kids. They're on the television now. Did
They
you?
are.
Oh, sure. I see it all the time with my kids. Those pictures. Let me ask you something, Mickey. I'm just curious. Do you ever see any of those kids you used to work with?
Are you kidding?
No.
No, Jerry, I mean, they're together over living in a motel off of Cahuenga.
You're kidding. All
No,
together?
everybody is all together in one room over there. Camaraderie like you have never seen it before.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh, we go over once a week. We have a big kind of a hoedown thing.
Like
there.
a reunion.
Reunion.
That's wonderful.
That's right.
It's wonderful to hear that. What about that little dog that used to run through all the comedies? What about him?
The dog?
Yeah.
Well, he was smart. He saved his money. He owns the motel.
Oh. I see.
You know, but outside of that, you know, every time I see the Mickey Maguire comedies, I usually cry.
Cry?
I cry because they're so nostalgic to me.
Yeah.
Jerry, I can't help but cry.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. No residuals, huh?
I never stop to think about it, but that's another reason for crying.
Yeah. Shook me up a little bit myself.
I would like to read the next category, if I may. The nominations for one real short subjects are Constantine Kaltzer, Crashing the Water Barrier, Robert Youngson for I Never Forget a Face, and Cedric Francis for Time Stood Still. May I have the envelope? In New York, the winner is Crashing the Water Barrier, Constantine Kaltzer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award will be accepted by Constantine Kaltzer in New York. It's a picture that tells how Donald Campbell successfully drove a jet-powered boat at a record speed over Lake Mead, Nevada. This is his first nomination.
I'd like to thank Ken Baldwin, our editor, and Reuben Frank, who wrote it, and the Saucony Mobile Oil Company that made it possible. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the nominations for two real short subjects are George K. Arthur, producer for The Bespoke Overcoat, Larry Landsberg for Cowdog, John Healy for The Dark Wave, and Walt Disney for Samoa. The envelope, please. In New York, the winner is The Bespoke Overcoat, George K. Arthur.
George K. Arthur in New York will accept this award, ladies and gentlemen. George K. Arthur was formerly actor and made numerous films in Hollywood and is now a distributor. Mickey Rooney, supporting actor nominee, presented the award, and he is being nominated for the Gold and the Brave.
I humbly accept this on behalf of the cast, the 2 stars, Mr. Kossoff, Mr. Bass, and Mr. Clayton, the director. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to present the award for the best cartoon, the child star of The Bad Seed who killed the critics and most of the cast, Miss Patty McCormick.
Good evening, Mr. Lewis.
Don't you point that at me. It might be loaded, baby.
You don't have to be afraid of a little girl like me.
I don't have to be afraid of a little girl like you. Why?
I'm only 10 years old, going on 11.
And I'm only 31, and I'm going on home.
The nominations for the best cartoon are Stephen Basistow, producer for Gerald McBoing on Planet Moo. Stephen Basistow for The Jaywalker, and Stephen Basistow for Mr. Magoo's Puddle Jumper. Something tells me Mr. Basistow just might win. May I have the envelope, please? Mr. Magoo's Puddle Jumper, Stephen Basistow.
The award will be accepted by Wilson D. Burness. He's here in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Patty McCormick, supporting actress nominee for The Bad Seed, will present the award.
Wilson D. Burness will accept the award for Mr. Basistow.
I'm sure you all know it, but I feel I must say it. It's not a one-man job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm telling you one thing, if this little kid doesn't win an award tonight, I'm going home in a cab. I ain't getting in my car and stepping on a starter, I tell you that. She's got a date with Peter Lorre, this child. I would like to say that once again, through the magic of modern electronics, we go to New York, weather permitting.
Weather permits, Jerry. And the Academy permits me the pleasure of introducing a brilliant artist who is herself a contender for the Best Actress Award for her remarkable performance in The Bad Seed. Miss Nancy Kelly. Hi, Jerry.
Nancy, you look very lovely and radiant.
Oh, I thank you very much, Jerry, indeed.
Would you like to read the awards for
I
us?
would like to very much. I'm about as anticipatory about this as you are. And we start. The nominees for the Best Actor in a Supporting Role are Don Murray in Bus Stop, Anthony Perkins in Friendly Persuasion, Anthony Quinn in Lust for Life, Nicky Rooney in The Bold and the Brave, and Robert Stack in Written on the Wind. And may I have the envelope, please? Thank you. In Hollywood, the winner is Anthony Quinn for Lust for Life.
Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Quinn is here tonight, and he is truly one of the great actors of our business. He was in Beavis and Butthead. You probably saw him in that, The Long Wait, The Naked Street, 7 Cities of Gold, and La Strada. The award will be presented by Miss Nancy Kelly, the Best Actress nominee for The Bad Seed.
Ladies and gentlemen, needless to say, I'm deeply moved. At the risk of being misunderstood, I want to humbly say to my fellow nominees that acting has never been a matter of competition to me. I want to say that I was only competing with myself, and I thank you very much for letting me win that fight over myself.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jimmy Wallington for Oldsmobile.
Now, during this short intermission in the Academy Awards presentations, let's see who we can find to chat with. Oh, here's an old friend, John J. Briefly. Hello, John.
Hello, Jimmy.
Keeping busy these days, John?
Oh, yes. I'm a summer-upper.
A summer-upper?
Yes, I'll show you. You're going to talk about the big special spring showing now at all Oldsmobile dealers.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, you go ahead and speak your piece, and I'll sum it up for you.
Well, now I was about to say that there are many reasons why everyone should make a point of getting to Oldsmobile's special spring showing. First, among the 17 sparkling new Oldsmobile models now on display, anyone can find the car that is designed and priced just right for him.
You mean there's a rocket for every pocket?
Precisely. And here's another big reason for getting to Oldsmobile's spring showing. There you'll see the fabulous new Fiesta, with all the glamour of a holiday hardtop, plus the utility of a station wagon.
Smartest model yet for the station wagon set.
Very well put, John. And here's another powerful reason for seeing your Oldsmobile dealer as soon as possible. It's the exciting new J2 rocket engine. The J2 is the rocket engine with 3 dual carburetors. For your usual driving needs, the J2 operates on just one of those 3 carburetors, giving you high efficiency and economy. But when the situation calls for extra power, just open the throttle 3/4, and all 3 carburetors go into action for power like you've never known before.
The J2 rocket operates like 2 engines in one. More economy when you want it, more power when you need it.
Right. And you're invited to stop in at your Oldsmobile dealers tomorrow to try it.
Be our guest for a J2 rocket test.
Nicely said, John. Check Oldsmobile for power and for beauty, comfort, ride, and safety. You'll find that any way you look at it, Oldsmobile's got everything you want in your next car. And the price is always right for a rocket.
You'll find it's easy to get out of the ordinary and into an Olds.
At your authorized Oldsmobile quality dealers. And now, back to the Academy Awards.
An interesting note, ladies and gentlemen. Walt Disney holds the record for the number of Academy Awards won with 24. He won 3 special awards and the Thalberg Memorial Award in 1941. Gordon Hollingshead, former head of the Warner Brothers Studios Short Subjects Department, is next with 11 awards. Jerry Lewis is now in the audience at the RKO Pantages with a bullhorn, and he's going around harassing a few of the nominees. There he goes. He's back up on stage. He's truly a great talent and perfect for something like this, and a very close friend of mine. And now back to New York and Miss Celeste Holm.
Thank you very much, Oldsmobile. And now back to New York and Miss Celeste Holm.
Well, thank you, Jerry. That's very nice. Except I have nothing to say.
You what?
I say I have nothing to say.
Yeah, but you're supposed to introduce Dorothy Malone, Celeste.
Oh, no, Jerry. She's in Hollywood with you.
Here with me in this place, the RKO Pantages Theater with me? Is Dorothy Malone in here? Oh, live without a Kinney? In person? Well, then I'll introduce the young lady. Ladies and gentlemen, I take pride and pleasure in introducing the beautiful young lady who has been nominated for her role in Written on the Wind as Best Actress in a Supporting Role, the lovely Miss Dorothy Malone. How are you, Dottie?
Just fine, Jerry.
Oh, it's good to see you, real
Jerry.
type of girl. It's nice. I mean, I admire you in the pictures and all that. I like to see you like this. You don't mind if I hug you a little bit? What is a little
No,
hug?
but Jerry, this is a very auspicious occasion, and you've been chosen the Master of Ceremonies, so you're supposed to pretend that you,
Have dignity?
Uh-huh.
Well,
and,
I don't pretend that I do have dignity.
Yes, but that you are erudite.
Erudite? Well, this I can be. That's easy enough. You just be it, that's all.
I bet you don't know what it means.
I don't know what it means? Erudite. An adjective meaning to free from rudeness, to polish, instruct, characterized by extensive knowledge of a bookish nature, learned from the Latin eruditus. Applaud, it was pretty hard.
Ladies and gentlemen, ever since the motion picture found its voice, the science of recorded sound has become an art. And those who have been chosen best in their fields this year are John Myers for The Brave One, Columbia Sound Department for the Eddie Duchin Story, Westrex Sound Services and the Samuel Goldwyn Sound Department for Friendly Persuasion, 20th Century Fox Sound Department for The King and I, and Paramount Sound Department for The 10 Commandments. The envelope, please. And the winner is The King and I, 20th Century.
The King and I. That picture is made at my home studio, and the award will be accepted by, let's see, who's accepting the award? Oh, Carl Faulkner. He's been the head of the department since 1953. Dorothy Lawrence, supporting actress nominee for Written on the Wind, has presented the award, and Mr. Faulkner is now going off the stage. Here comes Jerry. Oh, he's great.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. 4 young men who soared to fame on the wings of the wind, and a record that sold over 1 million copies. Here are the 4 aces to sing the second nominated song, Written on the Wind.
Faithless lover's kiss is written on the wind. A night of stolen bliss is written on the wind. Just like the dying our dreams we've calmly thrown away. Now they've blown away, softly flown away, the promises we made. Our whispers in the breeze, they echo and they fade, just like our memories. Though you are gone from me, we never can really be apart. What's written on the wind is written in my heart. Though you are gone from me,
Thank you very much, the 4 aces. And now the awards for costume design are next on the agenda. To make these presentations, we are privileged to introduce a star who wears clothes so very well. She has just been named one of the 10 best-dressed women in America. The prettiest thing that Mike Todd left out of Around the World in 80 Days, Miss Elizabeth Taylor.
The talent, imagination, research, and industry that go into the designing of costumes for motion pictures are frequently rewarded by the adoption of the cinema styles by audiences all over the world. Tonight, our gifted designers are being honored by their contemporaries. The nominees for the black and white costume design are The Magnificent Seven, a Toho production, Kingsley International, Japanese, Kauki Aisaki. The Power and the Prize, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, Helen Rose. The Proud and Profane, the Perberg Seton production, Paramount, Edith Head. The Solid Gold Cadillac, Columbia, Jean-Louis. Teenage Rebel, 20th Century Fox, Charles Lemaire, and Mary Wills.
the solid gold Cadillac Jean-Louis.
The award is going to be accepted by Jean-Louis here at the RKO Pantages Theater. He's had 6 previous nominations for costume design, both black and white and color. Head designer for Hattie Carnegie before coming to the motion picture industry. Miss Elizabeth Taylor will present the award.
Best achievement in costume design of a color production around the world in 80 days, the Michael Todd Company, Miles White, Giant Production, Warner Brothers, Moss Mabry, and Marjorie Best, The King and I, 20th Century Fox, Irene Sheriff, The 10 Commandments, Motion Picture Associates Incorporated, Paramount, Edith Head, Ralph Jester, John Jensen, Dorothy Jenkins, and Arnold Freeberg. A War and Peace, a Ponte de Laurentiis production, Paramount, Maria du Matthias. The envelope. The King and I, Irene Sheriff.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award was presented to Irene Sheriff and will be accepted by Rita Moreno. Irene Sheriff was awarded the 1951 color costume design for An American in Paris. 4 other nominations in the past years. Elizabeth Taylor will now present the award.
On behalf of Miss Sheriff, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Liz.
Oh, boy.
Liz Taylor, that's the young lady who married the very, very bright gentleman, Mr. Mike Todd. As you know, Around the World in 80 Days is up for an award, but Mike almost didn't make the picture. He had an argument with Howard Hughes, and Hughes figured a way to get even with him. He bought Asia. The beauty, grace, and charm and talent are all synonyms for the name of the artist who will present the award for special effects. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dorothy Dandridge.
Thank you, Cherry.
Before you read the list, Dorothy, would you explain to our audience, please, just what exactly are special effects?
Yes, gladly. In motion pictures, whenever a script calls for the impossible to be done, it's the special effects men that do it. For instance, in the movie Forbidden Planet, they created spaceships and a planet never before seen. In the 10 Commandments, the parting of the Red Sea was also a special effect.
No, wait. Let me just interrupt. You don't mean to tell me that in the 10 Commandments, Cecil B. DeMille used special effects for the parting of the Red Sea. He merely stood in front of it and said, "Part!" And you know, let me tell you something about Mr. DeMille. And I mean this sincerely. I work at Paramount on the same lot with him. He's a giant of our industry. Everyone knows that. And with this, he is still a very, very congenial, very plain type of fella. Like the other day, his chauffeur was driving him on the lot, and I was standing in front of my dressing room, and he drove by the dressing room, and I waved, and I yelled, "Hi, Mr. DeMille," and his chauffeur waved right back. Go on, Dorothy. I'll be back.
The nominees for the best achievement in special effects are A. Arnold Gillespie, Irving Reese, and Wesley C. Miller for Forbidden Planet, and John P. Fulton for the 10 Commandments. May I have the envelope, please? The 10 Commandments. John P. Fulton.
Mr. Fulton will accept the award here at the Pantages Theater. Mr. Fulton is the head of the photographic department at Paramount Studios. Prior awards for special photographic effects of Wonder Man and the Bridges of Toko-Ri. Dorothy Dandridge is presenting the award. I guess Mr. Fulton didn't want to say anything. He was so excited. Here comes Jerry Lewis again.
Congratulations, John. Miss Dandridge, a crisis has arisen, and only you can help us out of this juncture.
Oh, what happened?
You know the lyrics to Julie?
Yes, I think I do.
You do. Oh, fortune smiles upon us tonight. You see, someone was to have sung Julie, which is the third nominated song at this point. Arrangements were made, rehearsals were held, and then at the last minute they decided not to let me do it.
Oh, fortune smiles upon us tonight.
Very good. And so, the spotlight falls on Miss Dorothy Dandridge as she sings the song Julie.
And it promises ecstasy. Day and night it is calling me, but I'm afraid to go. Julie. Though I run to escape it, still it calls, and although it's my destiny, sorrow is there, I know. Warm are his eyes, but in his eyes, here the danger lies. Must I go where he leads me, though it be through eternity? Oh, I know I will never be free from the voice that calls. I will go where he leads me. I am his for eternity, and my heart doesn't want to be free, free from the voice that calls. Julie, Julie, Julie.
Thank you very much, Dorothy Dandridge. And now, by way of film, we travel to Munich, and Kirk Douglas will present the Film Editing Award.
Now, I understand that this year's setting has a piece of film all around the globe. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's accurate enough because a particular piece of film, The Paths of Glory, has brought me here to Munich. And that's quite a few reels away from Hollywood and Vine. But by the same means, film, I'm glad to be with you tonight to honor the film editors, those men and women who do such a fantastic job of putting little pieces of film together, and out comes a motion picture. And if you think that's easy, just try it sometime. So the nominees for the best achievement in film editing this year are Gene Ruggiero and Paul Weatherwax for Around the World in 80 Days, Merrill G. White for The Brave One, William Hornbeck, Philip W. Anderson, and Fred Bohannon for Giant, Albert Axt for Somebody Up There Likes Me, and Ann Balkins for The 10 Commandments. And now let's open the envelope and see this year's winner.
The winner for Around the World in 80 Days, Gene Ruggiero and Paul Weatherwax.
The award will be accepted by Gene Ruggiero and Paul Weatherwax. Gene was nominated in 1955 for the film editing of Oklahoma. Paul Weatherwax won the award in 1948 for The Naked City. Kirk Douglas, Best Actor nominee for Lust for Life, presented the award in Munich, but Jerry's going to give them the award here.
I would like to thank Mike Todd, Kevin McClure, and all the boys that made this possible. I thank you.
That one of the fellas who cut a picture I was in. Isn't that terrific? And now to present the award for the Best Actress in a supporting role, Mr. Jack Lemmon, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, it certainly is wonderful to see you, and I would like to take this opportunity to tell you that I am one of your greatest admirers.
Well, Jerry, geez, I don't know what to say.
Just read the teleprompter like everybody else. It's easy.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. The nominees for the award for Best Actress in a Supporting Role. Nominees for the award, Best Actress in a Supporting Role are Mildred Dunnick in Baby Doll, Eileen Heckert in The Bad Seed, Mercedes McCambridge in Giant, Patty McCormick in The Bad Seed, and Dorothy Malone in Written on the Wind. The envelope, please. Dorothy Malone in Written on the Wind.
Well, I'll bet Dorothy is a very excited girl. She's going to receive the award tonight. This is her first nomination. She made her film debut in 1946 with The Big Sleep. She has since appeared in Battle Cry, Young at Heart, Five Guns West, and Sincerely Yours. Jack Lemmon, winner Supporting Actor Award in 1955 for Mr. Roberts, will present the award. Dorothy really looks terrific, and I bet she's very happy.
Thank you all so much. I'd like to, I don't know how much time we have, but I'd like to accept this award in the name of my late little brother, Bill. And I'd like to thank especially the Academy, because I'm sure that this year, the four other girls, such stiff competition, it was I really appreciate it. And I know I haven't got time to thank such loyal friends as Edna Benoit and my producer, Mr. 𝒍'𝒔, and Universal, and all its board of directors who've had such confidence in me, like Mr. Mull. And I want to thank the Screen Extras Guild and the Screen Actors Guild, because we've had a lot of ups and downs together, and you understand all the crews I've worked with. Thank you so much, and God love you all. Thank you, Mr. Cox.
The Academy Awards presentations will continue in just a moment. During this brief intermission, let's join the crowd in the lobby here at the Pantages Theater.
Say, where's everybody going?
To the Fiesta.
Fiesta?
Why, sure, it's parked right out there by the curb. An Oldsmobile Fiesta.
Oh, that's Oldsmobile's new station wagon.
That's right. But it's more than just a station wagon. Come on and take a look. You'll see the Fiesta combines all the style and luxury of a fine family car with the space and utility of a station wagon.
Say, it does have a different look about it.
Oh, yes. There's no center post between the doors. It has the open, low-level look of a holiday hardtop.
And look inside. That's what I call high style.
Yes, the Fiesta is upholstered in the finest leather and Trilon. And it's just as practical as it is beautiful.
Looks like there's plenty of room inside, too.
Plenty of room and plenty of comfort for everybody. And there's over 64 cubic feet of cargo space.
Plenty of go, too, with that rocket engine, eh?
Yes, sir. This one's got the new J2 rocket.
I've heard about J2. Must be some engine.
Oh, it's the greatest. You know, J2 gives you two-stage rocket action. One stage for more economy when you want it. Another for extra power when you need it. You've never driven anything like this new J2 rocket.
Well, Jimmy, this Fiesta's quite a car.
It's the smartest model yet for the station wagon set. And the new Fiesta is another big reason why everyone should visit the big spring showing of 1957 Oldsmobiles now at your authorized Oldsmobile quality dealers. And now let's get back into the theater, for the Academy Awards will continue after 30 seconds for station identification. This is Jimmy Wallington back at the Pantages Theater in Hollywood. We're just about ready to resume the presentation of Oscars, traditional symbols of excellence in the motion picture industry. We have a few moments, and I'm going to take this opportunity to tell you about another symbol of excellence that could be very important to you. It's Oldsmobile's safety-tested seal, a sign that can really help you if you're in the market for a fine used car. The safety-tested seal is your assurance that the car has been tested 5 different ways for safety and value. So look for the safety-tested seal the next time you shop for a used car. It's another sign of quality at your authorized Oldsmobile quality dealers. Again, your host, Robert Wagner.
Thank you, Jimmy. You should see Jerry Lewis now, ladies and gentlemen. He's got Johnny Green's baton, and he's conducting the Academy Orchestra, which is doing a great job here tonight. You might wonder sometimes that I miss a couple of words here, but I only have so much time to fill in on the winners and the presentations, and I get a little excited myself, too. Now, here we go, back to Jerry Lewis.
The 29th Annual Motion Picture Academy of Arts and Sciences Awards.
What is it? Thank you very much. What was this mystery voice? And now, to present the awards for Best Art Direction and Set Decoration. To present the awards for Art Direction and Set Direction. Decoration. It's fellas that did a thing with a movie. We present 2 real champions, Marge and Gower champions, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, well, it's a nervous night. How are you? Nice to see you, Gower. And Marge?
No.
How are you, Dean? Marge and Gower. What a mix-up this is. I want you to know that we're so very happy that you kids have a show Sunday night. We're all going to watch it on that other network. Oh,
Thank
will I
you.
get it later?
The nominations for Black and White Art Direction and Set Decoration are The Magnificent Seven, Takashi Matsuyama, The Proud and Profane, Art Direction by Hal Pereira and A. Earl Hedrick, Set Decoration by Samuel M. Comer and Frank R. McKelvey, The Solid Gold Cadillac, Art Direction by Ross Bella, Set Decoration by William R. Kiernan and Louis Diage, Somebody Up There Likes Me, Art Direction by Cedric Gibbons and Malcolm F. Brown, Set Decoration by Edwin B. Willis and F. Keogh Gleason, and Teenage Rebel, Art Direction by Lyle R. Wheeler and Jack Martin Smith, Set Decoration by Walter M. Scott and Stuart A. Reese. The envelope, please. You open it. You're stronger.
You want to read it?
Somebody Up There Likes Me.
The award will be accepted by Malcolm F. Brown. He has won 10 previous awards for art direction. He made an original sketch of the Oscar, which is based on the trophy that we have designed for our Oscar now. Gower Champion is presenting the award.
I think I get Gibbons, too. I get 2
It was also accepted by Edwin B. Willis and F. Keogh Gleason.
The nominations for color art direction and set decoration are Around the World in 80 Days, art direction by James W. Sullivan and Ken Adam. Set decoration by Ross J. Dowd. Giant, art direction by Boris Levin and set decoration by Ralph S. Hurst. The King and I, art direction by Lyle R. Wheeler and John DeCure. Set decoration by Walter M. Scott and Paul S. Fox. Lust for Life, art direction by Cedric Gibbons, Hans Peters and Preston Ames, and set decoration by Edwin B. Willis and F. Keogh Gleason. And The 10 Commandments, art direction by Walter H. Tyler and Albert Nozaki, and set decoration by Samuel M. Comer and Ray Moyer. The envelope, please. Envelope. You open it. You're neater. The King and I.
That's very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. The award will be accepted by Lyle Wheeler, John DeCure, Walter M. Scott, and Paul S. Fox. Lyle Wheeler has won 3 previous awards for art direction. They're coming down the aisle now. Let's see. John DeCure had 4 previous nominations for art direction, and Walter M. Scott won the award in 1953 for color set direction on the robe. Paul S. Fox has a previous award in 1953 for the robe also. And the award will be presented by Gower Champion.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you, Marge and Gower Champion. I would like to say that Marge and Gower were flown here by TWA, Trans World Airlines. How does that figure? They live in Burbank. What is this? A crazy thing. The world loses to this. Like all friendly rivals, motion pictures and television give to each other. The movies give their old films to television, and television gives its young people to the movies. That's real cute. A case in point is an exciting young youth, a young man, a young youth, what else, who made his debut on television just a few weeks ago. He was signed to a motion picture contract the next day. In a few years, his very first movies may well bring him back to television. That's on, isn't it? Tonight, he is here in person to sing the 4th nominated song. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tommy Sands singing Friendly Persuasion.
The island, more than the meadows so green and still, more than the mulberries on the hill, more than the buds on the maple tree. I love thee. Arms have I, strong as the oak, for this occasion. Lips have I to kiss thee too, and friendly persuasion is mine. Oh, I don't know many words of praise, pleasures me in 100 ways. So put on your bonnet, your cape and come with me. For thee I love. So come with me. For thee I love.
Thank you very much, Tommy Sands. Have you noticed, ladies and gentlemen, there's a new thing in motion pictures now? They take the titles of the pictures and they turn them into songs. Now, you just heard Friendly Persuasion? That was from Friendly Persuasion. Now, there's Written on the Wind. What I got to tell you? It was from Written on the Wind, written. There's a new song I heard today that's based also on a motion picture. A very beautiful thing. It's entitled Mon Pa Kettle Meet Frankenstein. It's a waltz. And now, On this big show here for the big 𝒆𝒍'𝒔, we present a very lovely lady, a very, very gifted artist, a very, very wonderful performer, and a former Academy Award winner, Miss Eva Marie Saint, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Evie? You look beautiful, and how is your beautiful baby?
Oh, he's wonderful. Thank you, Jerry. I hear you're about to become a father again.
Yep. Patty and I are all prepared for the new one, and I've been out buying baby clothes like crazy. I've been buying baby clothes, me.
Yeah, what kind?
Well, girls' clothes, and the only reason I'm buying them is because I'm too nervous to knit. But I'd like to explain it. The reason I'm buying the clothes is because it's a wonderful thing, and I'm looking forward to, like, you know, a child, and I'm getting pink little dresses and aprons and petticoats and cute little kinds of things like that.
Supposing it's a boy.
He'll wear the dresses, and I'll teach him how to fight, that's all.
The nominations for Best Music Score of a Dramatic or Comedy Picture are Alfred Newman for Anastasia, Victor Young for Around the World in 80 Days, Hugo Friedhofer for Between Heaven and Hell, Dmitri Tiomkin for Giant, and Alex North for The Rainmaker. May I have the envelope? The winner is Victor Young.
Ladies and gentlemen, as most of you know, Victor Young died this year, and the award will be accepted by Miss Elizabeth Taylor. Victor Young was also nominated this year for the music of the best song, Written on the Wind, from a film of the same title. Here is Miss Taylor.
I'd like to thank you so much on the behalf of the late, great Victor Young and his family. And I'd like to say that I think this is the most wonderful thing that the industry has done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eve, and thank you, Liz, for accepting. To announce the winner of the best scoring of a musical picture, the Academy sent a camera crew abroad to capture a gentleman who is in the Oscar race for best performance by an actor. He is one of the stars of Giant, Mr. Rock Hudson, okay? Let's get out the film on rock and roll. Film on rock and roll.
Hello. You're looking at a fellow whose heart is right there with all of you at the Pantages Theater tonight, for more reasons than one. But instead, here I am in a little spot called Misurina in the heart of the Dolomite Mountains in Italy, where on this very day we are starting a little picture called A Farewell to Arms. I tried to get them to change the location from Misurina to the corner of Yucca and Argyle, but somehow it isn't quite the same. So, one of the things I was looking forward to this evening was the opportunity of presenting the award for the best scoring of a musical picture, and there were plenty of them this year. The nominees are Lionel Newman for The Best Things in Life Are Free, Morris Stoloff and George Dunning for The Eddie Duchin Story, Johnny Green and Saul Chaplin for High Society, Alfred Newman and Ken Darby for The King and I, George Stoll and Johnny Green for Meet Me in Las Vegas. Now let's open the envelope and see which of these greatly talented people is the winner.
The winner is The King and I, Alfred Newman and Ken Darby.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the award will be accepted by Alfred Newman and Ken Darby. Alfred Newman has won 7 previous awards, and it's Ken Darby's first nomination. The awards will be presented by Jerry Lewis.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you again. You want to keep this up? Congratulations, Alfred and Ken. To present the winners for cinematography, we thought it fitting to select the camera's favorite subject, a beautiful woman. Here, then, is a woman who is not only beautiful, but who has won awards for her distinguished work in both motion pictures and that other medium, Miss Claire Trevor. Claire, may I congratulate you on your recent winning of an award from that other academy?
Oh, thank you, Jerry.
You know, it's a very funny thing, but I think I could have won an Emmy last year myself, except for some very, very casting difficulties that they ran into.
What do you mean, casting difficulties?
Well, I was up for a certain part, but 𝒆𝒆𝒔 got it.
Oh, Jerry, that's too bad, but don't worry, you're going to win someday. You know, a man of your rare talent is bound to, can't go without recognition forever.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not entirely without recognition now, you know. I've received some glory. Maybe not an Oscar or an Emmy, but back in 1937, I won an Elliot.
An Elliot? What's an Elliot?
Well, it's a 4-foot statue of Elliot Roosevelt carved out of redwood. And it was awarded to the boy with the sharpest axe in our CCC camp. I thought you'd like that.
The nominations for black and white cinematography are Boris Kaufman for Baby Doll, Hal Rawson for The Bad Seed, Burnett Guppy for The Harder They Fall, Joseph Ruttenberg for Somebody Up There Likes Me, and Walter Strange for Stagecoach to Fury. The envelope, please. The winner is Somebody Up There Likes Me, Joseph Ruttenberg.
Joe Ruttenberg will accept the award, ladies and gentlemen. He's had 2 previous awards for cinematography, one for The Great Waltz, and the other one was for Mrs. Miniver. He's had 4 other previous nominations. Claire Trevor will present the award to Mr. Ruttenberg.
Nominations for color cinematography are Lionel Linden for Around the World in 80 Days, Harry Stradling for The Eddie Duchin Story, Leon Shamroy for The King and I, Loyal Griggs for The 10 Commandments, and Jack Cardiff for War and Peace. The winner is Around the World in 80 Days, Lionel Linden.
Lionel Linden will accept the award, ladies and gentlemen. He was nominated in 1944 for black and white cinematography for Going My Way. His other recent credits include Conquest of Space, Hell's Island, and Lucy Gallant. Claire Trevor will present the award to Mr. Linden.
I'm very, very happy for Curly Linden. I'm working with Loyal Griggs, and it's tough to root. You know, it's a hard kind of thing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my extreme pleasure to introduce the president of the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences, Mr. George Seaton. Hello again.
Each year, the Board of Governors of the Academy meets for the purpose of considering outstanding individuals for honorary awards. These awards are not necessarily given each year. Tonight, however, I am happy that 3 distinguished members of our industry have been unanimously approved by the board for such awards. The first of these is a gentleman who has rendered a lifetime of enormous services to the film industry. He has made a monumental contribution to the world of laughter and has given this industry his generous service as an ambassador of goodwill. For these and many other reasons, the Board of Governors of the Academy has voted an honorary award to Mr. Eddie Cantor.
Mr. Cantor is coming on stage now, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Seaton will present him with the award. He is truly one of the greats of our industry.
I could mention the names of 100 individuals in this industry to whom you might have given this award tonight. I feel I'm a symbol for them and for myself. Thank you.
He certainly is, ladies and gentlemen. He's a great symbol.
Thank you, Mr. Cantor. Next, the Jean Hersholt Award, newly created this year, named in honor of the former president of the Academy, a beloved individual who represented the highest ideals of citizenship and service. In his lifetime, he gave of himself unsparingly for the good of the industry and the betterment of mankind. His deeds and qualities became the yardstick by which to measure the stature of possible recipients. The gentleman selected by the Board of Governors more than qualifies. For 20 years, he has been a yes man. always answering in the affirmative to any individual or organization who needed help in any humanitarian endeavor. He is constantly serving his government, national, state, local, on committees striving for better housing, better schools, better hospitals, and better committees. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of production of Paramount Studios, Mr. Y. Frank Freeman.
This award is being given for the first time and was created in memory of Gene Herschel, former president of the Academy. It is voted upon by the Board of Governors and will be given only when they find someone deserving of the honor. Mr. Y. Frank Freeman.
I am sure if Gene Herschel were with us tonight in person, it would be his wish that there be many recipients in the years to come of this award. I am sure they will be more worthy of it than I am. But one thing that I'm doubly sure of, they will not appreciate it more than I do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is one of the great members of our industry. Great man.
The Irving G. Thalberg Award memorializes one of the all-time great producers in our film history. The last time this award was presented was in 1953. When given, it goes to the individual producer who has been responsible for the most consistently high quality of motion picture production for the current awards year and the 4 preceding years. Because he has so magnificently fulfilled these requirements, the Board of Governors of the Academy has unanimously voted the Irving G. Thalberg Award to Mr. Buddy Adler.
This award goes to the producer who has maintained a consistently high standard of production for the current awards year and the 4 preceding years. It is voted upon by the Board of Governors and is given only when they feel there is a deserving recipient. The last producer to win this award was George Stevens in 1953. Now here's Mr. Buddy Adler.
My sincere thanks to the governors of the Board of the Academy and to my many associates over these many years, and my particular and fondest respect for 2 gentlemen who were very close to me. Darrell Zanuck for the opportunity that he gave me, and to Spiros Skouras for the guidance and the confidence he has in me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I might say that Buddy Adler is my boss, and he's the nicest boss that I've ever had.
Formerly, the Best Foreign Language Film Award was an honorary one voted by the Board of Governors. This year, however, a different method was employed. Organizations similar to the Academy in countries all over the world were charged with the task of selecting their outstanding motion pictures. From these many entries, the Academy members nominated 5 films and then, by secret ballot, chose the winner. Representatives of the nominated motion pictures are here with us tonight. As guests of the Academy, they have come from the Orient and from Europe. To them, I extend, on behalf of the Academy, a very special welcome. The nominated films are, from Denmark, Kivatak, produced by O. Dalsgaard Olsen. From France, Gervais, produced by Annie Dorfman. From Germany, The Captain of Köpenick, produced by Walter Koppel and Julius Trebitsch. From Italy, La Strada, produced by Dino De Laurentiis and Carlo Ponti. From Japan, Harp of Burma, produced by Masayuki Takashi. The winner, please. La Strada. From Italy.
The award will be presented by Dino De Laurentiis. He was also nominated for the Best Screenplay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Seaton, the President of the Academy, will present the award.
Mr. De Laurentiis will accept.
There you are.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
This award belongs to Federico Fellini, is in audience.
In a few moments, we'll bring you the final chapter in tonight's exciting Academy Awards ceremonies. Right now, let's call on Jimmy Wallington for Oldsmobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to find out what a thrill it is to drive a 57 Oldsmobile.
Say, Jim, something I wanted to ask you.
Oh, hello, Marv. Look, do you mind? I'm talking about Oldsmobile right now.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, too. Now, about this J-2 rocket.
Yes, I know. Wait a minute. Did you say J2?
Yes. You've been making some mighty big statements about this new engine.
Well, the J2 is mighty big news.
But what's this about being able to get more economy when you want it and more power when you need it? Frankly, I don't see how that's possible.
Oh, Marv, that's the thing that makes Oldsmobile's J2 so remarkable. For years, automotive engineers have been trying to design the ideal engine, one that would have a tremendous reserve of power to meet any driving situation, and yet, during normal operation, give real economy.
And the J2 can do this?
Oh, it certainly can. It's just like having two engines in your Oldsmobile.
Two engines?
That's right. It's like two engines in one. You see, J2 has 3 dual carburetors. Now, when you're cruising along in ordinary driving, you use only one of those carburetors. You get all the alert, eager performance of the rocket engine, but it's really easy on the gas. And then when you need extra power, extra performance, you just press the accelerator past the 3/4 mark and call out the reserves. Instantly, all 3 carburetors burst into action with a surge of power like you've never known before.
Say, I'd like to try this new J2.
Oh, you should, Marvin, for the driving thrill of your life. And I'd like everyone to know that your Oldsmobile dealer has a standing invitation to be his guest for a J2 rocket test. Tomorrow would be a great day for it, during the big special spring showing of 1957 Oldsmobiles at your authorized Oldsmobile quality dealers. And now, back to the Academy Awards.
You might be interested to know, ladies and gentlemen, that the King and I has won 4 awards so far. I'll do a recap for you. They won for the best scoring of a musical picture, best costume design, best sound recording, the best art direction and set direction. Now let's go back to Jerry Lewis and the 29th Academy Awards.
Thank you very much. Let us all now take a deep breath and leap from here to Paris, France, where we will meet one of the glamorous stars who is herself a nominee as Best Actress. Take it away, Paris.
Just a moment. Even in this jet age, we can't go from Hollywood to Paris in one big leap. We must stop in New York and check atmospheric conditions. Thanks to the magic of film, conditions are ideal, bringing to us a little of Paris and all of Anastasia herself. To present the award for Best Director, Miss Ingrid Bergman.
From Paris. The cable of instructions said, choose a convenient and recognizable location. Well, this is very convenient because it is the roof of my hotel. And there is the Arch of Triumph and a couple of rooftops for good measure. And over there is the Eiffel Tower. Now, if this is too convenient and too recognizable, I hope the directors will forgive me. Anyway, I don't think they are so interested in scenery as in tempo. So, for the best achievement in direction, the nominees are Michael Anderson, Around the World in 80 Days, William Wyler's Friendly Persuasion, and George Stevens, The Giant, Walter Lang, The King and I, and King Vidor for War and Peace. As for the winner, that answer will have to come from the Pantage Theater.
Well, here we are back at the Pantage Theater. May I have the envelope, please? The winner is Giant, George Stevens.
Ladies and gentlemen, George Stevens is going to accept the award for Best Direction. He won the award in 1951 for Best Direction for A Place in the Sun. He received the Irving Thalberg Award, as I said before, in 1953. Here is Jerry Lewis presenting the award to Mr. George Stevens.
Thank you, sir. As the director chosen to come up here from this fine group of nominees, let me say for them and for myself, the director's chair is a wonderful place to see film. From George.
Congratulations, Mr. Stevens. And now I'd like to say two of the most beautiful words in the motion picture industry, Deborah Carr.
Jerry, that's the sweetest compliment ever paid me. May I? I do hope your wife will understand.
Oh, it's worth it if it takes weeks to explain it to her.
Oh.
I am delighted to be able to present the Writing Awards. The nominations for Best Motion Picture Story are Robert Rich for The Brave One, Leo Katcher for the Eddie Duchin story, Jean-Paul Sartre for The Proud and the Beautiful, and Cesare Zavattini for Umberto D. The envelope, please. The Brave One, Robert Rich.
The award will be accepted, ladies and gentlemen, by Jesse Lasky, Jr., Vice President of the Screenwriters Guild. It's Mr. Rich's first nomination. The film was made in Mexico and is also nominated for sound recording and film editing. The award will be presented by Deborah Carr.
Mr. Jesse Lasky, Jr., as Vice President of the Screenwriters Branch of the Writers Guild, will accept the award for Mr. Rich.
On behalf of Robert Rich and his beautiful story, thank you very much.
Congratulations. The nominations for Best Screenplay Adapted are James Poe, John Farrow, and S.J. Perlman for Around the World in 80 Days, Tennessee Williams for Baby Doll, Fred Gill and Ivan Moffat for Giant, and Norman Corwin for Lust for Life. The envelope, please. In Hollywood, the winner is Around the World in 80 Days, James Poe and John Farrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, James Poe will accept the award for Mr. Farrow and himself, Keen Gold in New York for Perlman. Ms. Carr is now presenting the award to Mr. Poe.
Many congratulations.
For John Farrell and myself, thank you.
And in New York, S.J. Perlman and Hermione Gingold will accept the award for Mr. Perlman.
Congratulations. I am very proud to receive this objet d'art on behalf of Mr. Perlman, who writes. He cannot be here for a variety of reasons, all of them spicy. He's dumbfounded, absolutely flummoxed. He never expected any recognition for writing Around the World in 80 days. And in fact, only did so on the express understanding that the film would never be shown. He hopes he will be able to live up to it, or rather, live it up, and he says, bless you all.
The nominations for Best Screenplay Original are Robert Lewin for The Bold and the Brave, Andrew L. Stone for Julie, William Rose for The Lady Killers, Federico Fellini and Tullio Pinelli for La Strada, and Albert Lamorisse for The Red Balloon. The envelope, please. In New York, The Red Balloon, Albert Lamorisse.
The award will be accepted by Maria Schell, French film star in New York.
Oh, I am? I'm sorry I was taken away with the applause. Time for our fifth nominated song, but before we go to the song, I would like to thank Mr. Hal Wallace for relinquishing me for the award.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I must apologize for working tonight without my partner from the film, but seems there was a little emergency in the palace kitchen. The chef was making the formula just a little too spicy. He got carried away, and the princess had to stay behind and get him straightened out. But we'll make do here. Maestro?
Suntan, wind-blown, honeymooners at last alone, feeling far above par. to you, and you give to me true love, true love. So on and on it'll always be true love, true love. For you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do but to give to you and to give to me love forever true. For you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do but to give to you and to give to me love forever true, love forever true.
Thank you, Bing, very much. And now from New York to present the Best Song Award is Miss Baby Doll herself, Miss Carol Baker. Hi, Carol. How are you, honey?
Fine, Jerry.
Good. Carol, you must be thrilled. You went from comparative obscurity to stardom with one picture.
Yes, I really am very fortunate.
Yes, you are, and it's a wonderful thing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a girl who was practically unknown a short time ago. Here's a real success story. Tell me, Carol, was it fun working in Baby Doll?
Oh, yes, it was thrilling going on location, but that broken-down southern mansion we lived in was too much. No furniture, no heat, no plumbing, and the roof caving in.
You know, when I first came to Hollywood, I rented a house like that in Beverly Hills.
Well, why would you want to live in a house like that?
It had a pool.
Oh. And now, the best song. In Hollywood, the winner is Whatever Will Be, from The Man Who Knew Too Much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award will be accepted by Ray Evans and Jay Livingston. Ray Evans and Jay Livingston have had two previous awards, Best Songs, Buttons and Bows and the Mona Lisa. The award will be presented by Jerry Lewis.
Thank you very much.
Ray?
Thank you.
Ray?
I promised myself I'd be very calm about this, but it's impossible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jerry.
Livingston and Evans. You know, it's a funny thing about that Carol Baker. A few years ago, she came out to Hollywood not by a luxury airliner or not by the super cheap. She hitchhiked. And this wasn't easy with a thumb in her mouth. It's all right. Don't try and make up. The motion picture film is projected at the rate of 90 feet per minute. I've been given 50 feet to introduce the consummate artist who will present the award for the best actor of 1956. I could say nothing more impressive or more flattering than Miss Anna Magnani. Thank you.
The nominees for Best Actor are Yul Brynner in A King and I, James Dean in Giant, Kirk Douglas in Sluts for Life, Rock Hudson in Giant, and Sir Laurence Olivier in Richard III. The envelope, please. The winner is Yul Brynner.
Oh, that's wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Yul Brynner will accept the award. Here he comes down the aisle. He is really a great, great man. This is his first nomination. He created the role of the King of Siam on Broadway. His other recent credits are Anastasia and The Ten Commandments. Here he is with Anna Magnani giving him the award.
I hope this is not a mistake, because I won't give it back for anything in the world. Thank you very much.
You're always laughing at me. How do you like this? Congratulations, Mr. Brenner. The nominees for the Best Actress... What is this with the whole thing? You got a wrong sheet here. Innkeeper, there's a wrong thing. Yeah, what is it? All right. You want I shouldn't... No, this is for him, or I should do it? Give me a clue. A yes or a no. What is it? Everybody's shaking. What happened back there? Somebody nod your head. Look at this, a group of 30 people to roll like this. What is it? Thanks a lot. I'd like to take this opportunity of introducing the winner of the Academy Award last year for the Best Acting role, Mr. Ernest Borgnine.
Thank you. The nominees for the Best Actress are Carol Baker in Baby Doll, Ingrid Bergman in Anastasia, Katharine Hepburn in The Rainmaker, Nancy Kelly in The Bad Seed, and Deborah Carr in The King and I. The envelope, please. The winner, Ingrid Bergman in Anastasia.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Miss Bergman is not here, so the award will be accepted by Cary Grant. She was awarded the Best Actress Award in 1944 for Gaslight. She was also nominated for Joan of Arc, Bells of St. Mary's, For Whom the Bells Toll, and now is appearing on the stage in Tea and Sympathy. Here's Cary Grant.
You, Ingrid. Well, it's a privilege to have been asked to be here in case Ingrid won this award. And now that she has, it's a privilege to try to thank her to thank you for her. But alas, I have no way of knowing the exact depth and degree of her emotion when she finally hears the news that she's received it. So, dear Ingrid, if you can hear me now, or if you see this televised film, I want you to know that each of the other nominees and all of the people with whom you worked on, Anastasia and dear Hitch and Leo McGarry, and every one of us here tonight and in New York, send you our congratulations, our love, our admiration, and every affectionate thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cary, very much for accepting. You've all heard the expression, ladies and gentlemen, this is a television first. Tonight we have with us an Academy Award first. The winner of the very first Oscar presented by the Academy, the very lovely and charming Miss Jeanette Gaynor, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Gaynor, welcome, and I'm sure you can tell by the applause how we all feel about you.
Thank you very much, Jerry.
You're welcome.
I'm very proud of that first golden statue that I took home so many years ago. And through these years, I've watched Oscar grow into this world-famous young man. And now for the nominations for the Best Motion Picture of the Year. They are Around the World in 80 Days, produced by Michael Todd. Friendly Persuasion, produced by William Wyler. Giant, produced by George Stevens and Henry Ginsberg. The King and I, produced by Charles Brackett. The 10 Commandments, produced by Cecil B. DeMille. Around the World in 80 Days.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award will be accepted by Mr. Michael Todd, who just gave Elizabeth Taylor a great big kiss and seems to be very excited about it. It was based on the novel by Jules Verne. It received a total of 8 nominations. He's produced 2 motion pictures. There he is now, receiving the
On
award.
behalf of the 60-some-odd thousand people who made this show around the world, thanks. And for myself, I'm especially thrilled on account of because this is my first time at bat here. Thank you.
Well, it's about time to lock up the store, and I would like to thank Miss Celeste Holm in New York for doing a very admirable job. How about a nice hand for Celeste Holm, ladies and gentlemen? She was wonderful. Good night. I'd like to thank everyone at the Academy, and I certainly feel that the American public should know of the great job that Mr. Johnny Green did tonight with the wonderful orchestra. Johnny, thank you. Good night from Hollywood, and thank you for being a wonderful audience. We hope we will see you next year. Oldsmobile thanks you, I thank you. Good night.
We'll get back to the Academy Awards show in just a few moments. Now, here again is Jimmy Wallington for Oldsmobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude tonight's ceremonies, may I tell you again that Oldsmobile has been delighted to bring you the Motion Picture Academy Awards presentation. We sincerely congratulate all of tonight's Oscar winners. And we hope that all of you and our audience have enjoyed this exciting event as much as we have here at the Pantages Theater in Hollywood. And now, I'd like to remind you that your nearby Oldsmobile dealer sends you a warm invitation to stop in tomorrow and see his special spring showing of new 1957 Oldsmobiles, including the fabulous Fiesta. In the wide selection of smart new Oldsmobiles on display, you'll find there's a rocket for every pocket. And I'd like to emphasize this point. When you visit your Oldsmobile dealer, don't fail to try the exciting new J2 rocket engine. The J2 rocket will give you the newest driving experience on the highway today. You've never known anything like it. So tomorrow, make a date with your authorized Oldsmobile quality dealer. Be his guest for a J2 rocket test and enjoy the performance of the year. And now here again is Robert Wagner.
Thank you, Jimmy. It's been a great pleasure being your host this evening at the 29th Annual Awards of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. We sincerely congratulate each of this evening's Oscar winners and add our own wish that this distinction may be the beginning of even greater things to come. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Wagner saying good night.
Tonight's program, brought to you by Oldsmobile and your Oldsmobile dealer, was produced and directed for the Academy by Valentine Davies. Script by Hal Cantor, Arthur Phillips, and Harry Crane. Produced and directed for the NBC Radio Network by Andrew C. Love. Associate, Ray Wessinger. Supervising engineer, Louis Hayden, with Robert Brooke and Leon Fry. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking.
Night and day, I get no kick in a plane, flying too high with some guy in the sky is my idea of nothing to do. But I get a kick out of you. You're the top. You're a turkey dinner. You're the top. You're an Oscar winner. I'm a total wreck, a worthless check of flop. But if, baby, I'm the bottom, you're the top. Birds do it, bees do it, even overeducated fleas do it, 'cause they've got land, lots of land, under starry skies above. Don't fence me in, let me ride through the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in, let me be by myself in the evening breeze, listening to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you please, don't fence me in. You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire. So please be sweet, my chickadee. And when I kiss you, just say to me, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, it's dilemma, it's the limit, it's delicious, it's lovely, lovely. But my heart belongs to Daddy, though I think you're perfectly swell. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy, and my Daddy, he treats me so well. Strange, dear, but true, dear, when I'm close to you, dear, the stars fill the sky. So in love with you am I. I love you. Hums the April breeze. I love you. Echo the hills. From this moment on, you for me, dear, only two for me, dear. From this moment on, from this happy day, you and I, babe, will be riding hard, babe. Every care is gone. From this moment, from this moment, night and day, under the height of me. you let me spend my life making love to you day and night, night and day.
Good evening, everyone. We're speaking to you from the forecourt of Grauman's Chinese Theater in Hollywood, the film capital of the world. Tonight, the motion picture industry has on its best bib and tucker for its Academy Award. In years past, this has been the signal for the notables of Mobyland to gather around the festive board, but tonight the routine has been radically changed. Everyone dined at home using their own ration points and are now gathering here at the Chinese Theater for the big news. Who and what wins the 1943 Oscars of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences? Later this evening at 10:15, Warner Brothers KFWB will bring you a broadcast direct from the stage of the Chinese Theater, which will feature the presentations of the major awards. While everything in Hollywood is usually termed super, tonight we can truthfully call this a super premiere. No one motion picture studio is putting on the show. It is the industry, or more correctly, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, is putting on this show. That means it includes the entire industry. For days now, not a seat has been available for this occasion, which of course means that the nation's screen favorites will be on hand. All of the industry's producers, directors, musical directors, everyone who has helped to make motion picture history are on hand tonight. And here now to act as your master of ceremonies is a man who knows show business backwards and forwards. Ladies and gentlemen, Georgie Jessel.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's the idea of KFWB for me to stand here and sort of give you an idea what this is about. And this is the biggest simus I ever saw. Let me give you a little idea of the Academy and what it does. On the night of May 11th, 1927, in one of the banquet rooms of the Roosevelt Hotel in Los Angeles, the late and lamented Douglas Fairbanks Sr. was addressing distinguished representatives of the motion picture industry. And our purpose is positive, not negative, he said. We are formed to do, not undo, he concluded. The applause that followed acclaimed the founding of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The first award was made on the industry's 1927-28 product. It might be interesting to refresh our memory and delve into a little bit of history. The awards that were made that year for outstanding productions were Paramount's production Wings and Fox's Sunrise, headed the list. The Academy's first awards for performances went to Janet Gaynor for her work in Seventh Heaven, and to Emil Jannings for his work in The Way of All Flesh. This was an important year in motion picture history. It marked the first year of the Academy, and it also marked a startling innovation in films, talking pictures. In the first award year of the Academy, Warner Brothers were given recognition for marking an epoch in motion picture history by producing The Jazz Singer, the first feature-length talking picture. If our memory serves us correctly, and it does, because it broke my heart. Anyway, Al Jolson sang 6 songs in this picture, which was given its first showing in New York in October in 1927. It should be noted to save arguments that The Jazz Singer was not completely a talking picture. There were silent sequences with written titles. The Academy, with its various departments, played an important part in furthering developments with the coming of color photography, improved sound, cartoon films, and all that make up today's best entertainment. Each year, ladies and gentlemen, awards are made by the Academy for the outstanding achievements in all the various branches of the industry. These awards include not only recognition for actors and actresses and pictures, but recognition for writing, direction, art, camera work, editing, musical scoring, special effects, and all the other things that go toward making a good picture. Each year, the number of classifications eligible for awards has grown. In the first year, the Academy listed 10 fields in which awards would be made. Tonight, 26 regular awards will be made. Last year, the MGM picture Mrs. Miniver was placed on top of the list as the best production, with Greer Garson getting all sorts of kudos and superlatives thrown at her for her work in that production. James Cagney was given the nod as the year's best actor for his performance in Warner Brothers' Yankee Doodle Dandy. Van Heflin was named the best supporting actor of 1941 and 2 for his work in MGM's Johnny Eager. While Teresa Wright drew the plaudits as best supporting actress for her performance in Mrs. Miniver. At 10:15 tonight, KFWB will present to you a broadcast of the presentation of the major awards direct from the stage here at Grauman's Chinese. I understand that this 10:15 time we have through courtesy of Eastside Beer. I have no association with this beer, but if they're listening in, I'm sure they'll be very happy to send me something. 702 Maple Drive. I interrupt the broadcast for a moment to say that one of the great producers of motion picture, Jack L. Warner, has just come in. He tells me I'm coming through good. I get into him. I'd like to have you meet him for a moment. This is J.L. Warner, the big chief of Warner Brothers Production. Make up your bird, Jake. Say something, Jake.
Hello, George. Well, I'm glad to be here, and I know everybody else is, and let's hope that you win next year.
Whatever, I may be in Newark. Thank you, Jack. Now, from among the following will come the outstanding pictures of the year. These are from the various companies. Paramount is eligible to win the prize For Whom the Bell Tolls. 20th Century Fox has a bundle of them. Heaven Can Wait, The Oxbow Incident, The Song of Bernadette, if you please. Warner Brothers has Casablanca and Watch on the Rhine. Columbia has The More the Merrier. United Artists has In Which We Serve in Two Cities. MGM has Madame Curie and The Human Comedy. Actresses nominated are eligible to win the Oscar for having given the year's best performance include Miss Jean Arthur in Columbia's More the Merrier, Miss Ingrid Bergman in Paramount's For Whom the Bells Toll, Joan Fontaine in Waters' The Constant Nymph, Greer Garson in Metro's Madame Curie, and Jennifer Jones in 20th Century Fox's The Song of Bernadette. As for nominations for the outstanding performances by actors, the list includes Humphrey Bogart in Warner's Casablanca, Gary Cooper in Paramount's For Whom the Bell Tolls, Paul Lucas in Warner's Watch on the Rhine, Walter Pidgeon in MGM's Madame Curie, Mickey Rooney in Metro's The Human Comedy. Now, of course, the public is always interested in music, so naturally they are interested in which song will be selected as the top motion picture tune of the year. 10 songs have been nominated, and one will be named as the best tonight. The list includes A Change of Heart, written by Jules Stein and Harold Adamson and featured in Republic's hit parade of 1943. The Johnny Mercer Harold Arlen hit, Black Magic, from Paramount's Star Spangled Rhythm. The title melody from Walt Disney's Saludos Amigos, written by Charles Walcott and Ed Washington. The Harold Arlen Yip Hartburg composition, Happiness is a Thing Called Joe, from Metro's Cabin in the Sky. Say a Prayer for the Boys Over There, written by Jimmy McHugh and Herb Magazine for Universal's Hers to Hold. And from RKO's The Sky's the Limit, the Harold Arlen, John Mercer song, My Shining Hour. Then comes They're Either Too Young or Too Old by Arthur Schwartz and Frank Lesser from Warner Brothers picture Thank You Lucky Stars. From United Arts Stage Door Canteen, we have We Mustn't Say Goodbye by Jimmy Monaco and Al Dubin. You'll Never Know, written by Harry Warden and Mac Gordon from the 20th Century production Hello, Frisco, Hello. From the Columbia Pictures, Something to Shout About, the Cole Porter composition You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To. It's quite a list of tunes, and before the evening is over, one of them will have an Oscar hung on its title. And now, speaking of music, we have the Warner Brothers Orchestra standing by in the studio. Let's call on Leo Leonardi to give us a medley of the best songs of the last 3 years. White Christmas, 1942. The Last Time I Saw Paris, 1941. And When You Wish Upon a Star, the selection of 1940. We'll take it to the studio, and I'll be right back with a smash and a flash and a chance for them to take it. Georgie Jessel again, talking to you from Grauman's Chinese Theater, where we have the Academy Award great showing tonight. Some of the stars are coming in. I see through the door the very great character actor, Mr. Charles Coburn. Mr. Coburn is just having his picture taken. Can we get him here? Say, I wonder if you can get Charlie Coburn to say a word for us.
He's on the other side of the fence there.
Is he? Oh, he's gone in the theater, has he? Mr. Coburn, of course, played in The More the Merrier, is one of the great character actors of the country. Stars are coming in on all sides now. And it's wonderful to see people who, even though they're working in the same studios, never meet until they come to a function just like this. You know, there are certain cliques in the motion picture business. Some people never meet each other until there's a big shindig of some kind given. I know I've been invited to homes lately that I've never been before, and I've been out here on and off for any number of years. There are a great many stars coming in on all sides. It's almost impossible for me from my little booth here to find them all. I see. Get Charlie. Charlie. Hold on a minute. Charlie. I'll get Charlie Coburn to come here. Charlie. No, George. No? He's gone in. He's too nervous. Well, he's in a picture that might run it. Here comes the very, very famous, fine character actor, Mr. Donald Crisp. Donald is coming in. I remember seeing him in pictures, oh, my goodness, when I was Leo Forbstein, the very famous musical director of Warner Brothers. Stars are coming from all sides. And here's Charlie now. Come on. Charles Coburn, ladies and gentlemen. Say a couple of words on the radio, Charlie.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. That's a couple of words. Thank you.
Well, he doesn't have to say any more because his performance is on the screen. Do the rest. Let me see here. That's Garland Jessel, my daughter. No. That's May Dame Whitty. I made a mistake. But the stars are coming in on all sides. Let me see who's coming in right now. Well, as I live, here comes lovely Linda Donnell, the 20th Century Fox star. My goodness, she's a pretty girl. Linda's with her hubby. An oddity at times out here. Here comes the very famous actor and star of Watch on the Rhine, Mr. Paul Lucas. Mr. Paul Lucas, as you heard me tell you before, has quite a chance of winning the best performance of the year tonight. I'd like to bet that he won't come in third and might be second. He might win it. Let's see what we have on the other side. Here comes Mr. Gene Hirschfeld, who is so beloved by everybody. We're going to have Walter Wenger, the president of the Academy of Arts and Sciences, with us in a moment to tell you something about his functions. Harry, is Wenger around?
He's backstage arranging, trying to get everything.
Backstage arranging. Well, we'll have Walter Wenger for you and several other stars. Now, let's see who's coming in on this side. Well, there we have one of the most famous of all motion picturedom, Colonel Darrell Francis Zanuck, Chief of Production at 20th Century Fox. Not only Chief of Production, but famous author as well, and the guiding spirit of that concern. I say this with reverence because they pay me every week. And I'd say it anyway. Now, let's see who we have here on this side. Who's that coming? I see that crowd all in the huddle over there. That's William Perlberg. William Perlberg is the producer of The Song of Bernadette, one of the great, great pictures of the year. Has a possible chance of winning this award. Mr. Perlberg is surrounded by a number of friends who are tapping him on the back, and very rightly so. Very, very rightly so. Now we have coming through the door that very, very charming Miss Carol Landis. Miss Carol Landis. Miss Landis is to be seen very shortly in a picture called Four Jills in a Jeep, and has written a book, by the way, Four Jills in a Jeep. Her experiences when she toured Africa to entertain the boys. She and Martha Ray, Kay Francis, Mitzi Mayfair went right into the front-line trenches almost to sing songs. Alan Hale just came in. Mr. Charles Skouras. Mr. Charles Skouras has just entered. Mr. Skouras was given a dinner the other day for his wonderful work in the bond sales that he arranged throughout the country for the industry. Mr. Skouras is being photographed now, and right behind him we have Maria Montez. Maria Montez. Gee, she's pretty. Everybody's pretty here tonight. Just entered is the famous young stage director, 𝒆𝒆𝒔 Kazan, who will direct a picture at 20th Century Fox called The Three Goes in Brooklyn. Young fellow, but very talented. Too young. I hate fellas who are so young. Now, let's see who's coming in on that side. There he is. I just been talking about you. As Eddie Cantor said so aptly the other day, when Greek meets Greek, they don't open a restaurant. They make everybody open their pocketbooks and buy buns. He did, too. Famous columnist Jimmy Starr just came in. He's very famous. I repeat that. He shouldn't knock me anymore. Who do you have on this side? Well. Meredith Wilson, the famous conductor, who's been in uniform for the last 2 or 3 years. In a moment or two, I'll bring you Walter Winger, the president of the Academy of Arts and Sciences, who will tell you more about its actual functions. Meantime, I'm trying to spy a lot of personalities coming in on all sides. Never saw so many people rush. You think this was all for nothing? Like a restaurant that I used to go. Good evening. They're cheering somebody. I can't quite see who it is. Can't be my uncle. Oh, that's Joey Brown and Mrs. Brown. Joey Brown. Loudspeaker on. Joey Brown, who has just returned from all over the world. He's probably done more entertaining to the boys in service than any other person who ever done the grease paint. Joey Brown. Where's Joe? I'll get him. Sir, he's having his picture taken. They have 3 cameras to get his mouth in focus. We'll get Joe Brown right away. Well, let's see who's coming in on that side. That's Harry Brand, Director of Publicity at 20th Century Fox. Where's Joe? Joe? I want you to meet a great fella and a great comic, Joey Brown. Joe, say a few words over the radio, will you? Just a few, because I want to get most of the time to myself.
Great pleasure to be here with Georgia. You're a grand guy. This is the first time that I've ever been in one of these awards, and I'm looking forward to a great thrill. Really.
Well, it is a great thrill, Joe, because, it's practically the only thing that, there's no influence or anything can do anything here. They just got to like, you know what I mean?
I appreciate that.
And that's good. I'll probably see you later, Joe, huh?
You bet.
Oh, you deal the cards. I'll be home very shortly. Let's see who's coming in on that side. General Fagan has just come in. My pal, General Fagan, with the Congressional Medal of Honor. I was fortunate enough to have lunch with him today. Here comes the very genial and very swell guy that everybody loves at MGM, Mr. Eddie Mannix, who I'm sure has a cigar for me. And we got to watch on all sides to see who's coming in. There's an awful lot of straining of necks outside, so evidently there's some personality that's in the public ear and eye just getting out of a car. I'll have to look and see who it is. They're cheering. I'll tell you in a minute. Who can that... Oh, that's Miss Hedda Hopper has just come in, the famous lady columnist of the Times. Very attractive lady, Miss Hopper, and writes very well. I'm not going to knock any columnist. What am I, Schlemiel? They're coming in on all sides. It's so hard to find out which is a star and which is an uncle or which is a relation. They're cheering again. I'll tell you who that is. That was Mickey Rooney. Mickey Rooney just walked in. Well, see, he's got a chance to win it, too. And if he doesn't win it this year, he's got an awful lot of years that he'll probably win it from now on. Well, let's see what we have on that side coming in there. Well. The famous songbird of the AM is Kate Smith. And Ted Collins, our impresario, right behind her. Where's Major General Parker? Oh, there, look at him. Major General Parker has just come in. Fine-looking man. Major General Parker. They're taking Kate Smith's picture at the moment now, and the bulb almost hit me right in the kisser. Well, let's see what we have coming in on that side. Okay. Let me see, we have... Oh, yeah. My landlord just came in. I gave him a big smile. Hi, Kate. Teddy. How are you? Hello, Kate. Fine, thank you. All those who are holding tickets outside will get in as fast as they can. I'm speaking out to you, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm speaking to the crowd on the outside, who seem to be standing rather reluctant to come in, and we're going to start this very soon. Hello, Hedda. Some cheering again. I'll tell you what that is in a minute. That's Humphrey Bogart. Humphrey Bogart just came in. Humphrey Bogart may win this for his performance in Casablanca. Humphrey Bogart, in my personal opinion, has made one of the great hits of all time in motion picture. Fine-looking guy, recruited from the stage in New York. I first saw him a long time ago in a play called Cradle Snatchers. They're taking his picture right now. I guess he's used to it. He didn't blink his eye. Who's coming now? Yeah, well, I'll get him if he comes. They're taking his picture now. Where's Winker? They're photographing Bogart. Now, let's see who I can get on this side till I get Bogart to the screen. To the microphone, rather. I'm getting mixed up myself. Let's see. One of you fellas see if you can get Bogart to come up here to this microphone. Here comes Rufus Lemaire, my young son. Mr. Lemaire is associated with me at 20th Century Fox. And I'm associated with him. There's somebody came in very pretty, but I don't know her name. Nope. So I don't know her name. Who's coming now? Who's that crowd following on the outside? Where's Wanger?
Still tied up backstage.
Look like he gonna be tied up. Look like he ain't gonna be on time for to tell the people about the Academy. Well, I told him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that's Roddy McDowell, a famous young actor. Stand by for just a second. Here comes Lamar Trotter, the famous writer of motion pictures, now at the moment writing the story of Woodrow Wilson. Now, let me see if somebody don't pass my eye here so as I don't go wrong.
Look, there's a little blonde, and she'll call
What's her name?
Dorothy Mann.
It's nothing to do with me. I'm doing a broadcast. There's a man looking for a little blonde.
If she comes, will you give her that? Her name's Mann.
I'll be very pleased. Her name is Mann, and I must tell my assistant, Levine, if a little blonde comes, give her. Now, let's see who's coming in now. It looks like that most of these stars must have... Miss Joan Leslie. Miss Joan Leslie. Listen, and there's one of the great young actors of the screen, Eddie Bracken. Wait till you see Eddie Bracken in The Miracle of Morgan Street. Who's coming in on that side? Odetsky. Don't be sure and give that girl a... What's the name of the little blonde? And now... Looks like... H.M. Warner, the boss of Warner Brothers, just came in. Now I don't see... William Ive, famous young 20th century star, soon to be seen in a picture called The Eve of St. Mark. William Ive just came in. There's such a bulging of people that it's almost hard to tell anybody. Let me see who's coming in now. I see a great crowd assembling to meet somebody on the street. This is the first time, this Academy Award has been held in the theater. As a rule, it's been made sort of a thing in a... like at the Biltmore Hotel or one of the hotels where it's a dinner and sort of, shall I say, secluded or isolated. But here, the entire town seems to be out on the street watching everybody. Well, let's see what happens now. I'm going to call my assistant. Mr. Charles Kerner, the head of RKO, is coming in. Had a remarkable year with RKO. A lot of fine pictures. A very high-class guy. You notice I'm saying something about all the heads of all the studios because I figure you must leave the door open. Can't tell. Might want to go with another company sometime. Now, let's see who we have here. Good evening, Charles. How's Mr. Kerner? Spoke to me, Harry? Miss Lorraine Day. The very lovely Lorraine Day has just ended. By the way, what time is it, boys? We got about 4 minutes. Well, in that 4 minutes, you suppose Wanger will get it? Well, I've told you folks all about the Academy, and I don't think Wanger could say any better than I could. I doubt whether he could, because he's not an actor, and he's a producer, and I'm a producer, but I'm mostly an actor. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is Georgie Jessel, coming to you from KFWB and turning you back again to the head guy here.
Okay, thank you, Georgie Jessel. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the first of two broadcasts to originate from Grauman's Chinese Theater this evening. The Chinese Theater is the scene of the 1943 Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science Awards ceremonies. At 10:15 this evening, direct from the stage of the Chinese, we'll bring you a broadcast of the presentation of the major awards and the acceptance by the winners. Remember, that is 10:15 this evening over Warner Brothers KFWB. Now, before we say goodnight for this first broadcast, I want to just... no, Georgie, you come in and do this. I want you to do the honors. Come here.
Happy to do it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a young lady, Miss Eileen Tyler, the Red Cross Club director, who 2 short weeks ago was on the front lines in Italy, doing recreational work among the soldiers there, passing out hot coffee and good American donuts to the boys of gun replacements in remote active sectors. She's home in Hollywood, visiting her parents for the first time in 2 years. She's been overseas for the past 20 months in England, North Africa, Sicily, and Italy. Miss Tyler for the American Red Cross is typical of our Red Cross personnel, serving our men on 52 fronts throughout the world. A real GI girl. GI meaning gorgeous individual. Say a word or two, Miss Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Jessel. All I want to do now is to bring a message from the boys over there who've asked me to say thanks to the American public for what they're doing in making it possible for the Red Cross to serve with our armed forces.
Thank you so much, Miss Tyler.
And thank you, Mr. Jessel and Miss Eileen Tyler of the Red Cross. Georgie Jessel has been your master of ceremonies here this evening. We might tell you that one of the reasons that we didn't get the stars on the broadcast is that the entire ceremonies inside the theater are to be short-wave. And rather than to cause any traffic jam around the microphone, we just let them go right on by. Georgie Jessel telling you who was coming in, but we let them go right on by so that everyone could be in their seats by promptly 8 o'clock so that the curtains could go up at 8 o'clock and the men overseas could get their shortwave broadcast on time without any delay. That is the reason that we were unable to bring you many of the stars who came in this evening, and you perhaps heard in the background expressing a word of greeting to Georgie Jessel as they went by. Walter Ranger, the president this year of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, was to have appeared with just a brief history of what the work of the Academy is, but he was tied up unavoidably backstage with some of the ramifications, because when you get ready to shortwave an affair of this kind, it is quite a task, and there are a lot of things that come up at the last minute as far as timing and one thing and another is concerned. So we regret that Mr. Wanger couldn't be with us for a few brief moments to tell you about this work, or the work, rather, of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Just a brief word here now about the picture that presents itself outside of Grauman's Chinese. As Mr. Jessel told you, this is the first time in the history of the Academy that the award ceremonies have taken place in a theater. Heretofore, they have been banquets. This year, it was decided that because of the rationing and one thing and another, it would be better to hold it at the theater. We see over here in the sort of a roped-off space that they have, where the photographers have it well lighted so that they can take pictures for the papers and trade publications. Well lighted. The photographers over there now have Ginger Rogers, Mickey Rooney, and Cedric Gibbons over there taking their pictures now. The stars do not pause. They keep right on going, but the people go right on by, but they pass through that bright light, and the photographers, all experts in their line, manage to get a crack or two at them with the camera. I've been asked for the folks out in front here who are holding tickets that they are urgently requested to come in and take their seats, as this performance must start exactly at 8 o'clock. The crowd on both sides of the forecourt of Grauman's Chinese and across the street is a huge one, with, of course, the bright Klieg lights playing across the front of the theater and on the people as they arrive here. Georgie Jessel was your master of ceremonies for this broadcast until 10:15 this evening. This is Neil Reagan returning you to our studios.
Stand by for dispatch from Reuters, which follows in just a moment. You are tuned to KFWB, Warner Brothers Studios, Hollywood, California.
Greetings from the world from Hollywood. Again this year, Columbia's Western Division of News and Special Events brings you the exclusive coverage of the annual awards meeting of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. This is Ken Carpenter speaking from the stage of Grauman's Chinese Theater in the heart of the world's motion picture capital. This is the big night of the year in Hollywood, the awarding of the Oscars, the gold statuettes for the best picture and best performances of the past year. This broadcast of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Awards has been especially arranged to reach American soldiers and sailors, Marines and Coast Guardsmen in every part of the world. It's being shortwaved by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All of Hollywood's greats are here tonight. The winners themselves are seated in the audience, but no one knows yet who those winners are until the sealed envelopes are broken. All the members of the motion picture industry have cast their ballots weeks ago, and the results will be announced tonight. So stand by in New Delhi and Naples, Cairo and Kiska, Sydney and Sicily. Here to act as top kick for this round-the-world broadcast, your serviceman is Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Ain't Got a Chance Benny talking. And I want to say right off the reel that any enthusiasm I show on this program tonight is due to vitamin B only. Anyway, it is really a thrill to be talking to all you boys and girls wherever you may be listening in. But, Ken, getting back to these awards, I'm really burned out.
Why, Jack?
Well, look, Ken, what's the use of kidding? I've been making pictures for years, and I found out one thing. When it comes to these awards, acting isn't everything. I mean, a lot of it depends on your physical appearance, you know?
What do you mean?
Well, here's what I mean. A couple of years ago, Jimmy Stewart won the award for the Best Actor. Now, why did he win it? He's taller than I am. 2 years ago, Gary Cooper won it. He's way taller than I am. It's all a question of height. What chance have I got?
Now, wait a minute, Jack. What about Jimmy Cagney? He won it last year.
Well, he's shorter than I am. It just seems that a nice, talented, in-between, lovable fellow like me is sunk.
I don't think that's true, Jack. I can name a fellow who's exactly your size. He won the Academy Award for the Best Actor.
Who's that?
Spencer Tracy.
He won it twice. I'm talking about winning it once. That's all I want, once, believe me. But thanks very much for mentioning the fact that Spencer Tracy and I are built alike.
Not at all, Jack. It's all right.
By the way, Ken, did you happen to see a picture I made called Charlie's Aunt?
Oh, yes. I thought it was great. You played a double role in that, didn't you?
Yes. Now, Ken, I can understand my not winning the award for that. Because, see, I was so good in both parts that they didn't know whether to give me an Oscar for the Best Actor or the Best Actress. I wore a very revealing gown, if you remember.
I remember that distinctly.
Tell you the truth, Ken, I just missed the award that year by a hair. Year after, I just missed it by a hair, too.
Jack, you'll have to miss it by something else pretty soon.
What are you talking? If worse comes to worse, I can miss it at Westmore's, But getting back to Spencer Tracy, now he was voted the Best Actor 1 year because he had a great part in Captain's Courageous. Well, I'd have had a good chance, too. A story of the sea gives you a great opportunity for dramatic acting.
Well, if you were so confident, Jack, why didn't you try for the part?
I did. I walked up and down in front of MGM for a month wearing a sailor suit. If they can't take a hint, what can I do?
You must have looked silly parading up and down in a sailor suit.
Silly? It was embarrassing. The restaurant next door thought I was picketing their navy bean soup. Oh, well. Ken, there's one thing I did tonight, though, that'll make up for everything.
What's that, Jack?
I'm not sore at all now. Now, sir, when I came into the Chinese theater, I filled my pockets full of rocks and stones to weigh me down. I'm going to get my feet in that cement some way. Up to now, the only place they let me put my footprints was downstairs in the tile. Well, Ken, I think you and I have talked long enough.
Yeah, I think so, too. But, Jack, before we go, which picture do you really think will win the award tonight?
Picture? I don't know, Ken, but when I was out in the lobby, I heard several people mention Lifeboat. But then I found out they were just discussing the weather this week. Well, shall we get on with our introductions?
Yeah, Jack, and by the way, I don't care how you feel personally. I do want you to congratulate each star who wins an award.
Oh, I will, Ken. Only I hope that somebody who won it last year will win it again this year. I haven't got time to hate new people, Well, let's get going and find out who the winners are going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, fellows and girls overseas, it gives me great pleasure now to bring to the microphone one of Hollywood's greatest producers, a man who last year was given the award for the outstanding production, Mrs. Miniver. He will open the envelope and disclose the winner for the best production of 1943. Here he is, Mr. Sidney Franklin. Mr. Frank, don't be nervous or anything. Did you see George Washington slept here? You didn't?
No, I haven't.
You didn't see it, huh?
I see most all pictures.
Well, I didn't see Mrs. Miniver either, so you don't have to collect.
It is my rare privilege to present the award for the most outstanding picture of the year.
Award for the most outstanding motion picture of the year, 1943, Casablanca, Warner.
Casablanca won the award, fellas and girls. Who's going to accept it?
Casablanca is not limited to this single achievement, for another of their pictures, Watching the Rhine, was also nominated for this award. Yes.
Who's going to accept the award for Casablanca? Huh? Oh. Huh? Oh, Jack Warner. Certainly, Jack Warner, my boss. My God, what I went through.
Thank you. Say a few words?
Yeah, I would if I were you, Jack.
Well, all right.
You know, like you always talk, like you ad-lib. Go ahead, kid. No, give it over, huh?
First, I want to thank all those who participated in the making of this picture. To Mr. Wallace, the producer, to Mike Curtiz, the director, to Humphrey Bogart, Miss Ingrid Bergman. I'm not nervous, kid. Take your hand off my wallet. Where was I? Oh, yes, down to Miss Bergman. To Sidney Greenstreet, Peter Lorre, and in fact, everyone in the cast. I just can't think of them all because I didn't know we were going to win. I'd have rehearsed more. It was really a great pleasure, a tribute to our industry, and we feel very proud at Warner Brothers for this honor. Let's hope we meet again next year, and you really are on top.
Thank you, Jack. Listen,
yes.
Did you see George Washington slept here? Don't tell me you didn't see it, for heaven's sake.
I'm off, brother. The soldiers and sailors,
Okay,
I think, really want to get off.
Thank you, Jack Warner. Thank you very, very much. And now the Irving G. Thalberg Memorial Award to the individual who has contributed to the highest quality production of 1943. This award will be presented by Colonel Darrell F. Zanuck. Colonel Darrell Zanuck, please. Darrell.
It is a great honor to present the Irving G. Thalberg Memorial Award. No eulogy of Irving is necessary. His genius and fame is undiminished. As a matter of fact, it shines brighter than ever today. Irving stood for quality and perfection in motion pictures. He was ahead of the times, and today, when even our most severe critics must admit that the quality of motion pictures has advanced, we are just beginning to glimpse those things that Irving saw so clearly years ago. He was a true pioneer in the field of perfection. And if motion pictures have grown at all, Irving G. Thalberg planted the first seeds. He was ahead of the industry then. He was ahead of the public then. He is still ahead of the industry. He is still ahead of the public.
Thank you, Dale.
To carry on the ideals represented by Irving G. Thalberg is the privilege of the Academy in sponsoring this award. It is given each year for the most consistent high quality of production achieved by an individual producer, based on pictures he has personally produced during the preceding year. The Academy Board of Governors has conferred this award upon Hal Wallace.
I believe that this is the second time that Mr. Hal Wallace has won the Irving G. Thalberg Memorial Reward. This is a special award given by the Board of Governors of the Motion Picture Academy of Arts and Sciences. It is not voted on by the industry as a whole. And here's Mr. Hal Wallace.
Hal?
Congratulations.
Say a few words, Hal. Please. You mind if I just hold this for a second? Just a second is all.
I will if you'll loan me that paper. I can use one of those. I'm very grateful, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to accept this as a trustee for the many people who had a part in helping me to make my program. Thank you.
Thank you, Hal. Thank you, Darrell. I know that... Oh, really? Okay. I know Zanuck didn't see George Washington slept here. Amici wasn't in it. You know, you got that? And now the award for the Best Supporting Actor. This was won last year by Van Heflin, now Lieutenant Van Heflin.
for his splendid performance in Johnny Eager. In the absence of Lieutenant Heflin, this award will be presented by Mr. Donald Crisp. Mr. Donald Crisp. This is for the supporting actor, isn't it?
Yes, just the supporting, Jack.
I mean, not the star. This isn't for the star.
No, sir.
I mean, I have nothing to get nervous about or anything like that. I see. Go right ahead. Thank you. Thank you. What? Okay, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the artist you have chosen, by your votes, this award goes to Mr. Charles Coburn. The more the merrier.
Voting Mr. Charles Coburn, the outstanding supporting actor for 1943, the Academy is honoring a man who's been unswerving in his efforts to elevate the artistic standards of his profession. In the theater and now in motion pictures, Mr. Charles Coburn, now coming to the microphone.
Statue has been given. It's always been a responsible for it.
Jack, I was in George Washington's slept here. You don't have to ask me.
But Charles, I mean, just the name Washington should have gotten something, I mean, out of it, you know. I mean, I couldn't have hurt him that bad, you know.
I don't know.
I don't blame you.
I was in it. This is an honor devoutly to be wished. And I would like to thank all of my brothers and sisters of the Pear Tree Garden who have done me the honor of casting their vote in my favor. After 50 years of service in the theater, from program boy to this, I want to thank Donald Crisp for being the instigator of giving us a man's size instead of the little boy's size this year. Thank you. I hope that at the end of another 50 years of service in the theater and pictures, that your children and your children's children will have the courage to vote for me again. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles Coburn and Donald Crisp. Both stellar actors, finest that we have in our moving picture industry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the best supporting actress. I'm sure you all remember Teresa Wright's wonderful performance last year in The Life of Lou Gehrig. Teresa is here tonight and will present the award for the best supporting actress in 1943. Miss Teresa Wright. Here she comes, Miss Teresa Wright. How do you do, Miss Wright?
It's a great pleasure for me to be able to present this award for the best performance by an actress in a supporting role. The award goes to Miss Katina Paxnew in For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Thank you.
Katina Paxnew's performance in For Whom the Bell Tolls, for which she's been named the outstanding supporting actress for 1943, is one that will long be remembered, I'm sure, by all those who saw. And here she is, Miss Katina
Paxnew, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share this great honor which is bestowed on me tonight with my colleagues of the Royal Theatre of Athens, whom, whether they are now dead or alive, fate has ordained me to represent here. I am deeply moved, and I wish to thank Paramount, who offered me the chance to play Pilar, Mr. Buddy De Silva, my director, Sam Wood, and all those who are responsible for this happy moment. I would like to thank also the voters and the committee of the Academy Award for giving me, besides this honor, the opportunity to send through the air my deep love and admiration to the heroic boys, to the heroic soldiers of your great nation, the American boys who are fighting with their allies all over the world for liberty, justice, and human dignity. Thank you again.
Congratulations, Miss Paxson. That was really a wonderful performance. And now, they're still applauding Miss Paxson, or they all remember her performance. And now, ladies and gentlemen, comes the award that has caused these bags under my eyes. The best actor last year, Jimmy Cagney, won it for the role of George M. Cohan in Yankee Doodle Dandy. Jimmy is somewhere overseas tonight entertaining our troops. And in his absence, the vice president of the Screen Actors Guild, and a fine actor in his own right, will stand in for him. Mr. George Murphy. Mr. George Murphy. George? Tense moment.
Now, Coach?
Yeah, go ahead, kid. Oh, I'm out of it altogether.
Can you stand this, Jack?
Oh, sure.
The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences award for the best performance by an actor. Paul Lucas, and What's on the Rhine?
15 years, American and theater audiences have been acclaiming Paul Lucas for his sterling performances on stage and screen.
Congratulations, Paul. Don't be nervous. Here he is at the microphone accepting the award, Mr. Paul Lucas.
Thank you. This Oscar, as it is called, this symbol of achievement, every actor, is something that every actor in Hollywood always hopes to win. In accepting it tonight, and trying vainly, I'm quite sure to express my thanks. I feel that I must share my happiness and this honor you gave me with Miss Hellman, who made it possible for me, the whole thing, and Mr. Herman Shumlin and Mr. Warner and his associates who made it possible for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Congratulations again. Thank you, George. Thank you, George. It's really a thrilling evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Lucas showed how thrilled he was. And now, fellas and girls, one of the greatest performances ever seen on the screen was given by Miss Greer Garson as Mrs. Miniver. Miss Garson is also here tonight, and we will ask her to come up on the stage and make the presentation to this year's winner. Miss Greer Garson. Here she comes, looking as lovely as ever. Good evening, Miss Garson. You want to say a word first?
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, ladies and gentlemen of the services here with us on the platform, on the air. I'm very happy indeed to have the honor of presenting the award for the best performance given by an actress in the last year. Suspense. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences awards for the best performance by an actress is given to Jennifer Jones.
Did the almost impossible. She's just won the award as 1943's Outstanding Actress for her performance in her very first motion picture, The Song of Bernadette. The audience is applauding, waiting for Miss Jennifer Jones. She's coming down the aisle, I believe. Yes, here she is, coming the stairway. Jack Benny is coming down to help her up the steps, and she'll be presented the award by Miss Garson.
Jones is here at the microphone now.
Oh, thank you. I'm really thrilled, and I'm really grateful to you Academy members for voting for me. And if I have a minute, Mr. Benny, may I thank Mr. 𝒆𝒔 for giving me this opportunity, and Mr. King, the most wonderful director in the world, and Mr. Perlberg, and Mr. Werfel, who created this wonderful part, which is really something. And to the crew and everyone who worked with me and made this possible, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Congratulations, Miss Jones. Thank you, Greer. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, remember what a wonderful picture that was, and that it was Miss Jennifer Jones' first performance on the screen. And needless to say, it was a grand one. Well, that's about it. It's been a most exciting evening. On behalf of the motion picture industry, I'd like to say to all you men and women in the armed forces, that has been a thrill and a pleasure to be with you by radio tonight. And from every one of us here in Hollywood to every one of you, good luck, God bless you, and Oscars to you for your great performances. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Jack Benny. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that just about brings to a close tonight's doings of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. A very thrilling occasion, I can assure you, here in Hollywood, California. Grauman's Chinese Theater was packed, of course, to the brim tonight with notables of the stage and screen. All of Hollywood's top names have turned out to watch for these awards because, as a matter of fact, as most of you know, they are completely secret until the actual moment of the presentation of the awards. The awarding actor or actress comes out to the center of the stage upon being introduced by Mr. Benny, then turns to the accountant from the Pricewaterhouse Accountant Company and receives the award in a sealed envelope. They are not seen by anybody outside of the accounting company, who accounts for the 10,000 votes which are cast for the various actors and actresses before this evening itself. So it is a great, thrilling occasion, and everybody in Hollywood waits anxiously for it every year. Just before we close, we have a little time. I might recapitulate for you some of the awards for other efforts in the motion picture industry which were given earlier in the evening. For the best written screenplay, Casablanca, the Warner Brothers picture, which also received the award as the winning best picture of the year, received the award for the best written screenplay. The screenplay for Casablanca was written by Mr. Julius Epstein, Philip Epstein, and Howard Cook. For the best original screenplay, the award for Princess O'Rourke, the screenplay written by Norman Krasna. For the best original motion picture story, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Human Comedy, written by William Saroyan. The best achievement in art direction in black and white films was given for The Song of Bernadette, which also won the award for the best actress of the year. 20th Century Fox picture, and the gentleman receiving that award for art direction, James Basavia and William Darling. For the best achievement in art direction in color films, The Phantom of the Opera, the Universal picture, and the art direction in that Technicolor film was by Alexander Golitsyn. The best achievement in cinematography in black and white films, also for The Song of Bernadette. The best achievement in color cinematography, the same as the award in art direction, Phantom of the Opera, the Universal picture. And to Mr. Hal Moore and Mr. W. Howard Green go the credit for the cinematography for Phantom of the Opera. The best achievement in film editing, the Warner Brothers picture Air Force. And Mr. George Amy wins the award for that. The best achievement in sound recording, This Land Is Mine, an RKO radio picture, Stephen Dunn winning the award. The best song, the best original song of the year, You'll Never Know, from Hello Frisco Hello, a 20th Century Fox picture. And the music was written by Harry Warren and lyrics by Mac Gordon. In the short subjects, the cartoons, Yankee Doodle Mouse, a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer short subject, won the Cartoon Award. In the one-reelers, Amphibious Fighters, a Paramount picture produced by Grantland Rice. In the two reels, Heavenly Music, a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture produced by Jerry Bressler and Sam Coslow. Well, that just about winds up the proceedings here. You've been listening to a special round-the-world broadcast of the annual awards of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences.
This is KFWB, Warner Brothers Studios, Hollywood, California.